Hey guys, what's up? I not prepared. I am a professional. Not really. I made $50 last year. $50. I'm a professional. Technically, I am a professional. $50 means I'm a professional. I'm just not prepared. The reason why I said it for 10 was because dang it, it's my birthday, and I was getting happy birthday sung to me by recovery addicts. And I didn't know what time he was going to go on because he doesn't have a set time. So I've had happy birthday sung to me. I'm happy now. And my cousin is now texting me happy birthday, I'm sure. Because that is her text alert from Jurassic Park. Because when we went to see Jurassic Park in the theater, she got stuck in the bathroom stall and had to crawl underneath the door. So now anything Jurassic Park is like a running gag with me and her. So that's why Jurassic Park is her text alert on my phone. So today we are going to be watching Tennessee v. Jason Chen. And this man, I still don't know what the motive was, but he unalived his girlfriend. He eat her 60 times. Why do you need to do that to anybody 60 times? Then he put her in a suitcase and threw it in the river. So he is getting charged with first degree unaliving and abuse of a corpse. In the suitcase, her ankles were shackled and they were attached to a handcuff on her wrist. I don't think we know if that was before the unaliving or after. And like I said, I don't. Sorry. I don't think. Oh, yeah. We just saw a little bit of the beginning. Judy and I both did on Scott's channel because it just started. It's starting off with a bang. Yeah, so I don't know. I don't think we know if she was handcuffed and shackled before the unaliving or after. And God, Spike, he's starting already, y'all. I'll be right back. Come on. Come on. Go. Okay, sorry. Oh. It's like he waits till I push the go live button and says, "Let's see what I can do to aggravate mom." Yeah, so we don't know if she was shackled before or after. But the ME's report said that the wounds were on her right side only. And she was like shackled in a fetal position. laying on her left side. So I want to know what the motive was, but that's just me. So let's go ahead and get started. And since we're behind, we can zoom through sidebars and stuff for a little while at least. It is. It's very much like having a toddler. He wants attention when he's not getting it.
We had some conversation about that. Mr. Chen is in the courtroom with the jury here too, by the way.
Come on, Judge. Use the microphone, dude.
We had some conversation about that as a group. The state has filed the response and see if there's why she filed the response, the state's response as well. So let's just start from the top with the state's motion.
Your Honor, it is the state's response.
State's motion to exclude.
And the state did file, as the court just noted, a lengthy response to the advice all included. Procedurally, for the record, the parties were in Davidson County on the 8th and 9th of last week. Mr. Chen had been transported on January 6th to Davidson County Jail. Jury selection began promptly on the 8th and ended in the late afternoon of the 9th. The court did inform the parties that court would be closed on January the 10th due to inclement weather. Friday, January the 10th, all parties, including Mr. Chen, were back in Hamilton County. And at approximately 2:15, the state received notice from Mr. Weiss, the defendant's attorney, that they were giving notice to the state that they intended to introduce expert testimony regarding the defendant's mental condition, presumably at the time of the offense in 2022. Of course, this caused concern for the state for many reasons, primarily the timeliness and the violation of Rule 12.2b in terms of notice of a defendant's mental condition. The state asked for a phone conversation with all parties on Friday. Based on that concern, it had not ever come up in any type of hearing or discovery or meeting with the parties. It is significant to note that General Moyle and I have met with Ms. Morris and Mr. Weiss multiple times throughout the last several months to exchange even undiscoverable evidence. The state has gone out of its way to provide demonstrable exhibits, PowerPoints. We allowed them to look through our own box accounts. We've had several mechanisms departments to review evidence. Never has an expert witness been mentioned The defendant's notice did not provide any information as to what mental condition was being alleged or asserted by their expert. The court then ordered informally on that phone call that the defendant basically turn over what was in their possession in regards to the mental condition and any information about the expert. Mind you, the name of the expert was not listed in the notice that was filed at 2:15 on a snow day. And on Friday, later in the day, Mr. Weiss did send a email to General Moyle and I with the expert's name and his curriculum vitae. And I believe in that email it was also notice. It was a letter that signified that while the expert was not licensed as a psychologist in the state of Tennessee, he had received temporary licensing for January the 7th, 2025. That letter was written by the state of Tennessee, 2024. It was not until approximately 5:30 on Saturday that the state received what is entitled memorandum pertaining to expert testimony. In that memorandum, the psychologist, of which 4 attorneys involved in this case and a criminal court judge are acutely aware. And there's one paragraph in that alleged expert's report that has to do with Jason Chen. There is one sentence in that report that states that Mr. Chen was not able.
Stay by the mic.
That Mr. Chen was unlikely to have possessed the requisite premeditation for the act of criminal homicide. The memorandum never mentions a mental condition. As it stands right this second, the day of trial, the state has no idea what mental condition the defendant is alleging he had on November 23rd, 2022. We don't know if it's an intellectual disability based on the tests that were apparently administered to the defendant, which are attached to the expert's memorandum. Based on those, it would indicate it was some type of intellectual disability, as those are psychological examinations that go to reasoning and critical thinking. We have no idea if it's a mental health disorder such as schizophrenia or bipolar. We had heard on the phone call with Your Honor the word voluntary intoxication.
I like her. She's so dramatic. We don't know. We don't know if it's schizophrenia. We don't know if it's bipolar. I love her.
Voluntary intoxication, the word intoxication, the word substance abuse, the word addiction is never in the alleged expert's memorandum of unfairness, Judge. The state has the right to present rebuttal proof. It's one of the reasons why Rule 12.2 has a timing subsection to it. There is no way, it is not virtually impossible, it is absolutely impossible that the state ever could have searched for or investigated any type of, but we still, as of 9:30 on January 13th, have no idea what the expert is going to allege or opine at trial. We were not able to voir dire jurors on whatever mental condition this expert is going to allege existed on November 23rd, 2022. In fact, if the jury was sitting in the box right now for voir dire, we would have no idea what to voir dire the jury on. We have the right to a fair voir dire. We would have, in fact, asked questions that pertained to some mental disorder, I don't know, still don't know, mental condition, mental health issue. I have no idea, intellectual disability, no clue. We would have, in fact, voir dired on that issue. It would have changed the process of voir dire for us. It would have changed the preparation for trial for the state of Tennessee. Had we known that there was any type of expert witness that has to do with psychology or the defendant's mental condition, we would have an expert witness sitting in the audience right now to hear what this expert has to say if the court allows the expert to testify this morning in any type of deposition or hearing. We would have them here. We weren't able to do that for obvious reasons. We learned the expert's name at the end of the day on Friday the 10th. Saturday and Sunday are not working business days. While the state of Tennessee worked all weekend, a psychologist or psychiatrist in Chattanooga, we couldn't get a hold of them. And while no party in this courthouse should ever underestimate the capabilities of the state of Tennessee, we are not magicians. We can't just come up with a rebuttal expert witness on a mental condition that we are unaware of at 9:30 on January the 13th. This notice was untimely. This notice never would have been able to happen in any other case in your honor's court except for a sequestered case done in the manner in which it was done in this case. Your honor knows, typically, in all of the trials that the court has not only had as a criminal court trial judge, but also as a prosecutor and defense attorney, normally we move straight from jury selection into the state's case in chief. Typically, this would never have even been able to happen, much less allowed. It is in a rare circumstance
Good argument.
that Mr. Weiss could have planned to know of an expert in early December. We know that they knew of him on December 7th because based on an email that they sent to us, it states that he confirmed his availability to meet with the defendant on December 7th. 1 month before he met with the defendant in the Davidson County Jail. They waited. They waited. They knew the week before jury selection that he was going to interview the defendant in the Davidson County Jail. They knew that he had interviewed the defendant in the Davidson County Jail on the 7th. They were in court with your honor on the 8th and the 9th. The court repeatedly asked the parties, is there anything that needs to be taken up? Repeatedly. At the end of the day on the 9th. But it was not until 2:15 on January the 10th, after 2 years of preparation on this case, that the defense came up with a mental condition defense. And the defense has argued that it was only after the state provided a demonstrable exhibit to them that they realized that they needed an expert witness that had to do with the defendant's mental condition that affected his ability to form premeditation. Think about this, Judge. Premeditation has been an element in this case since 2022. The Hamilton County Grand Jury indicted Mr. Chen for first-degree premeditated murder. If defense attorneys believed that his mental condition at the time affected his ability to form premeditation, and they waited until January 7th to have an expert evaluate him, then we've got much bigger problems than a timeliness issue. Premeditation has been the case. It has been an element in this case since 2022. And notably, Mr. Weiss represented Mr. Chen in 2022. There has been no counsel substituted. It has been Mr. Weiss since the beginning. The demonstrative exhibit that the defense has such a problem with, as the court has already seen, involves two pieces of evidence that have been in the defendant's possession for almost 2 years. A photo from Mr. Chen's apartment of carpet with blood on it, and a photo of Jasmine Pace from the medical examiner's office. The court found in the hearing on this issue that even the state could have superimposed this piece of evidence on this piece of evidence to come up with a demonstrative exhibit. How can a demonstrative exhibit that was given to the parties on December 11th, the day that it was given to the state, even though every party had both photos, but the superimposed photos given on 11th, how is it that that photo affected premeditation in so much as the defense all of a sudden, near or around December 7th, contacted an expert witness? It is untimely, it is unfair, and the state of Tennessee has a right to a fair trial. And the people of the state of Tennessee have a right to a fair trial. We ask the court to exclude any expert testimony at this point in time that was presented to the court and to the state in an untimely fashion, especially that of Mr. Douglas Lewis.
Mr. Weiss's pleadings, he mentioned that the demonstrative exhibit seems to indicate that the victim might have been.
Dang it, Judge.
That's one thing I think you mentioned is the problem with the demonstrative exhibit. Could you respond to that?
Sure. Your Honor, the medical examiner issued an autopsy report. The date of examination is 12/1/2022. The autopsy report was given to the parties just within a month or two. Of course, it takes the medical examiner a month or two to finalize an autopsy report. And in that autopsy report, there's a sentence that says, the injury locations are consistent with the decedent's fetal body positioning as found.
They cannot say for sure that the victim's handcuffed while alive in the apartment. I heard her right. The medical examiner's report indicates that blows might have been received also from fetal position, but not necessarily handcuffed. Is that correct?
I believe that Dr. Cogswell can opine in what position she would have been in when the injuries occurred, and then the jury can therefore, as the trier of fact, make their own conclusions as to the position.
Just happened. What just happened? I don't know what just happened. Are we still live? Can you hear me? Can you see me? I do not know what just happened. All my screens went black. And then I had to sign in again with my PIN code. And then everything came back. And I'm here. But the court feed, I mean, it's still going, but my screen wasn't being shared anymore. Judy, If you can hear me and see me, please type something in the chat because I'm confused as to what just happened. February 6th cannot get here fast enough. Okay, well, I'm reading my lips. Okay, I was fixing to say, I'm reading my lips so I can tell that I'm still here. Because I can see myself over here. I have no idea what happened. I wish the judge would use a dang microphone. When they're at the podium talking, I can hear them fine. I wonder what's going to happen when a witness is. I hope there's a good microphone on the witness stand.
Presented Mr. Chen, and similar to the autopsy report, Dr. Cogswell testifies the injuries and the concentration are all right side. Virtually all of them can be inflicted with her in that bound position. So I believe that there is evidence in the record that would allow Dr. Cogswell to testify that she was in the fetal position. Whether or not he is going to testify that she was in fact in those handcuffs, that is for cross-examination. You can obviously cross-examine.
What does it have to do?
That is part of the trial experience. So
what does that have to do with the expert witness? I thought all this argument was about the expert witness that they sprung on them at the end of the day on Friday. But then the judge said something that I couldn't hear because he doesn't have a microphone. And now she's talking about the medical examiner. I hate that they don't use a microphone. And I have no way to boost the audio because I don't know how to do that stuff.
Defense did have information and evidence in discovery for years that would have indicated that she was in the fetal position. She was in that fetal position because she'd been handcuffed, and the jury, as a trier of fact, can find that.
Good morning. Let's be clear. Rule 12.2B2 says timing. Notice described in 12.2B1 shall be filed within the time provided for filing of pretrial motions or at such later time as the court may direct. The timing to file pretrial motions has not ended. As of right now, without a jury sworn, I could file a pretrial motion right here, right now. This rule does not limit my ability to file a notice right here, right now. This court, and I say this with the utmost respect, could have ordered a scheduling order or a docketing order requiring the parties to have presented certain proofs, certain discoveries, certain evidence, certain motions at this point. The court has never ordered that. The defense is not in violation of the Tennessee Rules of Criminal Procedure, and the defense is in violation of any of the court's orders.
Where'd it go?
This is not untimely. It is.
I lost. It's. What happened?
Dr. Lewis was contacted about a month ago. Due to timing of the holidays and him getting authorized to practice psychology here in Tennessee, he was not able to evaluate Jason until January the 7th in Nashville. We weren't able to speak to him about his results. He had to review his results, go over everything, and we didn't get those results until late on January the 8th. As soon as we had those results and we knew that we were going to call him as a witness, that's when we filed the motion on the 9th. And even though the courts were closed, it was obvious that all the parties were aware of it. The General Wamp texted all the attorneys, texted to the court, and we had a conversation about it. And the court has ordered that Dr. Lewis submit a memorandum on Saturday. And I don't know what document the state is reading, but the memorandum in the submitted by Dr. Lewis talks about the psychological issue, diminished capacity. It's right there. We're not alleging that Jason was insane. The state did request a notice for the insanity defense. We're not pleading insane. So that has no bearing here. We're not saying that he has some type of mental condition. He's not
Dang
any
it.
type of mental health
I know I know what's
other than
happening
what's
now.
stated in here.
I'm a doofus is what's happening. I'm a doofus. That's what's happening.
So it is very clear the state has exact notice of what's being alleged by Dr. Lewis. They don't. Dr. Lewis has been ordered to be deposed this morning. He is ready and waiting in the virtual waiting room for the court to admit his testimony. And finally, I find it rich that the state says this is untimely. This court, again, didn't file a scheduling order. That means Rule 16 discovery applies up until the day of. I was given a video from Walgreens that I had never seen before. And when did I receive this video from the state? January the 8th. The state has provided discovery monumental amount of important discovery in the last 45 days. At no point did this defense seek a continuance for providing this discovery. The state hasn't sought, or the defense hasn't sought to exclude the discovery based on Rule 16 violations because there isn't one. There isn't a portal. It really wasn't until the defense met with the state and we saw the theme.
Yeah, but you know what? You can't voir dire a video. The state needs to voir dire the expert witness. And they don't have time to. They don't know what the expert witness is going to say. You can't go into a trial without knowing what the witness is going to say. I think that's like comparing apples and oranges.
Theory of their case. The state is asking you to read between the lines of an autopsy report. But General Moyle said at the last hearing, and in his own response to this notice, that they are going to allege that Jasmine was shackled while alive and then killed. That is nowhere contained in any discovery, any evidence. We are surprised. We are being ambushed with the same information. And once it came to the realization that they're providing this information to prove their theme, well, then it became necessary to show that Jason doesn't have or has a condition that would prevent it or negated premeditation. And that's what Dr. Lewis's testimony is all about. There is nothing preventing him from testifying at trial. The state is not prejudiced. They'll have full opportunity to depose him. They'll have a full opportunity to voir dire him during trial, and they'll have a full opportunity to cross-examine him during the course of the trial. It's not unfair, and we ask that the court deny their motion to exclude Dr. Lewis. Of course, Judge.
The Walgreens video that you provided recently, in any way unfairly prejudicial to patients who could agree asking for continued?
No.
Microphone. Yes, Nancy, it is my birthday today.
I don't have problems scheduling order. I know when I was practicing that
Thank
a lot
you.
of work does get done as it builds up to trials, and so therefore a lot of things have to happen. As long as everyone communicates, I've never had it be a problem. I don't even know if it's a problem today. We're certainly discussing it. But while 12.2, as everyone knows, doesn't necessarily put a specific timeline on it except for trial. This is something that apparently the advisory teams looked at a lot in the notes. It's in the case law, it repeatedly refers to unfair surprise. But the state is unfairly surprised. So apparently it's a common practice or common occurrence, I should say, all brought up at the last part of the trial prep. So that's why there's a case law. So in this particular case, we cleared, and you asked for funds for the expert in December. It was a wise move. You know how an expert can help you out with helping you cross examination, or just looking at the case and helping you connect different angles for sure. It seems like it got rushed at some point. And it's almost like when the state allowed or was allowed to use the demonstrative exhibit, that solidified this expert has provided you so far. There's thinking its own motion kind of encapsulates it. We're going to talk about it once the defense attorney, as a defense attorney, you promptly secured an expert to issue court. The length for that is state discloses the last minute evidence for limitation before, despite the case being years. On receiving this late disclosure, you've been promptly secured an expert to issue court. So that's how I'm interpreting that. The acceleration came from the hearings in December where we talked about the exhibits and the need to be admissible. Is that a fair assessment?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Your Honor, may I briefly respond to some of that timeline?
Yeah, the state can conduct their own exam, but what she's saying is that they sprung this on them Friday at the end of the day, and now they're supposed to do opening statements now on Monday morning. They can't talk to this witness now. They don't have time to find out what he's going to testify to, and the report that he wrote does not list a specific mental disorder that they can ask questions about. So they have no idea what he's going to testify to. Just that he, excuse me, didn't have the, I forgot what she said, the mental capacity or something to understand what he was doing or something like that. So like they're not going for an insanity defense, but they're saying he didn't have the I guess the mens rea or whatever to premeditate, which would mean now I think I think I get now, because remember I was like, wait, why are they talking about this? Because I couldn't hear what the judge said, but I think I just put it together. If he handcuffed her first and then did that would mean it was premeditated. Like he didn't just get mad and pick up a knife, and he shackled her first and then, so that is automatically premeditated. So the defense is trying to say they have an expert that says he doesn't have the mental capacity to premeditate it. And the state is saying no, because the medical examiner said she was shackled first, because she was laying on her left side, all the injuries are on the right. So, but I swear, I wish that stupid judge would use a microphone. This is going to drive me nuts.
The defense states that it was only once they learned the theme and theory of the state's theme and theory that they realized that the state was going to allege that she was shackled at the time the injuries occurred. But that timeline actually doesn't work in terms of the timeline of their expert witness, because the meeting that we had with them in which we discussed and went over the demonstrative exhibit was December 13th. The day that they got that demonstrative exhibit was December 11th. Based on email communication and the representation of defense counsel, they confirmed Dr. Lewis's availability on December 7th. Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor.
There are many reasons to retain an expert when Mr. Wise approached me on it. I wasn't sure exactly how this expert could be used. It might be just for consultation, for sitting in court with cross-examination. And so I don't really hold that against Mr. Wise for retaining an expert. It seems that the purpose for which this expert being offered now seems to be being accelerated with the demonstrative exhibit. That's not my interpretation, but if you want to respond.
Yes.
Well, that goes against what the defense just represented on the record, though, Your Honor. They're saying that this expert became significant after they saw the demonstrative exhibit and also realized the theme and theory of the state, which, by the way, they are not entitled to, which shows how transparent.
60 times. 60. 60. How? That had to be exhausting.
The state has been that the defense is not entitled to our theme or theory until opening statement, of course. But in Mr. Weiss's motion, he states this assertion necessitated the defense's consultation with an expert witness to address and analyze the state's claims concerning the photographs reportedly depicted. That's not true. The expert confirmed his availability to meet with the defendant on December 7th. The timeline doesn't make sense. Another note, Your Honor, the court was on the phone on Friday. The court asked Mr. Weiss if he could describe the mental condition just so that the parties could know. He says voluntary intoxication. This morning it's diminished capacity, which is not a mental condition. It's a legal conclusion. So he actually put us on notice of voluntary intoxication, which is not the mental condition. Again, unfairness. The state is now more confused. Diminished capacity because he was intoxicated. Well, that's voluntary intoxication, which is not mentioned in the expert's memorandum. Again, more confusion. And let me add, Your Honor, it's not just that the state will need to, over the next 2 weeks, while General Moyle and I are proving Mr. Chen guilty to a jury of 12, it's not just that we need to secure a rebuttal expert, but we also have to subpoena records. We would be interested in all types of records of the defendant if he's claiming diminished capacity on November 23rd, 2022. We're going to be interested in new witnesses that maybe he was communicating with, witnesses that may know about his capacity on or around November 23rd. This requires the state to do more. And General Moyle and I don't have time. That's the point of Rule 12.2 and every other rule that requires timely notice, Judge. That is the point. Any questions, Judge?
One thing that comes to mind, I asked about earlier, on the expert report itself. Looking at page 4, bolded, I guess, conclusion, what he testified to. I concluded to a reasonable degree of psychological certainty that it is highly unlikely that Mr. Chen possessed requisite premeditation to act of the homicide. I assume that that is the simple aspect of his testimony. He'll be able to elaborate on that, but it would be that.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, my question is that it says highly unlikely, which introduces an amount of speculation about this particular. It's not conclusive. I'm not saying the state has to agree to it, but it seems that highly unlikely is subjective, that is cutting to try speculative.
What now?
That it's highly unlikely. Instead of, he's concluded that Mr. Chen did not possess the requisite.
Yes. I don't think it's, forensic psychology is not an exact science. We even give leeway to exact sciences. This court deals with BACs all the time, and BACs are 99.7% effective. It's not 100%. So there is no type of empirical way that a forensic psychologist can say with absolute certainty that this did or didn't happen, or this person or didn't have this mental condition. They can only base it on a number of factors. I would show the court that in the last part of the memorandum, you can see the test that Dr. Lewis conducted, and that testing shows which are standardized testing. It shows the base raw scores from where he gets his opinion from. I think the question that the court asks is a very good question, but it's better directed towards Dr. Lewis.
Looking at this, I understand, looking at page 6, it says a single standard score generally be indexed and produced by measure having a mean of 100. If I'm understanding this correctly, Mr. Chen scored a 94. Seems pretty close to me. I don't know how much that would have impacted his decision. Maybe it's just a test that gives everyone. The other scores, you go test the trauma symptom inventory, looks like based upon self-report, where the person taking the test is asked how often each symptom happened in the past 6 months when Mr. Chen was incarcerated. So I'm not sure how helpful to a jury would be to have these scores. Someone who's obviously been incarcerated for a long time.
I asked Dr. Lewis, that's a very interesting set of questions. I asked Dr. Lewis about that. I said, well, wouldn't have the evaluation been more, better, effective, more closer to the event than now? And he actually said, no, that's not the case. It gives after time and reflection, and gives them an ability to answer, I guess, more honestly. But again, that's a better question directed towards Dr. Lewis. Thanks.
This is the same, like in her argument. I don't know if you guys caught it. This is the same attorney. This isn't like a Sarah Boone thing where the attorneys were like revolving door. This is the same attorney that's had this case since the very beginning. So 2 years, over 2 years, and they've had the ME report. The facts have not changed since it happened. So why are they just now? She said, when he found out that that's what they were arguing, that she was shackled before, but the ME report comes out. I mean, sometimes it's months, but it's months. It's not years. This happened in 2022. And this is the same lawyer that's had the case from the very beginning. So they should have been notified way before now that this guy was going to testify. Like, why did they wait to the very, very last minute? So I agree with her, because I think it's it's last minute. They don't have time to prepare for this witness. It just seems like they're trying to pull a fast one. At least that's what it looks like to me. But what do I know?
The court on the motion by the state, the expert, the record reflects there was an effort by Mr. Weiss to secure an expert, to follow Weiss. And everyone agrees that this particular expert's testimony in this report was generated from the court's ruling about allowing a demonstrative piece of evidence. And so, looking at it in that lens, we did pick a jury, and I'll start by saying this, while we're picking a jury, none of this was mentioned, but I don't see this as unethical. I don't see it as something that Mr. Weiss waited until the last minute and orchestrated this from day one. It does feel very rushed. Again, this evaluation happened on Tuesday, less than a week ago. The state points out that they did not get the voir dire on a mental condition because they didn't know. Our Friday phone conversation involved diminished capacity. Put on the record, we talked about whether it's insanity or not, and Mr. White said it wasn't insanity, so that leaves only a few things. Diminished capacity was something that was mentioned, as well as voluntary intoxication. The report doesn't mention voluntary intoxication. Again, the highly likely seems speculative to me. So I interpret all this using a greater overall analysis as it just seems very hurried, which makes sense. It was something that the state, once they got the demonstrative evidence in, that's when we see this uptick in activity. And so I can conclude, I think fairly, that the expert's testimony was based on the defense's stated need to respond to it with this particular expert's testimony. Neither side's asking for a continuance. If this case were to be continued, it would be a huge waste of resources. But the record should reflect that I would do that. If it came down to something that truly would cause either side to not have a fair trial, I would grant a continuance in this case. I don't think that's necessary in this particular event. Again, my interpretation is that Mr. Weiss secured an expert for numerous reasons. In December, when the demonstrative evidence was inadmissible, that's when things started to coalesce in this particular direction. And so I do think that the demonstrative evidence aspect is key and foundational to why we're here today arguing about this particular expert. So the ruling from the court is that, as talked about, as discussed by defense counsel, concedes that the expert's testimony would be that it would be highly unlikely that Mr. Chen possessed directed premeditation of the act of criminal homicide. I don't see that as actually rising to the level of anything that's going to be helpful to this jury. I don't think it introduces speculation. What is highly unlikely? Perhaps you could answer that, but in contrast to the DUI experts or the engineering experts for crash reconstructions, yeah, they have a range. They can say clearly that it happened to where the defendant's speed was within this range. It's not less than this amount or not more than this amount. With DUI, they can speculate it's at least 0.05, but not more than 0.12. In this particular case, I don't think that the expert's testimony is concrete enough to be helpful to the jury. I don't think we need to depose him for that if that's what his opinion would be. I do think that out of an abundance of precaution, the state's not going to like this part, but out of an abundance of precaution, I'm going to modify my ruling about letting the demonstrative evidence in. The ruling is that the demonstrative evidence cannot come in as an exhibit. The state can certainly use it demonstratively if they wish, let the jury draw the conclusion. Also about the expert in the state's Dr. Cogswell. The defense has been expressed concerns that Dr. Cogswell will provide evidence that says that this was premeditated. I don't think this would have come in, but just for clarity, General, whenever you're directing Dr. Cogswell, you cannot say, is this indicative of premeditation? That's something that would have been objectionable to anyway. I'm not saying he would, but just where we are today, based on defense attorney's assertions that the medical examiner's testimony might be unfairly utilized for him to opine that it was premeditated. Obviously, you can't ask anything like that. Correct?
Correct, Your Honor. He's a forensic pathologist, not psychiatrist, psychologist. It's outside the scope.
And so based on those factors, let the state's motion to exclude expert testimony be granted.
Your Honor, at this time, I would request to offer and answer some questions.
At this point, I'll let you direct the witness.
So now, because he's not going to let that expert in, but now the prosecution can't ask their experts if it was premeditated. That doesn't seem right. And they can't use they can use demonstratives, but they can't be used as exhibits. I didn't think I can't say the word right now. Demonstratives could be used as exhibits anyways. I thought they were just to be shown in the court. I didn't think they could go back into the jury room anyways as exhibits. Yeah, this was sus. I think this was yeah. The same attorney has had this case for 2 years. Why wait to the very last minute to tell them they have an expert now that they can't voir dire because they don't have time?
Sometimes and not others.
Now what is happening?
You text Sean Humphrey. You may get a workaround between now and when he gets through the document.
People use microphones. I think that's what they're talking about. The ME had a demonstrative that showed, I guess, how she was positioned. We only watched one of the pretrial hearings, and to be fair, I couldn't hear a darn thing, so I don't even know what the topic was.
Call for Sean. Good morning, Dr. Lewis. Can you hear us okay?
Oh,
I can. Good morning.
can we see him? Oh, so this is the witness.
Raise your right hand, sir. Do you swear or affirm?
Oh, are they going to voir dire him now?
I do.
You let Felix know we got figured out this way.
Good morning, sir. Good morning, sir. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Can you please state your name?
Douglas E. Lewis Jr.,
And Dr. Lewis,
a forensic psychologist, is a clinical psychologist who uses psychological principles to answer legal issues.
how long have you been doing that?
I have been in practice solo for about 5 years.
To become a forensic psychologist, do you have to get an education?
So you have to,
Go ahead.
earn a graduate degree, in particular a doctorate in psychology. And in order to do that, one must have 4 years of didactic instruction, in addition to 3,000 hours, usually minimum, in practicum experiences, which is hands-on experience under supervision. Then one must go through a match process in order to get a pre-doctoral internship, which is a year-long internship, and then you earn the doctorate. Once you earn the doctorate, you must participate in a postdoctoral experience. And then you become licensed. So initially in mathematics, finance concentration in 2009. And then later, I earned a terminal master's degree of education in clinical mental health counseling from Lynchburg College, which is
It's all Brian's fault. He came in and it crashed. No. I'm kidding. I put my earbuds in. That's all I did. I put my earbuds in. And it crashed. Hi, Brian. Good morning. Okay, let's try this again. It only connected to one of my earbuds.
in Lynchburg in 2013. And then in 2019, I graduated with a Doctor of Psychology in Clinical Psychology from the Chicago School of Professional Psychology in Washington, D.C. And then later, I completed a postdoctoral fellowship in 2020.
And when did you graduate with your doctorate?
I graduated in 2019 with my doctorate.
And you've been practicing for the last 5 years?
Yes.
And what does your practice?
Approximately.
What does your practice entail?
My practice entails both civil and criminal justice cases. So I conduct competency to stand trial evaluation, criminal responsibility, or mental status at the time of the offense evaluation, violence risk assessment, psychosexual evaluation, independent medical evaluations, workers' comp evaluations, personal injury evaluations, And that's for both juveniles and adults.
Have you ever worked in the prison system?
Yes, so I began supervised work in the prisons in 2015, and then I became someone of the de facto clinical director within a prison in 2021. Not only did I work with housing placements in terms of their psychological status, I also provided treatment in what is considered here in Georgia high max. So those are individuals who have not only committed murder or other heinous crimes outside of the prison, but also those of which who have done the same thing in the carceral environment.
Have you ever testified in a court?
I have.
How many times?
I would say approximately 10 times. I've testified in court.
Is it just criminal cases, or do you do both criminal and civil?
It has been criminal and civil.
In the criminal cases that you have participated in, have you always represented a defendant?
No, I have not. I have been on the prosecution side before. I think the last time I was on the prosecution side was probably in 2022 or 2023.
Are you licensed in Georgia?
I am.
Are you licensed in Tennessee?
I am not licensed in Tennessee. What I got was a temporary authorization to practice psychology through the board in Tennessee.
Thank you, Dr. Lewis. I want to talk a little bit specifically more about this case involving Jason Chen. Do you remember when yes, sir. At this time, the defense moves to offer Dr. Douglas E. Lewis as an expert in forensic psychology. State one audience witness.
Your Honor, this is, as a proffer, the state doesn't have a right to cross-examination. So if this is just simply a proffer,
I'm proceeding if you want to even have it qualified as an expert.
sure, the state would like to argue. Dr. Lewis, you said that you got your doctor of psychology in 2019, is that correct?
That is correct.
But you were not licensed as a psychologist until 2021, is that correct?
That is incorrect. I was licensed in August 2020.
Okay, August 2020. And then in Virginia, it was August of 2021, is that correct?
That is correct.
All right, so licensed as a psychologist, and your degrees in clinical psychology, which is different than forensic psychology, correct?
It is the generalist form, but forensic psychology is a specialty. One must be a clinical psychologist in order to be a forensic psychologist.
So I'm sorry. Did you get a degree in forensic psychology or clinical psychology?
No such degree exists. You cannot get a doctorate in forensic psychology and practice as a forensic psychologist. You must be a clinical psychologist first, and then you must specialize in forensic psychology.
I understand. Okay. And you stated that the Chicago School of Professional Psychology is in Washington, D.C., is that correct?
Yes, I was at the Washington, D.C. campus.
You went to school physically in Washington, D.C.?
No, I did not. So essentially what happened was I earned my degree, or I matriculated at the Georgia School of Professional Psychology in Atlanta, Georgia. While I was on predoctoral internship at the Superior Court of the District of Columbia, unfortunately, the school abruptly closed while I was on predoctoral internship. And so what happened was the American Psychological Association, in addition to the Department of Education, moved those of us who were affected by the schools of drug closure to the Chicago School of Professional Psychology in Washington, D.C. So essentially, it was somewhat of a pro forma or formality in terms of a teach-out agreement that was reached by the Department of Education and the American Psychological Association in 2019.
You went to online school.
No, sir. Excuse me. No, ma'am. You cannot go to online school and graduate and get a license in Georgia. You must go in person. I went in person for 4 years to get my didactic instruction, and then I matched to my first choice at the Superior Court of the District of Columbia.
But on your resume, it states from 2015 to 2019, you were a psychometrist in Atlanta, Georgia.
I went to school in Atlanta, Georgia, ma'am.
But your resume says that you went to the Chicago School of Professional Psychology in Washington, D.C.
Okay, so let me explain again.
I'm sorry, I'm confused. Yeah, I'm very confused.
Is he using big words to confuse? Can he not use plain English? He matriculated. I know what that means. I'm just saying. Does he need to use the big words? Can't he just explain in simple English? Seriously. Experts are supposed to be able to dumb it down for a jury. I do not like this guy. I'm sorry. I do not like this guy.
I know I'm going to help you. You allow me to, ma'am.
No, you don't.
So I matriculated at the Georgia School of Professional Psychology, which was located in Atlanta, Georgia. While going to school in person, because I come from humble beginnings, I also had to work as a psychometrist alongside with getting my doctorate from the Georgia School of Professional Psychology.
Because I come from humble beginnings, I had to work. He reminds me of somebody, but we don't discuss politics on this channel, so I'm going to keep my mouth shut.
Part of the training in psychology is this. You must go to school for 4 years and receive didactic instruction and practical experience. Then you must match at an APA or American Psychological Association accredited internship. I matched at my first choice, which was the Superior Court of the District of Columbia. While I was on pre-doctoral internship, which is a year-long working supervised experience, my school, the Georgia School of Professional Psychology, abruptly closed around March the 8th, 2019. The Department of Education and the American Psychological Association, understanding that we were about to graduate and the school closed, did what is called a teach-out agreement. The teach-out agreement was with the Chicago School of Professional Psychology, the Washington, D.C. campus. And that is where I graduated from.
Okay. Your resume states that you are an adjunct assistant professor at Emory University. So the year that you received your licensing, you also became an adjunct assistant professor at Emory.
Yes.
And your LinkedIn says that you've been an adjunct assistant professor from September 2021 into present. So which one is correct?
What is correct is what's on my CV. So what happened was I graduated from the postdoctoral fellowship program in 2020. As soon as I graduated, because of my work, they wanted.
I'm sorry, but anybody that starts a sentence with what happened was makes me think that they're, I don't want to say telling a lie, but it makes me think they're telling a lie. Doesn't that sound like, like when little kids get in trouble and you ask them what happened? They start with, what happened was,
Me to stay on to teach others. And so 2020 would be the correct day.
So September 2021 on your LinkedIn is not accurate.
If it says September 2021 on my LinkedIn, it must not be accurate. Let's go with my CV. That is the most up-to-date and accurate.
Okay. And a lot of your work has been with inmates, correct?
That is correct.
And a majority of your work has been, has involved a defendant's competency to stand trial, is that correct?
I wouldn't say it's the majority of my work, no. I've done a lot of work with competency to stand trial, and I also was integral in developing a jail-based competency restoration program, and I've also published on competency restoration. But I wouldn't say it's the majority of my work, no.
What is the majority of your work?
The majority of my work just includes the specialty of forensic psychology. So I do civil and criminal work, and it really just depends.
What is the majority of your work?
I wouldn't ascribe anything as being the majority other than the work of forensic psychology. So forensic psychology includes both civil and criminal work, and that is the majority of my work. It's not a particular type of evaluation or type of activity that I would say would be the majority.
Okay.
The specialty is the majority.
Okay, and you testified that you have testified approximately 10 times in both criminal and civil court?
In totality.
10 times, and how many of those times were in criminal court or in a criminal case?
I really don't recall. I would say the majority of them were criminal. I think only 2 of them involved civil, and that was parental fitness / custody type evaluation. So I would say maybe it was definitely the majority was criminal. I probably prepared over 100 reports for the court, and so I would say the majority would likely be criminal.
Okay, so 8 criminal cases. Of those 8, how many involved a homicide?
1.
Okay, and what did your testimony involve in that case?
I don't know if I can get into the specifics of that, but what I will say is that I was retained by the defense on that case.
Was your testimony regarding the defendant's competency to stand trial?
Oh, no. My testimony was regarding mitigation for sentencing.
So you testified at a sentencing hearing?
Yes.
And you understand that there's a difference between testifying and being tendered as an expert witness and qualified by a court as an expert witness, correct?
In the state of Virginia, where I testified for this particular case, I was for deer.
How many times have you been qualified by a court as an expert witness?
I would say approximately 10 times.
Where,
Each time that I testified, I had to be for deer on both sides.
I'm not asking about what year, I'm asking about tendered and qualified as an expert witness in a case. Qualified as an expert witness.
If I'm understanding it correctly, approximately 10 times.
You testified that you often do evaluations on mental state at the time of the offense.
Yeah. So it's called different things based on the state. So in Georgia, it would be called criminal responsibility. In Virginia, it would be called insanity evaluation. So I just generally said, but both of them are the same in that it is assessing or evaluating one's mental status at the time of the offense.
You believe that insanity is the same as mental health?
No, I don't think I said that, man. What I was saying is that the statute is named differently based on the state. So some would call them mental status at the time of the offense. Georgia, for example, calls it criminal responsibility, and Virginia would call it insanity. but it's state dependent, and the state determines what the legal standing is for that.
Okay. On your resume, there's a section entitled Adult-Clinical. And it states that in 2011 and 2012, you were, it doesn't say what your position was, it just says adult psychiatry / co-occurring disorders inpatient at Virginia Baptist Hospital.
That is correct.
But in 2011 and 2012, the only degree that you had was in mathematics.
That is correct.
Virginia Baptist Hospital was allowing you to work in a psychiatry department with a mathematics degree?
Yes, ma'am. So in Virginia, there is a title called Qualified Mental Health Professional, or QMHP. And as long as you have a bachelor's degree and you take the continuing education, they will give you a certification called the Qualified Mental Health Professional. And so that's what I became, and that's how I was able to work at Virginia Baptist. I also
That's terrifying. Oh my God, that's terrifying.
interned at Virginia Baptist under the supervision of a clinical psychologist while I was earning my terminal master's degree in clinical mental health counseling from what is now called the University of Lynchburg.
One moment, Earl. What is a psychometrist?
A psychometrist is essentially an individual who has at least a master's degree, who has been trained to conduct psychological assessments, or which involves administration, interpreting, and scoring, and that individual must be supervised by a psychologist.
And your resume states that you were a psychometrist from 2015 to 2019, is that correct?
Yes.
And this is while
And
you
in
were,
that role,
what?
in that role from 2018 to 2019, I took on I was a reviewing psychometrist, which is a little bit different from actually administering the scores or administering the measures. So from 2015 to 2018, I was in person actually administering the psychological test, it's scoring and interpreting and writing reports. From 2018 to 2019 as a psychometrist, they had me review other psychometrists' reports for their accuracy and then send them to the psychologist.
Okay. And let's turn to your teaching experience. From 2016 to 2018, you have in two separate places in your teaching experience. It says that you were a teaching assistant with the Georgia School of Professional Psychology. What are the differences between those two? Why is that listed twice on your resume?
Because I was a teaching assistant for multiple professors in my graduate program.
And you were also a psychometrist at that time.
Yes, ma'am.
You were also working in Beaufort, Georgia in that time.
That was as an intern, but yes, ma'am.
And you were also in College Park.
Yes, ma'am.
Let's turn towards this case. you asked to do in the case of State versus Jason Chen?
I was asked to assess or evaluate the issue of premeditation.
When were you asked to do that?
December the 10th is when I was asked to do that, of 2024.
When was your first communication with defense counsel in this case?
It was late evening, December 7th of 2024.
And you said that you were asked about premeditation. What does that mean?
Premeditation as defined by the state of Tennessee.
As it relates to Jason Chen?
Yes,
What is the offense date in this case?
I don't recall the exact offense date. I do recall that it was in 2022.
Okay.
I believe it was November of 2022.
And were you asked to evaluate the defendant for mental condition?
Yes, I suppose that was a part of it, yes.
What were the other parts of it?
Well, the only thing that I was asked was about the issue of premeditation, but of course, if I'm conducting a psychological evaluation, there is a possibility that a mental condition could emerge or be revealed. But my understanding, my understanding was that that individual had never had any mental conditions. But part of a psychological evaluation, such could be revealed.
Did you decide that Mr. Chen has a mental condition?
I did not give Mr. Chen a formal notice. However, Mr. Chen does have some, what I would call some mental health or psychiatric challenges, to include depression and anxiety.
Dr. Lewis, I'm sorry to interrupt. The technical transmission of what you said a moment ago didn't completely come through. I think I understand what you said, to make sure you say you did not give him a formal diagnosis.
That is correct. So I did not give Mr. Chen a formal diagnosis. However, I do know that he has some psychiatric or mental health challenges.
How do you know that?
Depression and anxiety. Based on psychological testing, based on my interview with him, and my observations of him.
When you say psychological testing, are you referring to the tests that are mentioned at the end of your memorandum?
Yes, ma'am.
And are you aware of how long Mr. Chen's been in the Hamilton County Jail?
Approximately, since his arrest, I would say approximately 2.5 years.
And are you able to opine as to when he developed his depression and anxiety?
My opinion is that he developed it during childhood.
So I'm assuming that you had reviewed his medical records from childhood forward.
I reviewed what was in the discovery, and in the discovery, I did not see any medical records.
I'm assuming that you interviewed his parents to learn more about his childhood.
I reviewed the statements that were in the discovery from his parents, particularly his mother. But other than that, no, I did not interview his parents.
The statements from his mother that included that he did not have a mental condition?
Yes. I saw that in the discovery, multiple times individuals indicated that he did not have a mental condition. I disagree.
Because Jason told you that he did.
No, he actually did not. He said he doesn't have any problems either.
So what did you rely on? You had no medical records. You did not interview his mother and father when it comes to childhood issues. The defendant denies having any kind of mental condition. What did you rely on?
I rely on my years of experience since 2010 of working in the mental health field across jurisdictions. I also relied upon my review of the discovery, all the documentation that was in there. I relied upon my interview with Mr. Chen, which involved many questions, to include questions that are diagnostic, questions that deal with violence risk, questions that are about his sexual history. I also relied upon objective, tested, psychological testing that is peer reviewed, and all the other things that were in discovery. And that is what I relied upon, which is best practices in terms of the field of forensic psychology. It was a multi-method approach.
You've only spent 3.5 hours with Mr. Chen.
Approximately 3.75 hours.
Oh,
Yes.
I apologize. You've only spent 3.75 hours with Mr. Chen in Mr. Chen's entire life.
That is correct.
And that was last week.
January 2nd.
And you administered 3 tests during that 3.75 hours?
Yes. That took him about 50 minutes or so to do the 3 tests.
50 minutes. He did 3 tests in 50 minutes?
Yes, one of them you have to finish within 16 minutes for it because it cuts off. So one of them was time.
So, and then the rest of the 3 hours, you just simply asked him questions about his mental condition that he doesn't have?
No. I asked him questions basically about his life from birth to present. So those questions are across the board. Some of which of the questions you don't really know, or the individual of the examinee really doesn't know why I'm asking the question that I'm asking. They appear to not take valid. So the questioning is not just about a mental condition.
You know what? If I was in jail for 2 years facing life in prison, I'd be depressed too. I don't think that's a stretch to say that the man is depressed.
You base your opinion that it's highly unlikely that Mr. Chen could form premeditation in 2075 hours with Mr. Chen. 50 minutes of those were consisted of him taking 3 tests to help you decide this issue.
And also over 14 years of experience of working with justice-involved persons.
And one of those cases in 14 years involved a homicide.
No, many of them did. Only one of them I testified for, but I've done many murder cases that I've written for. Usually the court stipulates to my report, so I don't testify a lot.
Well, but your reports don't have to do with premeditation at the time of defense.
But they have to do with murder, which is what you asked, I thought.
Okay. None of your reports have had to do with premeditation at the time of defense.
No.
And in your memorandum to the court, did you mention depression or anxiety?
I don't believe that I did say that. I don't believe I said that explicitly. However, if you look at the end where the tables of the testing, even a layperson can see that some of the scales are elevated regarding depression and anxiety. But no, I don't think I explicitly indicated that in the memorandum.
Have you ever been in jail, Dr. Lewis?
As a professional, yes, I've been in many jails.
That's not what she means, and you know it.
Worked with, how many of them experienced depression and
Oh my God, that is not what she means, and you know it. This guy is, oh my God. Oh my God. I cannot believe there. Oh my, I'm speechless.
anxiety?
Probably most of them.
Probably. Yeah, probably.
You stated in your memorandum that you relied on a handful of articles or websites, in one case a book, to form your conclusion in the case of Jason Chen. Is that correct?
relied on is probably not the right language. I would say that those items, in addition to all the other methods, is how I feel in my opinion. So essentially, I provided those for individuals who are not versed in mental health or forensic psychology, etc. But yes, those were a part of forming my opinion because it gives foundation of knowledge for those who are not privy or not in this area.
Sure, your report says, and a review of pertinent research, and then it cites to footnotes 5 through 15, is that correct?
That's right, ma'am.
And number 5, the title is Proactive and Reactive Aggression, a Developmental Perspective. Are you going to opine about Mr. Chen's aggressive behavior?
I intend to educate the court about, some people call it in literature proactive and reactive aggression, and then in some literature it's called affective and predatory aggression or violence. And so what I want to do is educate the court about the difference between affective or reactive aggression versus predatory or proactive aggression.
And what does that have to do with Mr. Chen's mental state on November 23rd, 2022?
Well, what that has to do with it is that in terms of premeditation, typically one shows that they have predatory or proactive violence or aggression. And there are certain items that must be there, or factors or traits that must be there for such. And when in issues that are raised about premeditation, where someone's arguing that an individual doesn't have premeditation, then one would look at affective or reactive aggression, because those have certain elements or traits. And so what I would like to do is, what I intend to do is to educate the court on the differences of the two.
You understand in this case you would not be testifying to the court, right?
We're not testifying to the court. I'm saying educating the court about the difference, because the differences of those two, the difference of those two items goes into my opinion about the issue of premeditation.
How do those issues relate to diminished capacity?
They don't relate to diminished capacity.
But that's what your finding is from Mr. Chen.
I didn't say anything about diminished capacity. I didn't use those terms.
But that's what the defense said you were saying.
It's not a term that's in Tennessee, but that is recognized in Tennessee, but I'm not using those terms. What I'm saying about Mr. Chen has to do with affective or reactive aggression, as well as the impact of substance use. However, I'm not explicitly using those terms or that term.
So, what is your finding as to Jason Chen's mental condition on November 23rd, 2022?
My finding is that Jason Chen likely displayed affective aggression while also under the influence of substances.
Yeah, that's not a defense in Florida. I don't know about Tennessee.
And what evidence or information do you have that Mr. Chen was under any type of influence of substances on November 23rd, 2022?
In terms of evidence, the only thing that I have is that his report that he was using substances, and also by my question of him, many of which were not face valid at all, it appears that he has been using substance for many years.
So have a lot of people and haven't killed anybody.
You agree that using substances for many years doesn't mean that you were intoxicated on November 23rd, 2022, right?
I do agree with that. However, in my work with substance users and individuals that are just as involved, people just don't stop using substances.
Some people do.
So you are going to testify testified that Mr. Chen was
Still not an
under the
excuse.
influence of a substance on November 23rd, 2022, because Mr. Chen said he was?
I'm not going to testify directly in that way. What I'm testifying to is that he reported that he was under the use of substances. And the psychological testing suggests that he does have issues with drugs.
So you
So
can't,
I'm not directly reporting that. I'm reporting that that's what he informed me of. And based on his psychological testing, it suggests that he does have issues or challenges with drug use.
well, you said you'd gone through discovery in this case, correct?
Yeah.
When did you receive discovery in this case?
It had to have been the week of December 17th, because it wasn't until December 17th that the Tennessee board allowed me to have temporary authorization to conduct the evaluation.
So, homicide cases involve an extreme amount of evidence, correct?
Yes, they do.
And between December 17th and January 7th, would you say that you went through all of the discovery that was delivered to you by the defense attorney?
Between then and January 7th, I would say no. I went through most of it. And since that time, I haven't gone through all of it.
What did they deliver to you?
There were pleadings, there were mitigation documents, there were police reports, there was a medical examiner's report, there were pictures of the deceased. There were pictures of Mr. Chen and his family. There was a transcript of his bond hearing back in 2022. There was a lot.
And what in that discovery indicated that Mr. Chen was under the influence of a substance on November 23rd, 2022?
I don't believe anything explicitly indicated that.
And what was that substance?
He reported that he and the deceased drank an entire bottle of wine, and after they drank an entire bottle of wine, they smoked joints or marijuana, and then they also had wax, which is concentrated THC.
But you'd agree based on the autopsy report that there's evidence to the contrary of that, correct?
Objection, argument.
That's an argumentative.
I think the question is specifically to reports, or I guess the toxicology report and the medical center's findings. So at this point, I don't think it's important to mention.
You'd agree that based on the autopsy report, there's evidence to the contrary. Is that correct, Dr. Lewis?
I would agree, but I think that the question you're asking is a bit misleading, given the body was found and given how the testing was done. Apparently, based on what I saw, it looked like the testing was stopped for some reason. And then also because there had been some time that had passed, and the way that any type of drug enters your body, there's a time where it has a half-life. So it starts to diminish or the nature. So I don't think that is I don't think that is a clear question. I would say that yes, the medical examiner said that there was nothing found in terms of substance use, but I don't think I think that question is a bit misleading.
And Dr. Lewis, you don't have a degree in forensic pathology, do you?
I don't, but I know what I've read.
And you don't have a degree in pharmacology, do you?
I don't. However, when you are trying to do clinical, you do have to take psychopharmacology. So I had to learn about pharmacokinetics in terms of medication.
And you can't, as a psychologist, prescribe prescribe medication, can you?
I cannot, the psychologists do. They do additional
Okay,
practice.
well, I'm not concerned about other psychologists. You can't prescribe medication, can you, sir?
That is correct.
And, your basis of knowledge pertaining to marijuana, based on your memorandum, is, one of them is from the DEA website?
The DEA website is good information for laypersons, but I have treated and worked with people who have substance use disorder. So again, what was on the memorandum was for people like you and others who are not trained in working with substance use disorders or psychopathology, and that was for a reference that would be easy for you all to understand. However, I am not solely basing my opinion on the 15 citations that I gave. I'm basing my opinion on years of working with individuals in different jurisdictions who have substance use disorders and also have mental disorders.
But in your memorandum, you'd agree that you referenced these specific articles as what you reviewed to help you form your conclusion in this case.
I said that those articles were useful in forming an opinion. However, they are not the only things that I use. Part of being an expert is the years of working with individuals who have similar or the same types of challenges. So I would not hinge my opinion on just 15 citations. It's more so to allow the reader to understand what it is that I'm talking about. So I don't want to be misleading and have you think that only 15 citations, one of which was a DEA website, is how I came up with my opinion. It's actually my years of training and in practice with individuals.
And which of these articles have to do with a defendant's mental state at the time of an offense?
None of them.
Which you'd agree is what you would be testifying on, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, and, your resume has a lengthy list of, publications that you, along with others, have published over the years. The last
Did she just ask him if he had a degree in forensic psychology? Didn't she just ask him that and he said no? On his website, it says Dr. Lewis is a forensic psychologist who possesses intimate knowledge about the experiences of many of the individuals he serves. He holds expertise in court-related psychological assessment as well as the delivery of mental health services in acute, residential, community, correctional, and military environments. In particular, Dr. Lewis has served as a consultant for court personnel and various industry leaders and has performed court order evaluations for justice-involved adolescents and adults. This website is like, oh, you can download his CV. Executive coaching for supervisors, change management, human relations, effective communication, and report. Do you want to learn effective communication from this guy? He does not communicate effectively. Oh my God. Good gravy, Marie.
publication being in 2022.
Yes, ma'am. And I think that publication was republished by the NIH or the National Institutes of Health in 2023.
That's great. Okay, yeah, that one was, the need, the controversy, the impact of COVID-19, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and then can you point to which of these publications has to do with a defendant's mental state at the time of an offense?
None of them.
Oral presentations, you cite 21 oral presentations, several of which you would agree included yourself and other presenters, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
In which of these presentations that you gave relate to the defendant's mental state at the time of an offense?
None of them.
How many times have you testified to a defendant's mental state at the time of an offense?
Once on the side of the prosecution.
And in that case, did you interview the defendant?
Yes.
For how long?
About an hour.
How far was that interview from the time of the offense? How long after?
I would say approximately maybe like 10 or 11 months after.
And what was your opinion in that case?
My opinion was that he was sane or he knew what he was doing. So I was on the side of the prosecution.
So that had to do with sanity, is that correct?
Well, in the state of Georgia, it's called criminal responsibility. So I found that he was criminally responsible.
Well, you just said sane. So is it sanity or criminal responsibility?
It's criminal responsibility. The case was in Georgia.
What type of homicide was that?
It was not a homicide. It was an aggravated assault.
So you've never testified or opined regarding a defendant's ability to form premeditation in a homicide case.
I've written reports that I have opined that they were criminally responsible.
That's
of a
not
homicide,
what she asked you.
But I've never testified. But I have written
Thank
reports
you.
in murder cases where I found them criminally responsible for the murder.
A report for what? I don't understand. For
Okay, so
sentencing?
no. So there's two types of reports that are common in courts. One type is called competency to stand trial, and the other type is called, based on the state, it would be either criminal responsibility or insanity evaluation. Those reports, or excuse me, those types of evaluations are ordered more than any other type of evaluation. And so often I would perform a competency to stand trial evaluation as well as a criminal responsibility evaluation. So these things happen pre-adjudication. They're not sentencing or mitigation.
Where do those reports go?
Okay, so the competency to stand trial evaluation typically go to the court. Now, the criminal responsibility evaluations go to the defense typically, because that's usually more of an ex parte issue. And when it comes to sanity or criminal responsibility, essentially people see it as a legal strategy at times, because it depends on how the attorney wants to work through the case. So those types of reports only go to the defense attorney typically, because the individual is admitting that they committed the crime, and I am evaluating their thoughts or actions or behaviors before the crime, during the crime, and after the crime. And for that reason, typically those reports do not go to any one of the defense attorneys who decides how they want to work the case.
They're never intended to be introduced in a trial or in a hearing for the defendant's guilt, right?
I can't say that because I'm not an attorney. I'm not sure how they used it afterwards.
Well, where is that report in this case?
Pardon me?
Where is that report in this case?
They're
Those
sequestered
reports
too.
are ordered by the actual judge. So if it's not ordered by the judge, then there is no report. I was retained by the defense, and when the defense or the prosecution, whoever retains me, they ask a question, and I'm the one who is evaluating the question that they're posing. But those type of reports are typically ordered by a judge.
What was the question in this case?
The question in this case was to again evaluate or assess the issue of premeditation.
That's not a question. What was the question in this case?
That was the question.
To evaluate premeditation is not a question.
Okay. Determine whether or not Mr. Chen had premeditation in this particular case. I'm not sure how you want me to word it.
Okay.
That's what I was asked to evaluate.
Okay. Let's go to the test that you administered in the 15-minute time period you met with Mr. Chen in the Davidson County Jail. COBRA is intended to measure reasoning and critical thinking. Is that correct?
Ow.
Yes, ma'am.
And Mr. Chen, with a 94, was within the standard deviation, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you'd agree that school records probably also could indicate someone's level.
What did I do?
Of reasoning and critical
Sorry.
thinking. Is that right?
They could. However, there can be a little bit of politics when it comes to school records, like individual education programs or 504 plans. Sometimes individuals can be labeled or mislabeled depending on their behaviors in school. And so I would not use school records as the only standard for making an opinion.
So did you
Particularly when I work.
Did you review Mr. Chen?
He's saying that, I guess, sanity or insanity, like ability to stand trial, is called criminal responsibility in the state of Georgia. They just call it different things in different states. So that means that he's sane enough to stand trial. I think you're right. It sounds like a legal term. It sounds like something that a judge or jury would have to decide. But this guy, I don't trust him as far as I can throw him. So, I mean, and his website says that he's a forensic psychologist. He just told her that he didn't have a degree in forensic psychology. And the word salad is like he's trying. I'm sorry. I don't trust anybody that talks like that. I just don't. If you're a lawyer and you have to talk like that in your work, fine. But expert witnesses are supposed to dumb it down for the jury. Even doctors have to dumb it down for their patients. Like if you're a doctor talking to another doctor, you might use flowery words like that. But when you're talking to lay people, you dumb it down. And if a doctor's talking to a lawyer, they have legalese and medical words are different. You know what I mean? Jargon. It's called jargon. It's medical jargon and legal jargon, and the two are different. It's like two different languages. You know what I mean? Like, there's no reason. She's not talking in legal jargon, but he's not even talking in medical jargon. He's talking in, I don't know what. He's aggravating, though, is what he is. It's like he's putting on a show. It's like he's trying to make himself to be more than he's than he is. I don't trust this man at all. And I usually don't say that when it comes to experts. I might not agree with them, but trust issues usually I don't have with experts. But this guy, I think, is just full of caca. I don't trust him.
College transcripts.
No, I did not.
Are you aware that he had a scholarship to the University of Tennessee at Chattanooga?
Yes, and I actually asked how did that happen, given some of the information that I learned about some of his own reports about his behavior in school. I was curious about that he did earn a scholarship, but different scholarships have different requirements. So I know that scholarship that I'm aware of, he likely wouldn't have been necessarily a person that would have got some scholarship I know about. However, yes, he did report that he had a scholarship.
He's a minor. It's easy to get a scholarship.
What
Not minor, minority.
does reasoning and critical thinking have to do with affective aggression?
Up with the paper.
However, the thinking ability to be responsible, knowing, or intelligent, one must have those attributes. So part of the reason why I did that testing was to get an idea of how he's functioning cognitively. And he's functioning in the average range in terms of when compared to other adults. So that's why I gave that test.
Okay. And did this test measure how he was functioning cognitively on November 23rd, 2022?
No, ma'am. However, I will say that intelligence cognitive functioning tends to be stable unless something happens like a traumatic brain injury or some type of other injury. Typically, intelligence or functioning is stable, particularly at a certain age group in the lifespan.
I understand. So if he was functioning cognitively in January of 2025, he most likely was functioning cognitively in November of 2022, based on what you just said.
Yes.
Dang, woman.
And personality assessment inventory. Which one of these tests takes 16 minutes?
The total run.
And then how long do the other two tests take?
It depends. Some people have gotten it done in 20 or 25 minutes. And then some people have taken hours to do it. It just depends.
How long?
It's basically questions that says it's mostly true, slightly true, false, never. So it's things like that. So the items are short. Like some of the items might say something as short as I like airplanes. It's not much. You don't have to do much thinking. It either is or isn't. So it depends though. Often people who take a long time are people who are misleading, and they typically invalidate the test because they're thinking too much.
So in 50 minutes, you're comfortable with a criminal defendant charged with first-degree premeditated murder taking a test of general reasoning ability called TOGRA, a traumatic symptom inventory, and a personality assessment inventory?
I was with him for longer than 50 minutes.
No, that was my question.
Okay.
Are you comfortable?
Can you rephrase?
Are you comfortable with a defendant taking 3 psychological tests within a 50-minute period that you then relied on?
That was part of a multi-method approach. Yes. I would not rely just on that. No. So I think you already mentioned all the things that I did rely on. But just the testing, no. So it's best practices that you do a multi-method approach. So I would never hinge just on testing. It's everything that I would use.
For the trauma symptom inventory, TSI 2, it says that the clinical scales reflect 4 broad categories of distress: self-disturbance, post-traumatic stress, externalization, and somatization.
Somatization, yes.
Can you explain which of those has to do with the defendant's mental state at the time of an offense?
So that particular testing doesn't mark directly to a mental status at the time of the offense. What it does is it gives me a profile of how this person is social emotional function. So does this person lash out at others? Do they have anxiety? Do they have depression? Have they experienced trauma in their lives? Are they likely to become easily angered or agitated? So what that does is it's one component of gives me an idea of this personality profile, but it does not. There is not a test that loads directly onto a legal issue. That's not how testing is designed.
Okay. And so the same thing for the personality assessment inventory. That test has nothing to do with the defendant's mental state at the time of the criminal offense, does it?
Not directly, no.
The judge is wanting her to get done so he can grant her motion and get on with the trial.
Do any of these have to do with substance disorders?
Yes.
And do they have to do with a defendant's use of a substance 2 years prior to the test being given?
So typically, what it does is ask innocuous questions that essentially we're creating a personality profile. While individuals are different, there are certain challenges that people have that are very similar. So what we've developed through the testing is we are developing a personality profile panoramic of how someone is functioning. So no, it does not necessarily stress is not as specific as you're asking. However, when I talk about likelihood, there's a certain personality profile that is developed by use of the testing and the other sources.
Since you reviewed the discovery in this case, Dr. Lewis, can you describe some of the things that the defendant did after he murdered Jasmine Pace?
He visited a convenience store or
Objection. I don't know the relevancy regarding disqualifications. I don't know how that question answers. This is for here.
It seems like it could apply to both, I guess, in the sense that's clearly relevant to his opinion. It may be relevant to his qualifications. He gives a great weight to it, not much weight to it. So at this point, feel free to renew your objection otherwise at any time. It gets raised to the point.
Okay, continue, Dr. Lewis.
He went to go purchase cleaning products.
He went to the murder aisle.
He also moved the victim's vehicle. He used the cleaning products to clean up his apartment.
And what else?
He left the apartment, I believe, to stay with his parents.
What else?
I'm not sure what else you're asking me.
How much weight do you give to what a defendant does after a murder when it comes to premeditation?
Consciousness
When
of
it
guilt.
comes to premeditation, I give it great weight. I find those details, quite frankly, to be aggravating.
What do you mean?
What I mean is that essentially, if those things, or if those actions are the actions he took, then it appears that he attempted to hide or cover up whatever act that he committed. So
Exactly.
I take great weight to that. I found that aggravating. However, I do not find that it is suggestive of premeditation. Quite frankly, I find it to be the opposite in terms of the individuals that I work with inside the carceral environment. If they engage in forethought or planning, they typically would not do the actions in the way that it was reported that Mr. Chen did. It doesn't fit the profile of someone who engaged in forethought and planning.
But in Tennessee, premeditation doesn't require planning, right, Dr. Lewis?
And based on what I read in terms of premeditation, it means that you have to have some type of forethought before the action is done.
You'd agree that somebody who is under the influence of a substance would have, how would you say it? Well, a difficulty completing tasks that a sober person may be able to complete, correct?
They probably wouldn't be able to do it in the exact same way. But someone who's been doing substances for quite some time, they may be able to function a little bit better than someone who perhaps is just starting stuff.
So if Mr. Chen was a regular marijuana user, he probably could have functioned a lot better if he was under the influence of that substance.
He may have been able to. However, he also said that he used wax, which wax is a much greater concentration of marijuana.
Yeah, but I've been using it for a while.
Do you take into consideration when forming your opinion that criminal defendants will most likely say whatever they need to say instead of going to prison for the rest of their life?
Absolutely.
How is that factored into your decision here?
I didn't give great weight to it. It's part of the decision, but I didn't give great weight to the use of the substance. I gave more weight to the personality profile type that he fits into, more so than the use of a substance. He did report that he used a substance. The testing shows that he's likely a substance abuse.
Get up here.
However, that is not something that I gave great weight to.
You did not give great weight to the use of a substance.
Great weight? No. It is a part of it. But I did not give great weight to it because, as you mentioned, he reported that he used a substance. But that's not something where I'm hinging my decision solely
Why
on
can't
substance use.
What did you give great weight to?
the camera's not picking you up?
What I gave
There you
great
go.
weight to
There
was
she
the
is.
personality profile typing. For example,
Uh-oh. Don't step on the
my
keyboard.
understanding is
No, don't
that
step on the keyboard.
the one is that he planned, or he planned this murder because the victim was down. So if you understand or you work with individuals who have a psychopathic psychopathic personality, or who are a sociopath, you will learn that the details, as is the theory that's been presented, is not consistent with it's not consistent with the evidence. Someone who would conduct an act of that sort, they build gradually. You don't just start out a murder in that type, or murdering or harming others in that type of way. That is a gradual type of violence or aggression. So what I'm looking at, what I was looking at his personality profile type, and then I also was looking at the different theories that were presented. And so what I'm saying is that we would expect to see other things within the profile type. There should be other violence or aggression. There should be other charges of violence and aggression. There should be a history there should be a known history of maybe intimate partner violence. There's a lot of things that should be within personality profile type and within the evidence, given the theory that's been presented, that's not there.
How many of Mr. Chen's former girlfriends did you speak with?
None.
How many of Mr. Chen's friends did you speak with?
None.
How many of Mr. Chen's family members did you interview?
None. I reviewed what was written in the discovery.
So you're basing your knowledge on Mr. Chen's prior violent history on what Mr. Chen told you.
And I'm also looking at the legal record. Could you produce some charges for Mr. Chen in terms of violence and aggression? Because typically that's what those individuals like that's what they have at a much younger age than now. They start at 10, 11, 12 years old.
Yeah, me too, Judy.
We're letting the jurors go downstairs to stretch their legs, and I don't want them to walk by and hear anything. We need to do that.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
That's why we got this one
We've got to take a
to
pause,
distract
and we'll do
us
as soon as we can.
from the bad man. Say hi. Say hi, everybody. I just came for the treats, and then Mommy's holding me captive. I hate when she does this. She's too touchy. She's not supposed to be touchy. But they love you, Shadow. They like to see how pretty you are. And it's my birthday. You have to be nice to me. All right. Fine. That guy, man. I wonder if the defense hired him because he was cheap. That website, it does not say anything about treating patients. It's like helping organizations. I mean, it says he's a forensic psychologist, which she flat out asked him, and he said no. Psych. So this happened in Hamilton County, and I want to say Davidson County is where the jury is from, and they are sequestered. So they had to pack, and they are in a hotel, I think in Hamilton County. So they are probably really upset right now because it means that they are away from home longer. Oh, good Lord. I keep forgetting I have a goat now. I forgot how to spell voir dire.
Dr. Lewis, you remain under oath.
Dr. Lewis, I just have a few more questions for you this morning. You had just testified that you based a majority of your opinion on Mr. Chen on his personality profile. Is that correct?
Yes, his personality profile, as well as just like any other mental status at the time of the offense type of evaluation, there's certain types of questioning that you ask the individual as they walk.
I know I didn't spell that
through
right.
acts or allegations.
I forgot how to spell it.
This is what I conducted was no different. The hundreds of mental
Oh, I'm
status
doing that thing with my face again.
So I think that from the question that you're asking, it appears that you may not have knowledge of how mental status evaluations are conducted, which would be appropriate. So yes, I look at the personality profile, but there's also a specific type of question that you ask.
In 3 hours.
Yes.
Okay.
And you review the evidence that's been collected, which is the discovery. So I looked into things in the discovery as well. So testing, interviewing, and also the discovery. It is very, very typical in terms of best practices in forensic psychology.
You testified that you did not issue any formal diagnosis for Mr. Chen, is that correct?
That is correct.
But you just mentioned psychopathy and sociopathy.
Right, those are not necessarily diagnoses. Those could be personality profile types. So that's what I'm looking to. That's what I'm looking at in terms of characterological function. So those are not diagnoses. So a diagnosis for something like that would be antisocial personality disorder. But psychopathy and sociopathy aren't a diagnosis. They are labeled for, they are labeled that tell us something about how the person's personality profile is, but not necessarily a full diagnosis. For example, you won't find that in the DSM-5.
Oh, the DSM-5. What is the DSM-5?
It is the book that we use that basically lists every mental disorder and their characterization of each one. So, for example, you will see something like major depressive disorder will be in the book. And there it says that this person has this, and that. And you use that manual in order to give someone a formal diagnosis.
Why did you not cite to the DSM-5 in your memorandum?
I don't believe it was necessary.
Is
I'm not sure how
Mr.
that would be necessary.
Based on your opinion, is Mr. Chen a psychopath?
No, he is not.
Based on your opinion, is Mr. Chen a sociopath?
No, he is not.
What personality profile does Mr. Chen have that caused you to come to the conclusion that it is highly unlikely that on November 23rd, 2022, he was unable to form the requisite mental state of this offense?
Just like any type of other mental status type of evaluation, I reviewed what his psychological or emotional functioning is, and what I found was that there was a potential history of childhood trauma. There was depression, anxiety,
Dr. Lewis,
and you mentioned before.
I'm sorry to cut you off, Dr. Lewis. Hang on just a second, okay?
Jurors are walking by.
Who doesn't have childhood trauma? I mean, come on.
We were saying about the personality profile of Mr. Chen. Dr. Lewis, you can continue with what you were. Dr. Lewis, you can continue with what you were saying about the personality profile of Mr. Chen.
So I was saying that he potentially has a history of childhood trauma. He experiences symptoms of depression and anxiety. He's younger than 25 years old. There's no known legal history that I found. That's why I asked you if you found any charges in terms of violence or intimidation. There's a history of misbehavior within the school setting. So those are all the things that I put together in terms of over the course of evaluating. So there isn't a particular name, so to speak, of a profile. It's developing a profile of who this person or individual is. And you compare it to, as you mentioned, something like a sociopath or a psychopath. You would expect different information to be in the actual profile.
What does potential childhood trauma mean?
Well, the psychological testing revealed that there was likely a history of trauma. And then when he was having certain during his childhood, a professional like me, and perhaps others, would likely characterize some of those incidents as abuse. However, Mr. Chen did not characterize it as such.
Mr. Chen said he wasn't abused,
Correct.
but you think he was.
However, he described the incidents that he described, most professionals, and like the others, we described it as a form of abuse.
Well, did he describe them, or was that questions in his testing that you gave him?
During the interviewing, he told me about his childhood during the interview, so he described.
Were there questions on the test also related to childhood trauma?
Specifically childhood trauma, no. The testing was asking about, basically what the testing does is not face value. So it asks questions that may appear to be innocuous to answer the examination. However, based on how he responded in the testing and the interpretation suggests that likely he has experienced trauma in the past because he matches how other people who you know for a fact have experienced trauma is how he responds. So what we do is we do comparison groups. So we're comparing how he responds to items to how others who we know are known to have certain disorders or certain life experiences.
What was that childhood trauma that he denied having that you found that he had based on what he was saying?
The childhood trauma is not categorized as trauma.
This is where it goes too far.
I'm also saying, Jason, we can get into it later when you get into it. We're going to allow to testify further and just recognize an expert. Josh wants to lay the foundation and ask him the specifics later. Thank you.
You'd agree, Dr. Lewis, that a majority of people with childhood trauma don't murder other people, right?
Absolutely, and I would never suggest that would be an excuse for any type of law breaking.
Would your opinion changed if you would have spoken with former friends of Mr. Chen that would tell you that they were scared of him?
That would be speculation. I don't know if it would change or not. It would depend on the veracity of the information or the details of the events that his friends would say. So if there's information that's there, I'm more than willing to listen and to hear it. And yes, my opinion could potentially change. However, I have no way of knowing that until it happens.
Well, some experts would have interviewed people.
Absolutely, they absolutely would have. Yeah, I think that is very much a common, I would say, a common practice for some. However, it is not necessary or mandatory in terms of best practices, particularly not for mental status at the time of the offense or
In view of best practice?
So I do certainly agree with you that does happen, but it's not necessary.
Why did you not come to Chattanooga to see Mr. Chen?
Because by the time I was available, he had been moved to Nashville. I didn't get clearance to even do anything until December 17th. And I was away on holiday December 16th through the 20th. And then I went out of the country from the 23rd or 24th until January the 3rd. And so I wasn't able to see him until January 7th. By that time, he was moved to Nashville, which is where I was to see him.
Well, what about January 4th, 5th, and 6th?
Ma'am, there's no way I could have done that because I took a 24-hour flight from South Africa. So I need to rest.
He's got an excuse for everything, doesn't he?
At this point, we're still trying to decide whether or not we qualify as an expert. State objective, you qualify as an expert.
Yes, Your Honor.
State your reasons why, please.
Your Honor, Dr. Lewis has he was licensed as a psychologist in 2021, so he has several years of experience as a forensic psychologist. Okay, I apologize. In 2021 in Virginia, 2020 in the state of Georgia. Of course, he's not licensed as a psychologist in the state of Tennessee. He, in fact, probably has expertise in some type of psychology. That you have an expertise in a defendant's mental state at the time of a criminal offense. A podiatrist does not have an expertise in forensic pathology, even though they're both medical doctors. So no disrespect to Dr. Lewis, but as you go through, as we did, Dr. Lewis's resume, there is hardly
or trustworthiness of his findings as it has to do with the defendant's mental state at the time of the criminal.
Trustworthiness, key word right there.
There's hardly anything. There is a lot regarding a defendant's competency to stand trial. That is not what we are here on. This expert cannot testify in toxicology. He is not, and I don't think this will be contested, he is not an expert in toxicology, which is apparently a primary issue of what he would opine on is the defendant's substance use on November 23rd, 2022, that he has no facts or information on except for what Mr. Chen told him. So he has no basis of knowledge. He is not an expert in the field of toxicology. He is not an expert in pharmacology. Sorry, Judge. Pharmacology. He is not a medical doctor. He has not presented enough facts and evidence of which he based his opinion on the defendant's mental state at the time of the offense. And in fact, Your Honor, the state is more confused after hearing his testimony because the defense alleged that the argument was diminished capacity, to which the experts adamantly denied that he was arguing diminished capacity. We now have a personality profile, childhood trauma. There's been nothing on the record that would establish that this expert should be qualified as a forensic psychologist as it relates to a defendant's mental state at the time of the offense. Moreover, he has not had enough time to speak with the defendant. He has not done his due diligence in checking the defendant's records, speaking with the defendant's family members or friends, and due to the fact that he's had the discovery since December 17th, it was on, quote, holiday and in South Africa for a majority of the time thereafter, he has not even had enough time to adequately go through discovery and make any type of finding such as this in this case. So we do object to this witness being qualified as an expert.
I do think that the bar, there's some standard obviously for letting an expert testify. I think that whether or not some specialized knowledge might be helpful to the finder of that in this particular case. He seems like perhaps he hasn't had the depth of experience that other experts have testified. I don't think he has that yet. I don't think there's anything that's disqualifying as far as the weight that should be given to his opinion. That's certainly something we can talk about. But as far as against qualifications are concerned, as far as him being able to give an opinion, again, we're doing all this for the record. His testimony's already been deemed to be inadmissible, but I want the record to be complete. As much information as possible about Dr. Lewis. So I will recognize this witness as an expert in forensic psychology. I'm just watching things.
Before proceeding, Your Honor, I just want to clarify for my questions. Is the court finding that there was a violation of Rule 12 or 16?
No, I'm not finding there was a violation in the sense that a deadline was missed. I do think that I want to clarify my ruling. There are actually two aspects to it. The first is that it's clear that this expert's services for this purpose, for what we're talking about today, the defense felt it became necessary after a recent hearing last month where the monster exhibit was admitted, and there was some concerns about that, as well as the medical examiner's testimony going to premeditation. So I think that based on the timing, so that the state is not unfairly surprised, the workaround that the court is crafting removes the major, if not the only reason that this witness's testimony on this issue was represented to this court was needed. So that's one of the reasons being excluded, is that state, I want to avoid the unfair surprise that Rule 12.2 contemplates, as well as give the defense a fair shake, as he described in voir dire last week. So that's one of the reasons. The other is that I don't think that the opinion as written qualifies as something that would be substantially helpful for the jury. When Dr. Lewis wrote that it's highly unlikely that Mr. Chen possessed the requisite premeditation, I do find that there's a degree of speculation that is not going to rise to the level where his opinion would be helpful. And also, I guess I could point it out now that during Dr. Lewis's testimony moments ago, he talked about the great weight that he gave to personality profile type. And it's pretty clear in case law that personality type is not something that's even relevant to the defendant's capacity to perform the mental state. It's pretty well established. So there are numerous reasons that this witness's testimony has been excluded from this particular trial, at this particular point. Those are the reasons. Not a 12.2 violation. Again, I don't think there's any bad faith. I think this way the circumstances unfolded. I'm not finding that the defense acted unethically in any way. It's the way that it unfolded, the short time frame. Yes, sir.
I'll need,
I was gonna say he just getting up there and going, what's happening?
Start from scratch. You can text Dr. Lewis and let him know that that's technical difficulties. I'm about to let him know.
Okay, what are we doing now? Did he just say start from scratch? Thought we were done with this man. What is happening? Fixing to start pounding the forward key again. They waiting for Dr. Doofus to come back. Doofenshmirtz. No, that was Dr. What's his face from the Spiegel,
Dr. Lewis was there just a moment ago.
from the Johnny Depp trial. It's Dr. Doofenshmirtz.
Dr. Lewis, I'm sorry to say that sometimes technology, this court moves at the speed of technology sometimes. Well, a lot of user error. Hopefully we solve that now, okay? So I believe Mr. Weiss can ask some questions now.
Hi there, Dr. Lewis. May I have your-
Yes.
Did he not just rule on this? Why are you asking him more questions?
I don't know if WebEx will operate overhead at the same time. No, it's either video call or headset.
Not only that, it's time for lunch. I'm hungry.
Can I try to work around Judge?
Yes, sir.
Unless the state's gonna object, I guess it doesn't matter. Dr. Lewis, I'm holding what you sent to my office as a curriculum vitae. It says Douglas E. Lewis, Jr., PSYD at the top, and the top right corner it says REB period 9.24. Is this your CV?
Yes.
For the purposes of this hearing, the defense moves to enter CV of Dr. Lewis into evidence as exhibit 1?
Yeah, for this hearing, not to go back to your exhibit 1.
May I approach you?
Sir, feel free to move on the floor.
This is the first CV you sent us or the second?
Second one.
My CV says revised.
There's
24, so
Two different CVs? Why does he have two different CVs? I don't know, Judy.
Dr. Lewis,
I'm confused.
Dr. Lewis, I have a letter here from Regina Lewis at the board administrator at the Board of Examiner in Psychology. It's dated December 17th. Was this letter given to you authorizing you to practice law temporarily in Tennessee?
Practice law?
I'm sorry.
Practice psychology.
Practice forensic psychology.
The practice psychology, yes.
Defense moves that this is exhibit number 2.
I thought the judge already said he couldn't testify. Unless I misunderstood something.
Dr. Lewis, I'm holding in my hand a 7-page report, or memorandum rather. It says the Honorable Boyd M. Patterson, the top, dated January 11, 2025. Is this your memorandum pertaining to expert testimony regarding Jason Chen?
Based on what you described, yes.
Defense moves to make this exhibit 3.
Maybe he's just entering these into evidence for this hearing. So it's there for appeals.
All right, Dr. Lewis. I want to ask you about the methodology that you used in this assessment. What validated psychological tools did you employ in your assessment of Jason Chen?
The psychological tools that are valid and reliable are the TOBR, the TSI-2, and the PAI, broadly and well-known instruments.
Are there, if you had more time to spend with Jason, are there other tests that you would have performed?
No. I mean, certainly there are numerous tests that we have at our disposal, but I don't think that would have been necessary. In fact, a lot of mental status at the time of the offense evaluations don't use testing at all because psychiatrists and psychologists perform. So a lot of times testing is not even used.
Are the methods that you use consistent with the guidelines recognized by professional organizations like the American Psychological Association?
Yes.
And you don't have to go through it, but are you able to cite research and case studies that support the evaluation analysis that you did on Mr. Chen's or Jason's psychological state?
Yes.
And is it relevant to premeditation?
Directly relevant to the issue of premeditation, just like most legal questions, there's nothing that's going to directly load on any type of legal issue. However, those are tools, yes, that are used to answer some of the legal questions and controversies that emerge.
Do you believe that you were provided all the relevant materials, including evidence to ensure that your assessment is objective?
That is objective, yes. I strive for objectivity, but as I mentioned earlier, with the introduction of more information or data that's objective, my opinion could change. However, based on what was available to me, as I mentioned in the memorandum, that is how I form those are the bases of how I form my opinion.
In your opinion, you say when to a reasonable degree of psychological certainty. What does that mean in the context of your opinion?
That means just like in any type of psychological science or practice, it is highly likely that what I'm saying is correct. However, when it comes to behaviors, actions, etc., we cannot say definitively anything. So that is what that means. That says that means that given the resources that I've been given, also the evaluation, the psychological test, etc., that to the highest degree to which is possible as a psychologist or a psychiatrist, this is what my opinion is. However, we can't say anything definitively.
Well, that's my question is, why can't you say this, your opinion with certainty? Absolute certainty.
It is. I am certain of my opinion. However, to say absolutely certain, I would have had to be in the room when these things were occurring, which none of us were. So I can't say this is absolutely what happened. I cannot say that because none of us can say that. However, based on the information, the date of the testing, the evaluation, it is highly likely that the opinion that I reached is the accurate.
Would you characterize your opinion as based on speculation?
No,
Why not?
because I used and reviewed all the evidence that was in the discovery. I also conducted psychological testing. I interviewed, I reviewed his legal history, again, the things that are in the documentation. So speculation alone, based on my understanding, would be not using any form of evidence, not trying to use any type of objective psychological testing that's both valid and reliable. Those type of things, I think, I would characterize as speculation. However, when you use a multi-method approach, as I did, I would not characterize my final conclusion as speculative.
Did you make any assumptions that was unsupported by the evidence informing your conclusion?
No.
So can you explain to the court how your psychological insights from your evaluation into the mind of Jason Chen are relevant to the legal question of premeditation?
Okay, so premeditation is arguably something about one's mental status or mental state during the commission of an act. So just like any other mental status related evaluation, I am assessing and evaluating not only what came before, during, and after the act, but also I'm also looking at the personality profile of the individual. So I'm using all those things in order to answer the legal question. Typically, again, when it comes to legal questions like competency to stand trial, like mental status at the time of the offense, violence risk, etc., there's no legal question that psychologists or psychiatrists can directly answer in the way that you all are trying to characterize it. What we do is we use all the information that we have available, data, interviewing, observations, testing, etc., to answer the legal question. But it's not like A plus B equals C. That is not how these things work. Like for example, there's no real test of premeditation. There's no test of mental status at the time of the offense. We use the information that we have in the testing and the level of questioning and training that we have to make to give the court answers to its controversy.
So sticking with premeditation, particularly in cases with premeditation or where you're dealing with intent, can you elaborate on the specific experience conducting those types of forensic evaluations?
So those types of I actually am in the middle of one. I have one that I'm doing that has to do with the intent or the case element of intent in Virginia. And in those type of cases, we're looking at one's functioning behaviorally, socially, and intellectually or cognitively in order to make determinations about one's intent. For example, it was posed earlier about his reasoning and critical thinking. If someone, for example, has an IQ of less than 65 or less than 60, there's certain types of crimes without the assistance of another person, you know that they would not be able to do because they don't have the level of forethought or thinking. In terms, that's an easy way of kind of understanding it. IQ or functioning in terms of their cognitive functioning is something where we would be able to answer that type of question.
So can you explain your role as a forensic psychologist and how it's distinct from a psychiatrist or a general clinical psychologist in assessing premeditation or intent?
A forensic psychologist is a clinical psychologist who has specialized or specialty training in forensic psychology, meaning we have gotten some type of legal training and that we understand we understand and know how to interpret certain statutes. And we also apply psychological principles to legal issues. For example, as I mentioned before, the idea of competency to stand trial, mental status at the time of the offense. These are legal issues. However, you need a psychologist or someone with that particular training in order to answer those questions. So we're different from a forensic psychologist, different from a psychiatrist, because a psychiatrist cannot issue testing. Usually their training in forensic is not as comprehensive as it is when you are studying to be a forensic psychologist. And we're definitely different from a general practitioner, because general practitioners are there to treat and evaluate mental disorders only. They don't have the legal piece, the legal understanding. For example, I had 2 to 3 years of didactic instruction about cases that involve mental health or psychological issues.
What methods did you employ in forming your conclusion about Jason Chen's mental state at the time of the events?
I reviewed the entire discovery that was made available to me. I interviewed Mr. Chen extensively, not just questions about his personal history, but also violence risk and also sexual violence risk. Again, those questions were not all face valid, meaning there were times where an examinee would not know why I was asking the questions that I was asking. I also administered 3 psychological tests that are both being valid and reliable within our field.
So, in regards to the assessments that you did on Jason,
Sorry, I think Mr. Wyford shuffling jurors around as far as figuring out when to do that, I should say. Please.
let me start over. The question is whether,
Dude.
right here, let me say this. Can you explain the psychological concepts of emotional regulation, impulsivity, and how they're relevant to this case?
So emotional regulation and impulsivity are important to this case because often people who commit murder or other heinous acts of violence, it tends to be in a heightened state or what I call affective aggression or violence. So someone who has trouble regulating their emotions, or someone who is quick to anger and also is impulsive, they are likely to engage in behavior without thinking. And a lot of times, our jails and our prisons are filled with people who have committed acts out of being anger, not thinking, impulsive. So emotional regulation and impulsivity are 2, in my opinion, major factors in most crimes when it comes to aggression and violence.
So one of the tests you did was, is it called TOBRA, how do you pronounce it?
It's called the TOBRA.
TOBRA. And you conducted the TOBRA with Jason Chen.
Yeah.
How did his performance in this test?
Yeah.
His cognitive capacity for playing?
Well, the reason why I issued that test is because someone who is highly intelligent will create a different type or may slightly change the way that we characterize in terms of the profile. Because someone, and so I needed to know where he fell in terms of the bell curve, in terms of intelligence. So it's not a test of intelligence, but one of reasoning and critical thinking. And so if he is scored really high on there, that may have informed me in a different kind of way about how he's functioning in terms of, his proclivity perhaps for manipulation, deception, lying, etc. And so I need to know where he fell. And so I know that he falls in the average range on the bell curve in terms of, reasoning and critical thinking.
Is your opinion and conclusion based solely on that personality test?
It is based, that is a test of reasoning and critical thinking, and no, it is not based solely on that. Nothing, no opinion should be formed based on one thing. It needs to be a multi-method approach.
In the TSI 2, you noted Jason had anxious arousal and intrusive experiences. How do these findings support your conclusion that Jason actions will likely react?
In terms of supporting it, it basically deals a profile of how he's functioning. This is someone who likely has bad memories about something that has happened to them, experiences anxiety, which is worry or restlessness. Individuals like that may be quick to agitation. They may engage in behaviors to reduce tension, like using marijuana or alcohol. This is developing a profile of how this person is functioning daily.
How does your reliance on the empirical testing using those the tests and I guess
It strongly ensures it because best practices indicate by the specialty guidelines of forensic psychology, which were adopted by the American Psychological Association in 2013, indicate that we should engage in a multi-method approach when it comes to evaluation assessment. And therefore, based on that adoption of those specialty guidelines, based on my work in the field of mental health since 2010, my work with inmates or justice involved individuals since 2014 or 2015, it ensures me and it informs me that my opinion is not speculative.
were your findings consistent with other peer-reviewed literature and established psychological principles?
My findings were consistent. Let me answer that in a different kind of way. The approach and the procedures that I used were consistent with any type of empirical research, for example, etc. My finding or my opinion is something that I reached based on using those methods that were consistent with all empirical research that's available.
Were the methods that you used, the forms that you used, were those reliable?
Yes, those tests and or forms, however you want to refer to it, have been used for years by psychologists across the nation. You can easily Google them and you can learn about a lot of these tests. And these testing are well developed. In particular, the personality testing was developed by Dr. Leslie Morey at the University of Texas, and he's still doing research on that testing. So it is very reliable.
Is it that your findings and conclusions that Jason Chen couldn't have formed the requisite mental state premeditation? Is that your opinion?
My opinion that it's highly unlikely that he formed the requisite premeditation.
The jurors ready for lunch? Yes, Your Honor. Will the jurors walk by? Everyone's done. One more question? All right, go ahead.
Because he was high and depressed, he couldn't have premeditated.
Psychologists say with absolute certainty
That's
that the
BS.
subject had the requisite premeditation or requisite intent, or is that something that goes too far beyond it?
Saying absolutely certain is going too far beyond opinion. No reputable forensic psychologist or forensic psychiatrist should say anything with absolutism.
Thank you.
Just one, Jones. You can send the jurors to lunch. Yes, Judge. Council protocol 2.
Oh, we got a seal. I guess that means we're all going to go to lunch.
Dr. Lewis, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Dr. Lewis, thank you so much. Mr. Watts will get in touch with you shortly to let you know how to proceed, how we're going to proceed in this case. I do thank you for your time this morning. Okay?
Absolutely. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
It's a privilege.
So the jurors just consent to lunch. We've got Jimmy John in the jury room, which means it won't take them very long. We'll give them a little time to walk around. This will be our lunch break too. Are there any matters you want to take up before we take our lunch break?
Yes, Your Honor, two separate issues. One has to do with the indictment. The state has indicted Mr. Chen for abuse of corpse. In that indictment, we listed all of the factors under the abuse of corpse statute, two of which inarguably do not apply and would be prejudicial if they were read to the jury. One of those is disinterring a corpse that has been buried or otherwise interred. The other is the other one is engaging in sexual contact. Neither of those are being argued by the state, so I would just request that I be able to leave those out when I read the indictment and only read the other two subsections that could apply in fairness to Mr. Chen. And then the other judge, so that the defense can object before opening statement, the state intends to introduce the suitcase that Ms. Pace's body was in during opening statement to avoid delay during opening statement where the jury has to go out. We figured we'd go ahead and disclose that.
So you want to show the suitcase?
Yes, Your Honor.
Otherwise, it's common for evidence that's likely going to be admitted to be used in opening. Any objection?
Thank you,
Well,
Judge.
To the extent of all my past motions to suppress all those.
Not waiving any.
I know.
Thank you, Judge.
All right, that clock says 12:20. Everyone will be back when that clock says 1:15. That's 55 minutes of lunch. What we're going to do is we start the jury trial, we're going to jury in, they'll be sworn, we'll do instructions, and remain seated down. We're still in session. You can leave, just be quiet. We're still in session. What will happen is the jury will be brought back in, they'll be sworn, or we did preliminary jury instructions to them, state the indictment, opening, persons.
Yes, Your Honor. What time did you say? I apologize.
It'll be 1:15.
1:15. Thank you, Your Honor.
The court's in recess to 1:15.
Okay. 150. Is this? Hang on. Is that 1:15? Time zone. My time zone? Or is that central? He said 55 minutes. It's 20 minutes. 1. So that would only be 35 minutes. Somebody help me. I don't do math. No, because that would be an hour and 35 minutes. What? Help! What time zone are they in? 1:15. Or we could not take a break, but then what are we going to do till they come back? Oh no, the dog smelled the air fryer. No, I don't know what time to come back, y'all. So I'm guessing 1:15. Their time is 2:15 my time. I don't know. don't know. Shoot. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. Because I don't know what time to come back. Yeah, can you imagine? Like, I don't know how far away, I think it's Davidson County, is from Hamilton County. But I think Davidson County is where they brought the jury in from. Oh, that's not what I wanted. I'm looking for an article that tells me about it. Well, darn it. They're all videos. I read an article this morning. Let me see if I can go back. Or is it this morning? No, I think it was yesterday morning. I think this is an article. No, it's in Tennessee. And now StreamYard's going to start screwing up on me. Okay, I guess I'll just read it. It was a murder that shocked the entire Chattanooga community during the week of Thanksgiving in 2022. Now, just over 2 years later, trial is underway for the accused killer, Jason Chen. On day one of Chen's trial, prosecutors and the defense are expected to give their opening statements. Good Lord, how'd they get this stuff out so fast? This just happened. But the jury had yet to enter the courtroom as of late Monday morning. That's because of a little more pre-trial debate, this time over the last-minute addition by the defense over a new expert witness. That witness is Dr. Douglas Lewis, a forensic psychologist. This is not what I want. I want an article about the actual thing. I'm confused. So, because of the county thing. So it's in Chattanooga. Wait, Jason Chen trial begins in Chattanooga, but this says jury selection to continue in Nashville. So are they busing the jury from Nashville to Chattanooga? Good God, I'm so confused. So Chattanooga is on our time, on my time. So it's 12:48 in Chattanooga. In Nashville, so if the trial's in Chattanooga, they're on the same time as us. But the jury's from Nashville. Man, that's confusing. Because they didn't change venues. They just got the jury from another county. Right? Because the jury's from Davidson County. You sent an email? Oh, cool. Okay. Let me see. Let's see if I can pull it up on here. Yeah, it happened in Hamilton. They didn't change venue. It didn't change venue, but they got the jury from a different county. That's why they're being sequestered in Hamilton, because of the publicity. They didn't want to pick the jury from Hamilton. They picked from Davidson County. So they didn't change venue. They just got... Wait, am I wrong? I don't know. I'm confused. But the jury's sequestered because they're not from there. They picked the jury, I think. I'm not sure. I will be right back. Yes, Belle. Belle's looking at me like, Mom, you heated up the air fryer. You didn't put anything in it yet. Let me see if I can pull that up, the timeline thing up, without crashing StreamYard. An email telling me that I'm live. I know I'm live. Okay, let's try this again. Are we live? Are we good? I don't know. Okay. 22-year-old Jasmine Pace was stabbed to death and her body was stuffed in a suitcase and dumped near the Tennessee River. As the suspect, Jason Chen, prepares to go on trial in Hamilton County, here's a look at the timeline of events that led us to where we are today. Early 2022, Jasmine Pace and Jason Chen meet on a dating app. The two, both college students at the University of Tennessee at Chattanooga, begin dating. Tuesday, November 22nd, 2022. Phone records show Pace speaks with Chen on the phone for 1 hour and 11 minutes. After that call, Pace goes to Chen's apartment on Tremont Street, just off of Fraser Avenue along Chattanooga's North Shore. Later in the evening, Pace texts her mother, Katrina, to tell her she would be staying at the house of a friend of hers for the rest of the week. Katrina Pace later testifies she thought this was odd, given that it was the Tuesday before the Thanksgiving holiday. 11:27 p.m., Katrina Pace says this is the last she saw her daughter near Tremont Street. Yeah, I'm discombobulated too. (11:27 p.m.) Katrina Pace says this is the last she saw her daughter near Tremont Street. Wednesday, November 20, 2022. 2:18 a.m., Katrina Pace gets a text from Jasmine's phone that pings her location. Pace later said this text went unnoticed for some time. Saturday, November 26, 2022. On Jasmine Pace's Facebook page, a photo post appears that's captioned, "Thanksgiving with my baby." The photo depicts her wearing clothing that Jasmine's family was out of character for her. They begin reaching out to Jasmine out of concern. Several messages to Jasmine's phone are sent to friends and family, none of whom spoke with her on the phone. All messages had Jasmine saying she wanted to be alone. Later in court, Katrina Pace testified that she used the My Chevy app to track Jasmine's phone that night. 8:27 p.m., Katrina Pace also later testified that she found her daughter's abandoned vehicle near the Signal View condominiums off of Mountain Creek Road. She testified that she noticed the seat had been adjusted for someone taller than Jasmine, who was 5'2". Katrina Pace calls 911 about her daughter's disappearance. Sunday, November 27th, 2022, we post our first story on newschannel9.com about Jasmine being missing. After Chattanooga police confirmed to us it is an active investigation. Chattanooga police investigators meet with Katrina Pace in person for the first time. Pace tells officers that over the weekend she and her husband went to 110 Tremont Street to speak with residents, at which time they discovered her boyfriend, Jason Chen, was living in an apartment there. An affidavit says Katrina Pace entered his apartment and found Jasmine's driver's license and several credit cards, but didn't find Chen or Jasmine. They also took, I forgot to tell y'all this part, they took like his tax returns, they took a gaming console. They didn't just take her stuff, they took some of his stuff too as quote unquote evidence, and there were no charges filed against them for breaking and entering or tampering with evidence or anything like that. I don't know what they were trying to prove, and I don't know when they did it either, because there was a lot of blood in the apartment. Like one of the cops said, there was more blood than he'd ever seen at a crime scene, and that part of it had been cleaned up, but part of it hadn't. So when did they walk in, like break in and see all that blood? Like, I'm confused. And why would they do that? Why wouldn't they just leave it? I mean, it's hey Melissa. Like, it makes sense. Like, don't do that, because then you take the crime scene and then it's gonna mess up evidence and stuff that is needed to convict the guy that killed your daughter. So why do that? It's stupid. But we'll see what happens in the trial where that's concerned. That affidavit says Katrina Pace told officers a neighbor told her that they'd heard a loud disturbance around 2 a.m. on November 22nd. Chattanooga police request and are granted a warrant to search Chen's apartment. An affidavit we obtained a few days later says police found blood on the living room hardwood floor, bathroom grout, and bedroom carpet, along with blood spatter on the bathroom wall. They also found several cleaning supplies that had been recently purchased and noted broken glass and other evidence that suggested a violent altercation. Let me make sure they're not back yet. And I also read somewhere that there's oh wait, I'm coming up to it. Chattanooga police obtained video footage from inside the apartment complex. An affidavit says that footage showed Chen leaving the building with a mask on and black fabric wrapped around his hand, because he cut his hand when he stabbed her. Wednesday, November 30th, 2022, Hamilton County District Attorney Cody Wamp and the police chief in Nolensville, Tennessee, near Nashville, announced that officers arrested Jason Chen at his family's home on criminal homicide charges. Wamp says the arrest came after a search warrant of Chen's Tremont Street apartment found enough evidence to charge Chen. An arrest affidavit says Chen had lacerations on his right hand that indicated he had been in some kind of physical fight. Our main concern is Jasmine, defense attorney Wamp said in a news conference on that day. Her location, where she is. She is our priority. She will continue to be our priority this day forward. Chen was at first taken to jail in Franklin, Tennessee, but on this date, he's returned to Hamilton County, where he's held behind bars without bond. His bond was $5 million. Later in the day, we obtained the affidavit that spells out the evidence that police say led them to charge Chen. Later in the day, Katrina Pace posted to Facebook saying the outpouring of true love and support from the community this past week has meant more than I can explain. I ask that our community and everyone that has been affected by this horrific event, everyone that has a daughter, a sister, a mother, a grandmother, can sympathize with what we are being forced to process. Katrina Pace shares this 2020 video. Oh, yeah, I did not watch that. There is a video of her singing to her niece, and I didn't watch it just because it's just too sad. I don't want to see it. UTC confirms Jason Chen is a student and says it is cooperating with investigators on the case. University of Tennessee at Chattanooga. I wonder what he was studying. Does anybody know? December 1st, 2022. Jasmine's stepfather confirms to our newsroom that Jasmine's body has been located. A few hours later, Chattanooga police confirmed that human remains stuffed inside a suitcase and dumped off the side of Suck Creek Road just outside Chattanooga are those of Jasmine Pace. December 6, 2022, Jason Chen appears in court for a bond hearing. Several supporters and family members of Jasmine Pace were in the courtroom for the brief hearing. And the funeral was held on December 8th. And on December 10th, a candlelight vigil was held for Jasmine in cool Village Park. I cannot imagine what her mother went through. You guys, I know it has worked for some people, but don't do dating apps. Don't. Just don't. When I was younger, I am extremely blessed that nothing happened to me, because I would just get in a car and drive and go meet whoever, and all by myself, just get in a car and go. Well, I know they were talking in the hearing about how horrible the pictures are. And so I'm going to be ready to take down. I don't think that the cameraman's going to show them. Law and Crime is really good. I think I'm using their feed. They're really good about not showing the pictures. Turn off my camera again. But I'm going to be ready just in case. And I have my banner ready to go. And it says more than just content warning this time. Let me see if it works. Yay! Last time it just said content warning. So I throw that up there and just have my mouse hovering over the screen, and I'll just like pop myself full screen for whenever, and then you guys can still hear it. But you know what? For some reason, it's working now. My avatar wasn't showing up for before. I was like, why isn't my avatar showing up? That's weird. I want to know motive. I know they don't have to prove motive, but there's always something, there's got to be a reason. Like, nobody just does something like this for no reason. Thank you, Judy. This is why I hired you. And one day I will be able to pay you. Like I said, I made a whopping $30. I mean, $50 last year. But this year, this is the year I get monetized. I've only been doing this for 2 years. I don't know why people don't like me. Other people have been doing this a much shorter time than I have, and they're already monetized. I don't get it. Yeah, that's true. And they usually don't show autopsy photos. You know what I noticed for the first time I was looking at John O'Keefe's arm? If you look closely, you can see the bruising on his side too. And there's no open areas. It's just bruising on his side. So if his arm had gotten caught in the undercarriage of the car or had been cut by the glass, it's not really glass, it's polycarbonate from the taillight, why would his side just be bruised and not be cut too? But I did watch on Court TV. Benny had some experts on there, or not experts, but a lawyer and 2 YouTubers. And the way the one lawyer was talking about the expert, Dr. Russell, it kind of made me think that maybe she isn't exactly as qualified to testify because she has never diagnosed a dog bite not knowing what it was. Because in the ER, when people come in, they know they've been bitten by a dog. So she's never just looked at a wound and go, oh, that's a dog bite. And then on another episode, it might have been the same episode. I don't remember, the same one or a different one. He actually had a dog bite expert that said, well, you would have to know the dog's temperament. Why did the dog bite? Would the dog have bitten in a certain situation? You have to put it in context. And I was like, well, we know that Chloe has bitten somebody before. But the thing is, we don't know the context. Not really. We are speculating on the context. So maybe, I love Dr. Russell. That woman's amazing. But maybe she's not the right expert to testify for them. Maybe they need to get a different type of dog bite expert. I don't know how to push the channel. I've done all I can do. I mean, I post it to Facebook. I post it to X. I tell people about it. I go on I tell other creators when I go on their channels, I'm like, I have a channel too, to try to get them to help me. And some of them do help me. And I've gotten a lot more subs lately. And since I've been on As the Gavel Drops and they've been promoting my channel, I've gotten more subs. But I have usually between 5 and 7 people on my lives. I have 5 right now, but all morning it's been 3 people. Which I'm not complaining about. I love you guys. I think when I started Sarah Boone, I had 3 people and I was like, it's just not worth it. Just for 3 people, it's not worth it. And then by the end, I was having so much fun with you guys. I was like, it's worth it. It is worth it. You guys are fun. You guys love me. I get hours just from 3 people, that's fine. And it's fun. And even if I don't ever get monetized, it's a fun hobby and I like doing it. So I'm going to keep doing it. But now that I'm so close to getting monetized, it's why don't people watch my channel? I don't understand. Because I have 3,000 hours now, even though it still doesn't say it on the thing on create whatever it is, YouTube Creator Studio or whatever it's called. Because they don't update it live. It's like they upload it. I mean, they update it. It must be weekly because it's updated as to the 7th of January right now. But weeks ago, they sent me a thing saying I had 3,000 hours. But it says I only have like 2,944 right now. Doesn't make any sense.
And then we'll bring the jury. Yes, Judge. Are both sides ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
May we take your honor? Yes.
Here we go. Bring the jury. And now we're caught up to live. Well, and it's also that a lot of people know me from other channels and they're going to be watching it on those channels. And I don't want to pull anybody from other people's channels either. But I thought maybe, especially with Sarah Boone, that I would get like people that just came on the internet just to watch Sarah Boone's trial would find me, you know, but because that's how I found Latu. I went online to find Johnny Depp. Oh, I know. That guy was amazing. And that fake arm looks just like John O'Keefe's arm.
The trial to go sometime. The jury will be brought in, they'll be sworn, officers will be sworn. I'll read some preliminary jury instructions. State will read the indictment. If you take an opening statement, Mr. Chen, if wishes to make an opening statement, we'll do it then too. We're going to go right into proof. I want to stand and stretch. Better do it now. Otherwise, we're going to be bored for the session. Everyone's ready back there? Bring the jury. Feel free to sit wherever you want now.
Spike, we're in
There
court.
will be one chair that's kind of off to the end there. If anybody particularly big, over 6 feet, you can stretch your legs, that might be a good chair. That'll be her chair. All right, please be seated. Welcome again to Chattanooga. Welcome to the recording. As you can see, it's the exact opposite where we were last week, or how the court was laid out. So it feels a little backwards to you.
No, we're in court.
Hope you had a restful night last night. We already started the trial early. With that, I'll have you all stand and raise your right hand.
I swear affirm to well and truly try the issues in traverse herein, joined between the state of Tennessee and the defendant, Jason Chen, upon a true bill of indictment charging him with the offense of first-degree murder, abuse of a corpse, a true deliverance made, and a true verdict rendered, according to the law and evidence so help you God.
If you see, got a little bit of a taste, I'm sorry, I put some in front of you in some way. If you're in court now, there will be a lot of times like this morning where we spent basically all morning doing the pre-trial. So be prepared, there will be some times where we ask you to step out. And, be patient with us, so we'll work with the matters that at any end save time for everybody. Anything else that's in my list, Judge? Just all stand in front of the jury. All right, raise your right hand. You solemnly swear or affirm that you will take charge of this jury, keep them separate and apart from all persons, not allow them to communicate in any manner with anyone or anyone with them, as it concerns the matter on trial, nor with you with them, that you will deliver them safely into court. So help you God. Thank you, gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, the defendant has been charged by the state of Tennessee with violation of state law. The document containing the charges is referred to as a presentment. A presentment is a formal accusation charging a defendant with one or more criminal offenses. Presentment does not constitute evidence. Presentment 315-228 charges the defendant with 2 offenses: first-degree premeditated murder and abuse of a corpse. These offenses and any lesser included offenses will be defined for you later in the trial. To presentment 315-228, the defendant pleads not guilty. The defendant is presumed to be innocent of the charges against him. He may not be found guilty unless, after hearing all the evidence, arguments, and instructions of law, the 12 jurors seated in this case unanimously find the state has proven its case beyond reasonable doubt. Reasonable doubt is defined as that doubt created by an investigation of all the proof in the case and an inability after such investigation to let the mind rest easily as to the certainty of guilt. Absolute certainty of guilt is not demanded by the law to convict of any criminal charge, but moral certainty is required. And this certainty is required as to every element of proof necessary to constitute the offense. The state carries the burden of proving the guilt of the defendant beyond a reasonable doubt. This burden remains on the state throughout the case. The defendant is not required to prove his innocence, produce any evidence, or make any statements or arguments. You, as jurors, must decide whether the state has proven beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant has committed the offenses charged in the presentment. You must base that decision only on the evidence presented during this trial and the court's instructions about the applicable law to be applied. Next will be the parties' opening statements. The state will describe the evidence it intends to present so that you will have an idea of what the state's case is about. The opening statement itself is not evidence. It operates to help you understand the evidence that will be presented during the trial. After the state's opening statement, the defense may make an opening statement. Then comes the state's during which the state will present its evidence. The evidence will most likely consist of physical exhibits, documents, and the testimony of witnesses. The witnesses will testify by answering questions asked by the lawyers for the parties. Jurors, you will be allowed to ask witnesses questions. Any juror who has a question for a witness should put your question or questions in writing. Let Felix or the court officers know. The questions will remain anonymous and should not include your name. The court will consult with the parties outside your hearing to decide how and whether the question should be asked. I may ask the juror's question in whole or in part, or may change the wording of the question. This is very important. You shall not give any meaning to any question that was not asked or that the meaning of the word has been changed. The question might not have been asked because doing so would be unfair to the defense. Your question might not be asked because it would be unfair to the state. The question might not be asked because both lawyers have decided not to ask the question. The question might be asked because another witness might be better suited to answer your question. But here's the takeaway. You cannot speculate as to why one of your questions was not asked or why it was asked in a different form. It could be for a number of very important reasons or not so important reasons. But one thing is for certain, speculating would definitely be unfair to someone. That's why you cannot speculate on why a question was not asked. After the state completes its case in chief, the defendant may present evidence. Again, the defendant is not required to put on any evidence or to testify. The burden always remains on the state to establish the defendant's guilty on a reasonable doubt. After you've heard all the evidence, you will receive written instructions about the rules of law that you will use. Finally, the parties will be offered an opportunity to present closing arguments. During closing arguments, parties will summarize their cases and understand the evidence. As in opening statements, closing arguments are not evidence. At that point, the final 12 jurors will leave the courtroom together as a group. To then begin your deliberation of your hearing. It will be your job to determine what the facts are from the evidence. You must then apply the law as will provide to you the court's instructions to the facts. From that application, you will arrive at a verdict. Your deliberations will be in secret. You will not be required to explain your verdicts to anyone. Your role as jurors includes making judgments about witness testimony and making that decision of credibility of witnesses. You may ask yourself questions like, did the witness impress you as honest? Did the witness have any? Did the witness have a personal interest in the outcome of the case? Did the witness have a good memory of the relevant events? Witness have the opportunity and ability to observe accurately the relevant events? Did the witness appear to understand the question clearly and correctly? And did the witness's testimony differ from the testimony of other witnesses? Do not base your verdict on the fact that there were more witnesses on one side than the other. Your job is to consider the testimony of each witness you heard and decide the facts. Circumstantial evidence and direct evidence constitute the basic types of evidence. Direct evidence is direct proof of a fact, such as testimony of an eyewitness. Circumstantial evidence is proof of facts from which you may infer that other facts exist. Both types of evidence carry equal value under the law. You will not receive a transcript of the testimony at the end of the trial. I want to repeat that. You will not receive a transcript of the testimony at the end of the trial. It means that you must listen very carefully to the witnesses as they testify. You're not required to take notes. If you wish, you may take notes during the trial for your own use. You have to try to use the paper if you decide to take notes. Both the state and the defendant deserve a fair trial. Accordingly, you must make a decision based only upon the evidence presented in the courtroom. Any juror who engages in independent research about persons or matters relating to the case are fairness of the trial. This has been a sequestered jury, so you will not have access to any electronics. But it's important that you know that until you retire to deliberate, you must not discuss the case even with your fellow jurors. After you retire to deliberate, you may begin discussing the case with fellow jurors only. You must not discuss the case with anyone other than your fellow jurors until you have determined the verdict in the case of the defendant. One of the things that comes up every now and then over the days, sometimes jurors will feel like they have to talk to the case of someone, so they'll talk to a court officer about it. You can't do that either. You can't talk to a court officer about general procedure, defendants in general, so you can talk about anything other than this case in criminal procedure, the lawyers, parties, this court. If you find the defendant guilty of first-degree premeditated murder, there will be a sentencing hearing, after which you will determine whether for the offense of first-degree premeditated murder, the defendant should be sentenced to life imprisonment without the possibility of parole to life imprisonment. If you find the defendant guilty of any offense other than first-degree premeditated murder, the court will set the punishment at a separate sentencing hearing. The jury will not be involved in setting the punishment for any offense other than the first-degree premeditated murder. And for your information, again, as said in Nashville last week, this is not a death penalty case. At times during the trial, a party may make an objection. It simply means that the party is requesting a decision by the court on a particular rule of law. Do not draw any conclusions from the fact that an objection is made or from the ruling on that objection. Rulings only relate to the legal guidance that the court must provide to lawyers. It should not influence your thinking. If an objection to a question is sustained, do not attempt to guess what the answer might have been after the witness has been permitted to give it. Similarly, you will receive instructions not to consider a particular statement that was made, and you should therefore put that statement out of your mind, and you may not refer to that statement in your later deliberations. Finally, during the course of trial, we may have to halt the proceedings to confer about the rules of law that should apply. We may have bench conferences in the courtroom outside of your hearing. For more complex issues, you may be moved to the jury room. These conferences resolve legal issues and guide our trial proceedings, so please remain patient because in the long run, it'll save time for everyone. This completes my opening comments. General Gray, I'd read the indictment.
Yes, Your Honor. State of Tennessee, Criminal Court for Hamilton County, 2023. Count 1, the grand jurors upon their oath do present that Jason Chen, on or about the 23rd day of November 2022, in Hamilton County, Tennessee, before the finding of this indictment, did unlawfully, intentionally, with premeditation, inflict mortal injury on Jasmine Pace, which resulted in the death of Jasmine Pace, on or about the 23rd day of November 2023, in violation of Tennessee Code Annotated 39-13-202, against the peace and dignity of the state.
How does Mr. Chen please sit down one?
Count 2, the grand jurors upon their oath do present that Jason Chen, on or about the 23rd day of November 2022, in Hamilton County, Tennessee, and before the finding of this indictment, did knowingly, without legal privilege, physically mistreat a corpse in a manner offensive to the sensibilities of an ordinary person, or disposed of a corpse in a manner known to be in violation of the law, in violation of Tennessee Code Annotated 39-17-312, against the peace and dignity of the state. This indictment, I'm sorry, judges. This indictment was signed by the District Attorney General and was filed with the Clerk of the Courts on March the 23rd, 2023. Thank you, Your Honor. This is the suitcase in which Jason Chen stuck the 98-pound body of Jasmine. That's where I'm going to begin the story. Except I want you to remember that as you hear evidence in the next week, that this is not a story.
like the one that you read in the novel where you have to imagine the appearances of characters. The evidence that you will hear in this case is very real. The evidence will not require that you use your imagination. Jasmine Pace was very real. And Jason Chen really killed it. The suitcase was located in a brushy area just yards from the bank of the Tennessee River and right off of Suck Creek Road. In it was the body of Jasmine Pace, who had been placed in a fetal position inside of 3 black trash bags. Her right ankle was handcuffed to her right wrist. Her left ankle had been shackled to her right arm. Her wounds were extensive. You will hear from Dr. Cogswell, the medical examiner for Hamilton County, who will describe those wounds in great detail. He stabbed her over and over and over again, not 7 times, not 29 times, not 43 times, but 60 stab wounds. One wound through and through. From the right side of the neck all the way through the left. Another so deeply penetrated her rib cage that the tip of the knife broke off into her lung. You will see the tip of that knife. The state of Tennessee is required to prove to you 3 elements for first-degree premeditated murder. The first is that Jasmine was intentionally killed. The second is that it was with premeditation. You will hear facts and evidence. You will see photos. You will hear from witnesses that allow you to believe beyond a reasonable doubt that she was intentionally killed and that premeditation was involved. But the third element is that the state of Tennessee has to prove that he did it. I'm going to start from the beginning. The 2 of them had been seeing each other, Jason and Jasmine. On Tuesday, November 22nd, 2022, the week of Thanksgiving, Jasmine left her home and drove to Jason's apartment, a 1-bedroom apartment where he lived by himself. She was never heard from again after November 23rd. After November 23rd, 2022, her friends and family never heard from her. She never returned home, and she missed Thanksgiving. Like most families would, they knew something was wrong. You will learn that Jasmine's family quickly suspected that Jason Chen had something to do with her disappearance. Despite the family's best efforts to get the police department involved, initially the Chattanooga Police Department was of no help. Jasmine's family was forced to take matters into their own hands. So, on November 26th, 2022, you will learn that Jasmine's family broke into his apartment. You will hear that. You will hear that they were trying to find their daughter and their sister, and that they went in to his apartment. Of course, Jason wasn't there, but what was there? Some of Jasmine's belongings, including her driver's license and her credit card. You will hear from a mother who is desperate to find her daughter. Eventually, and only because of the relentlessness of Jasmine Pace's family, the Chattanooga Police Department's Homicide Division executed a search warrant at Jason Chen's apartment on November 28, 2022. The missing persons investigation quickly became a homicide investigation when, even despite his best efforts to clean it up, Jasmine's blood was everywhere. Jasmine Pace's blood, upon the execution of the search warrant, was located all over Jason Chen's. It was obvious that Jason had tried to clean it up based on the scene. You'll see those photos. You'll see photos of cleaning products, but you're also going to see video of Jason Chen on November 23rd, 2022, buying cleaning products at multiple locations. The same day that Jasmine's friends and family stopped hearing from her.
Murder Isle.
You will learn that homicide investigators located Jasmine's body in this suitcase on the side of Sup Creek Road, in part due to Jason's own cell phone location. They were able to track Jason using those cell phone location records throughout Chattanooga on the day of the 23rd. Walgreens, Walmart, most likely looking for a place to dump her body.
Walmart murder aisle. There you go. Always.
At 6 p.m. on November 23rd, 2022, Jason Chen leaves his apartment with a suitcase. He enters his vehicle and he drives to Suck Creek Road. You will learn of other efforts that Jason took to try to cover his tracks. How he ditched her vehicle in a random apartment complex on Mountain Creek Road so that it was no longer at his apartment building. He sent text messages to Jasmine's phone to try to create an alibi when she was dead inside of his apartment and he was in possession of her phone. You will hear facts of cover-up. You will learn that police never found Jasmine Pace's phone, but they did find her SIM card. The small chip that goes into the side of our phones to store all of our phone's information, her SIM card was located. Where was it? It was in a glasses case inside of Jason Chen's backpack that was in his possession when he was located by the Chattanooga Police Department. And when you think that you have seen enough evidence that Jason Chen killed Jasmine Pace, you will be convinced that he stuffed her body in this suitcase after placing it in trash bags, because you will hear from a fingerprint expert. The fingerprint expert will tell you that Jason Chen's fingerprints were found on the innermost trash bags that surrounded her body. In the first few days of trial, you're going to see a few witnesses that may at first seem confusing to you. bear with me. They are going to be laying the foundation for evidence that you will see through Chattanooga Police Department homicide investigator Zachary Crawford. Over the course of the upcoming week, the state of Tennessee will prove to you beyond any reasonable doubt that Jason Chen handcuffed, sliced, stabbed, packaged, and discarded Jasmine Pace. I ask that you carefully consider this evidence. The state of Tennessee will give you the dots, and we will help you connect them. At the end of trial, I'm going to humbly ask that you find Jason Chen guilty of murdering Jasmine Pace in the first degree and then abusing her. Thank you.
That suitcase is bigger than the one that George was in. Just saying. Dude, just go. You don't need to be pretty.
I told you when we were in Nashville that I wouldn't waste your precious time. I have no intention to waste it during the course of this trial. In the early morning hours of November 23rd, 2022, Jason Chen killed Jasmine Pace. He didn't do it with premeditation. This is a voluntary manslaughter case. Voluntary manslaughter is the intentional or knowing killing of another in the state of passion produced by adequate provocation, sufficient to lead a reasonable person to act in an unreasonable manner. The state told you during jury selection that in order to prove first-degree murder, they don't have to prove that it was murder, but it wasn't. The state told you in jury selection that they don't have to prove a motive. There isn't. What the state does have to do is prove premeditation. Because it wasn't. Jason Chen is a first-generation Chinese American. He grew up in Nolensville. His parents worked at a Chinese restaurant, worked very hard for him. Jason graduated from high school and went to college here at Chattanooga, University of Tennessee, at Chattanooga, UTC. In November of 2022, he was a senior with a major in computer science. The year before, he and Jasmine started communicating. They met on Tinder. And after exchanging messages back and forth, they started texting and using iMessage. You're going to see the iMessages between Jason and Jasmine. You're going to see how their relationship progressed through these text messages. In 2021, they dated for a few months, but then lost touch. But then about 8 months later, in May of 2022, they rekindled that relationship. They started dating, seeing each other more and more. They obviously got much closer and traveled to Chicago together that summer. And you're going to see through the text messages, someone was obviously more into this relationship than the other. Jasmine started getting feelings for Jason. And you're going to see through those text messages that Jason didn't reciprocate that as much as she did. Then you come to the week of November 22nd. It was Thanksgiving. Jasmine and her family lost their grandmother. She was in grief. And on the night of November 22nd, around 11 p.m.,
Okay, bye, Melissa.
they went to Jason's house. And they did what they always do. Wine, smoke pot, smoke wax,
night of November the 22nd, they were drinking wine in the back bedroom. You're going to see pictures of the apartment. This apartment is 500 square feet. You can get from the front door to the back door or back wall, less than 10 seconds walk. Very small. In order to open one bottles of wine in the bedroom, Jason had to go to the kitchen and get a kitchen knife to take off that plastic wrapper that goes around the top of wine bottles. So he was able to get off the top of the wine bottle, the plastic wrapper, and he placed it on his nightstand. At a certain point, they finish off the bottle of wine, and Jasmine goes back into the kitchen to get another bottle. And there on the counter is Jason's cell phone. Ding ding. Ding ding. That familiar Tinder ding that Jasmine and Jason knew so well because that's how they met. Jasmine looked at his phone and saw all these messages with other phones.
So he had to kill her. Oh my God.
This was already in grief, and it sent her in anger into a rage when they started yelling, fighting, verbally. Jason came into the kitchen, and you're going to hear from witnesses that can hear both of them argue. You're going to hear from witnesses that heard this dispute, not the words, but can hear them yelling. Jasmine attacked Jason with an empty wine bottle, and in reaction, Jason kicked her, and she fell backwards, knocking over wine glasses. She picked up one of the wine glasses and ran towards Jason, and Jason retreated, going from the kitchen to his bedroom, which you have to go through the bathroom. She chased after him, and he was trying to close the door to the bathroom, but couldn't because the bathroom got away. Then tried to run from the bathroom into the bedroom, but there was a pocket door, and it's impossible to close. And he gets back to his bedroom, and Jasmine is right there coming at him with this broken glass. Jason sees the knife. And reacts. He blacked out. Your heart is racing. You're in that fight or flight response. Your adrenaline is running. You're in a panic. You're in fear. You don't know what's going to happen next. He comes to. He's laying over Jasmine's body, kneeling over it. He's bloody. Sickened by it, Jason crawls on his hands and knees to the bathroom and throws up. He lays there for minutes, and then he goes back into the room and sees what he's done. He's scared, in a panic, and he doesn't know what to do. And I wish I was telling you right now that you called 911, that you called the police. But he didn't. He should. But even if he had called the police, I still think that we'd be having the same trial today, arguing the exact same issues. From there, Jason decides that he has to cover this up. He has to hide what he's done. He's scared for what his future entails, but more importantly, the shame that he's going to bring on his family, the shame that comes with everything that he's being accused of today. So he sets down this course of trying to hide it. He places Jasmine in trash bags, puts the handcuffs on her after she is dead, so that way she can fit into the trash bags, and so they can put her into that suitcase. Where he then takes her body in that suitcase and drops her by the banks of the Tennessee. He then sets on course to try to clean up the apartment to his best of his ability. He does a poor job. He tries to hide the fact that what he did by texting her parents, texting Jasmine's parents, by pretending to be her on social media. Whatever he can do to give himself an alibi for his lies. It's selfish, and it's wrong. But he panicked, and he thought this was the best course of action. There's a couple other things that complicate this case. You're going to hear about Katrina Pace, Jasmine's mother. Any person whose child is missing would go to such lengths, have such courage, should be commended. She broke into Jason's apartment to search for her daughter. She also went in other times than that first time. She went in at least 3 or 4 other times, doing 2 things. One, contaminating the scene. She couldn't know what had happened there. I don't think that she purposely contained it. But what that's going to show in the evidence is the state's going to show you what's called luminol, blue star agent. That reacts with blood, and it creates a blue image. The cleaning materials of the blood that Jason cleaned up was tracked by Katrina Pace, all of her family that went in and out of this apartment. It was tracked by law enforcement officers going in and out, tracking all through the apartment. Police, in this case, Chattanooga Police Department, and I'm embarrassed to say it, they were incompetent and impotent and unable to help Katrina Pace. In order to incentivize, in order to get the Chattanooga Police Department to look for look for Katrina's missing daughter, to get them to go and look for Jason and to arrest him, she had to stage the scene. She, or perhaps others, I don't know, went into Jason's apartment after meeting with the Chattanooga Police Department to make the scene look more incriminating than it actually was. You'll see a knife on the bed that wasn't there when Chattanooga Police Department went through the apartment initially before the search warrant was issued. You're going to see the differences between what the apartment looked like beforehand and what it looked like now. The second issue is the incompetence and ineffectiveness of the Chattanooga Police Department. You're going to hear Zach Crawford.
Come on. You gotta go potty?
Hear him testify at this trial that he told Katrina Pace and her family that he
You have to go
would
potty?
punish
What do
this
you want?
if it meant bringing
Do.
Well, that begs the question: what did he do, or what could he have done to tarnish this investigation? What could he have done to manufacture premeditation so the state can show that to you and over the course of this? I promised you not to waste your time. The state's talking about fingerprints on trash bags, DNA found in the sites. I don't intend to ask any questions about it. The only issue in this case is whether there's premeditation. There is no premeditation. This is not first degree murder.
What?
This
What?
didn't happen after
What?
calm reflection as the law requires. This is Jason. After he was sexually provoked, after having his girlfriend run with her father with a broken glass, and him reacting, but acting irrationally. Jason Chen is guilty, but he's not guilty of the crime that he's charged with. Jason Chen is guilty
What?
of the crime that he's not the crime that he did. Thank you.
The rule has been requested, is anybody going to testify in this case that's not the investigator case or case family will step out?
Your Honor, I asked for a DVD on Anderson. The state's gonna call to the stand Katrina Bean.
Will you play through your laptop?
Yes, Your Honor.
May step out anytime. Here's the phone.
Would the court give me 2 minutes, Judge?
Step out. Yeah.
I have comments. Why? Why didn't he leave? Why didn't he pick up the phone and call 911? If he wasn't as into it as she was, why didn't he break up with her? If he wanted to be with the other girls on Tinder, why didn't he say, look, this is not serious? I have so many thoughts. Seriously. What kind of BS is, oh, she was coming after me with a broken bottle and a broken glass, and I saw the knife and I defended myself, and then I blacked out and I woke up 60 stab wounds later.
Go ahead and step out, please. And second, the rest of yours can stay. Sir, you can stay. Unless anyone else needs a restroom break. Yeah. Go ahead. Yes. Tell you what.
No, Judy, I want to know what you think. Just I took care of him. I tucked him back in. He'll just be back in here in 15 minutes wanting me to, he needs me to go to bed with him is what he needs. So, who did they call first? Was that her mom that they called first? Who is now so wrecked she can't testify? And the defense is saying that there wasn't that much blood. They're saying that the family tracked where he cleaned, because cleaning supplies, bleach and certain cleaning materials will also make the blue star light up. So they're saying, I guess they're implying that there wasn't as much blood, but it looks like there's more blood because the family went in there and tracked the cleaning supplies all over the apartment. So it made it light up all over the apartment because they tracked the cleaning supplies everywhere. I seriously doubt that. Well, at least, I mean, he's going to go to prison no matter what, because nobody is trying to convince the jury that he's innocent. So at least we know for sure he's going to prison. It's just a matter of how long. So he's not even going to get involuntary manslaughter. So he's either going to get first degree murder or voluntary manslaughter. I think the first witness that she called was Katrina Pace, Jasmine's mom. And she was choked up from opening statements. So they're taking a break for her to compose herself so she can testify. I think that's what happened. Judy, you don't have to be quiet. I want to know what you think. Just don't use curse words. Because I'm having enough trouble trying to establish a channel. I don't need trouble with the YouTube algorithm gods. Although I don't know how closely they watch it because I'm not monetized. They probably don't care what I do right now. Man, I don't know why my eyes are itching so bad. Also, I have a question for you guys. Trooper Proctor's hearing, disciplinary hearing, I guess it is on the 15th. Do you guys want to watch that? And then do this after? I don't know how long that's going to take. Okay, I know there's a delay with StreamYard, but you seem to be like really behind. Are you not caught up, Judy? Or am I doing something wrong? Because I'm like really confused now. I thought she said Katrina Bean, but her mom's last name is Pace, like hers, unless she's gotten remarried in the last 2 years. Well, she has a stepfather, though. So, unless her stepfather adopted her, and then he wouldn't be a stepfather anymore. So, maybe her last name is Bean. But in all the articles, her name's Pace. What? The whole defense? Yeah, that is dumb. Seriously dumb. He blacked out and then came to 60 stabs later. Yeah, that is the dumbest thing ever. And let me tell you something about, I don't know if I can even say that on YouTube. THC. My husband's going to kill me. I bought him this chair for Christmas like 2 or 3 years ago. And the arm's getting messed up. He still says it's his chair, even though he never uses it anymore. I stole it from him. My chair. No, it's my chair. Although Shadow thinks it's her chair. THC makes you not want to do anything. It does not make you want to do that. Except I did hear of one case, and who knows? He was smoking wax. There are types of concentrated THC. I saw this episode of Dr. Phil, not the old Dr. Phil show, but the new. He's got his own streaming service now, and it's free. It's called Market Street Media, and he has new shows on there. Oh, yeah, the luminol, yeah. I think he meant, though, that the cleaning supplies that they didn't see it, and when they went into the apartment, it got on their shoes, and then they walked around, and then when the police came in later and luminoled, it lit up because it lit up the cleaning supplies that they dragged around the house. Or I don't know. Well, you can rant. That's fine. But there was a case with this one woman where her and her boyfriend, I can't remember, they did something with dogs, like they were huskies, so it was like dog racing, like dog, what are they called? Like sled dogs. And so her and her boyfriend did this, and showing what? Her testimony? They should be. They just said she just wanted a minute to, like, compose herself. I guess it's just taken her a long time to compose herself. I don't know what's going on. So she spent the night with her boyfriend. Her dog was there, and they smoked something that he ordered off the internet, and it was like a higher concentration for people that had been smoking for a while and they built up a tolerance. And she had a psychotic episode, killed not only him, but her dog, her own dog. And it was from the THC, but it was synthetic. And it was like a fluke thing that only happens with synthetic THC. But wax is not necessarily synthetic. So I'm not blaming the THC. I'm just saying it has been known to happen, but
The state would call the train of beans and stand, Your Honor.
well, I just assumed it was me because my end's always screwing up something.
You swear affirm the testimony that you give the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do. Katrina, can you please state your name for the court's record? Katrina Diane. And, just gonna talk a little bit about yourself, your family, before we get started. You need a break, let us know. Live in Chattanooga? Yes. Around Chattanooga? Are you married? Yes. What's your husband's name? Gregory Scott Bean. Do you have children? I do. How many? 4. And, is one of them Jasmine Pace? Yes. Who is Jasmine's biological father? Travis Pace. How old was Jasmine in November of 2022? 22 years old. And can you describe for the jury, just generally, Jasmine's size? She was tiny. She weighed 100 pounds. Where was Jasmine living in November of 2022? In our pool house. And where would your house with the pool house be located? Our house is right above the pool house. What's the address? 5977 Old Dayton Pike. Is that Chattanooga? Was Jasmine working anywhere in 2022? Yes, she worked for us. And what is us mean? Can you explain that?
My husband and I have a construction company. She ran our office.
Ms. Bean, you're very soft-spoken. I want to make sure that the jurors hear the witness, okay? Everyone okay? You can't just raise your hand, okay? Thank you, Ms. Bean.
I want you to talk to the jury about what was going on in your family the week of Thanksgiving in 2022, specifically the 21st and the 22nd. Can you talk to the jury about that?
My grandmother that raised me, that's my mom, fighting cancer. Just got finished her treatments and thought it had she'd been in remission and she got sick and quickly, within a 24-hour period, I had to take her to the emergency room that morning of the 22nd. And she died that evening in the emergency room. With all of her family present, including Jasmine and myself.
Was Jasmine close to her grandmother?
Yes.
You testified that Jasmine lived in your pool house. How often were you seeing Jasmine in this period of time?
I saw Jasmine every day, on and off, all day, every day.
because she lived there and she worked for you?
And we were very close.
At some point, after her grandmother passed away, were you not able to get in touch with Jasmine?
Correct. Very next day,
Were you calling her?
I was calling and she didn't answer. I sent messages
Was that abnormal?
to not hear from Jasmine, yes. And for her not to be there for her family, yes.
Did you know if she was seeing anyone in terms of a dating relationship?
Yes.
And who was that person?
Jason Chen.
And to your knowledge, what was their relationship at that point in time?
They're getting to know each other. She wasn't ready for us to meet him.
So you had never met him?
No,
She had never brought him to the house?
no.
Was she private?
She was.
So, when was the last time you saw Jasmine?
November 22nd, 2022.
Do you know, about what time, what day she left your house for the last time?
About 11 o'clock at night, I guess.
What caused you to finally take a step to go to Verizon to see if you could check her cell phone records?
Objection.
With the proper foundation.
You testified that you could not get a hold of your daughter?
No,
Did you try on the 24th?
yes.
Were other friends and family trying on the 24th?
I'm not sure. I followed up with the friend that I had received a message from. Her phone line saying that she was going to be with, and couldn't get a hold of her, so I got a hold of her grandmother. Said that Jasmine had not been there for Thanksgiving. And a friend reached me and said that she had heard from Jasmine that she had not been up there, and I was immediately concerned, and I went to Verizon to see about her phone data, if I could locate her. I seen that there hadn't been any activity on her phone for several days, and so I a cheap phone in Verizon and had her phone line put on it so that I could get messages that sign into her car
Okay,
app.
okay, let's pause there, because we just testified to a lot. So you testified just now that you learned that Jasmine was not with her friend who you thought she could have been with. Who was that friend?
Emma,
And how did you know that?
because her grandmother and her both said that she wasn't there with them.
Why did you think that Jasmine would have been with him?
Because at the time I didn't get the wording, because I was so upset about my grandmother, and but on the 26th, when I started getting really concerned, I went back and I read the text again, and the wording said, I'm going with my girlfriend Emma to spend Thanksgiving in South Carolina, which Jasmine wouldn't have texted me introducing Emma as her girlfriend because I knew Emma. Emma had spent lots of time around me. So there would be no reason for Jazzy to introduce her that way. That was odd. And then also, I was almost certain that Emma's family was from Kentucky, not South Carolina.
Did you reach out to Emma's family?
As a mother.
And what did you learn? Was that really what sparked your significant concern that something could be wrong?
Yes.
And so then justified that you went to Verizon, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, now, so let's slow down. You went to Verizon and did explain to them what you asked for them to do and then what Verizon was able to do with Jasmine's phone.
So I logged into our account because Jasmine's phone line is on our plan. And I looked at her activity on her phone line. See it. Calls made out, calls coming in, text message, if there was any data activity, anything. And there hadn't been for several days.
Okay. No calls? No activity on apps? What is the My Chevy app?
It's an app that tracks your vehicle's movements.
What kind of vehicle did Jasmine drive?
A Chevy, SUV.
Okay. And is My Chevy something that comes with the vehicle?
It is,
With every Chevrolet?
I'm not sure.
You knew at that time that it came with Jasmine's stuff?
Yeah.
Were you involved in purchasing Jasmine's vehicle?
Yes.
Okay. And so, what did you do to log into the My Chevy app?
I had her phone line put on as a different phone that I had to confirm the text, so you get a confirmation so you can log in.
Okay. And what was the point of looking at the My Chevy? I mean, it might seem obvious, but what was the point?
So I could locate her car. I couldn't locate her and talk to her. Found out that she wasn't where I had received a message saying she was gonna be or who she was gonna be with. So the next thing would be find her car, and maybe I find her.
And did the My Chevy app show that she left your house on November 22nd, 2022?
It did.
And did it show you a destination for her vehicle on November 22nd, 2022?
It did.
I'm gonna show you two separate pictures and just ask you to look at them for a second. Do you recognize those two pictures?
Yes.
What is that?
This is from the My Chevy app, a map and then a timeline of her car's movement on November 22nd at 11:27 p.m.
Do these photos accurately represent what you saw when you pulled up from My Chevy app on November 26, 2022?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd ask that this be Stacy Boot number 1, Suitcase. Permission published. All right, so I know that this is strange where you're sitting, but this is gonna be behind you, so you can sort of turn and also talk to the jury at the same time. So Chevrolet Smart Driver, that's sort of how we know it's a Chevrolet, is that right? Yes. Okay, and then, November 22nd, 2022, that this reflects the time that her vehicle showed? Yes. Okay. And you see this black dot there?
Yes.
What does that represent to you?
That's the area that my house is at.
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry.
What are you up again?
All right. The second page of Stacy Exhibit 1.
Spike!
Does it show you the address from which
You need
the
to go to bed.
vehicle
Come on.
left and arrived?
Yes.
And can you read that address out loud?
5977 Old Dayton Pike.
Right.
That's my address.
And then destination?
to 108 Tremont Street.
Did you know at that time what was at 108 Tremont Street?
No,
Did it mean anything to you?
no.
Do you recognize those two documents?
Yes.
What is that?
Also another map and timeline of her car's movements from the app.
Okay, and is that an accurate reflection of what you saw on the My Chevy app attached to Jasmine's car in November of 2022?
It is.
Your Honor, that's this is State's Exhibit number 2. It's a 2-page document.
Exhibit 2.
All right, so now we pull this up on the screen. This black dot down here, what does that mean to you?
That's where her car started.
Well, around, and you can look at State's Exhibit number 1 if you like. What approximate location do you recall? What approximate location was that?
Tremont Street.
Okay, and then, can you see here where that, do you see what that little black dot says? Can you read that? Would you agree that it says start? Here it is. Would you agree that it says start?
Yes. Yes, it says that.
Okay, and so this is November 23rd. This is the next day, right?
Yes.
And so what does that black dot say?
That's where the vehicle stopped.
Okay, next page here, this will help you a little bit. So the My Chevy app showed that on November 23rd, 2022, a vehicle started at 108 Tremont Street
Yes.
and then ended just a few minutes later, arrived rather at 900 Mountain Creek Road. Is that correct?
Yes.
So, Ms. Bean, based on this, what did you and your family proceed to do?
We went to 900 Mountain Creek Road
Why?
because that's where her car was last.
And at this point in time, who was with you?
My husband and I believe my I don't remember what she wrote. My oldest son.
Okay.
Um,
Is that it?
I think so.
What was located at 900 Mountain Creek Road?
My daughter's car.
What area was that?
It's apartment buildings. It was in the back corner of the apartment buildings.
When you say it, you mean her vehicle?
Yes.
So, explain to the jury what you did when you arrived at 900 Mountain Creek Road. What did you and your family proceed to do?
We called the police.
After you found her vehicle?
Yeah.
Did you fairly quickly find her vehicle?
Yes, it took us right to it.
The My Chevy app took you right to it?
The address on my Chevy app.
Took you right to her vehicle? Is anybody in her vehicle?
No.
Were the doors locked?
Yes.
And then you stated that you called the police.
Yes.
Did the police officer come to 900 Mountain Creek Road?
Yes.
There are 4 photos here, Ms. Bean. I will just take a look at those. You recognize those photos?
Yes.
What's depicted in those photos?
My daughter's car is in 2 of the photos, and my husband and I are in a photo. And On another photo, you can see Jasmine's sister, myself, talking on the phone to Jason Chen, and my husband, also in the corner, talking to the officer.
Did you know if these photos are from a body camera, from November 23rd, 2022?
I'm assuming.
Okay. Was that, are they taken from the point of view of the officer to your knowledge?
Yes,
Okay. And, to accurately reflect what that apartment building and that parking lot looked like on November 23rd, 2022?
yes,
I asked if these four photos were taken specifically.
Are they separate photos?
Therefore,
Okay, if we mark them separately, I think it's easier to pull for.
yes, Your Honor.
So there's three, unless that will mess up your interpretation.
Nope.
Tips 3, 4, 5, and 6. One mark.
Sure.
just another one.
Yeah.
I'll be first exhibit number.
Yes.
Hey, you gotta go potty, come on.
Jurors, you will be able to take these exhibits back to the courtroom with you, so when you hear a witness or you're talking about exhibit 3, exhibit 5, make a note of it, it'll make it easier for you to refer to them. Thank you, John.
Behind you, Miss Bean, you will see state's exhibit number 6. Is that yourself in the white t-shirt?
Yes,
Who is that next to you?
my husband.
And, I'm gonna have you with this pointer here, you can see the red is a button. If you can point out Jasmine's vehicle. Okay, and that is the white Chevrolet. Then, okay, safety exhibit number 5, what the witness is looking at, and that, again, the closest vehicle to us, correct, is Jasmine's vehicle. Right. This would be state's exhibit number 3, describe who we see in that photo.
I'm Jasmine's sister, that's myself, that's my husband.
One more photo, and then I'm gonna go back to this one.
Or duplicate them.
Yes, sir. Before is duplicate, Judge. Okay. Katrina, did you,
Are we eliminating that exhibit or?
It's exhibit 4, so we can mark it as first as exhibit.
Okay, I just want to make sure.
do you know anybody that lives at 900 Mountain Creek Road?
No,
Did you ever know Jasmine to visit 900 Mountain Creek Road?
no,
Did you knock on any doors that night?
we knocked on so many doors. The apartment complex is large, but I can't tell you how many doors we knocked on.
Did you learn anything significant?
No,
So you testified that in one of these photos, which is the photo that's on the screen behind you, state's exhibit number 3, that you were on the phone with Jason Chen, correct? Why did you call Jason Chen at this location?
I actually didn't even realize it was him at first. I had her call log. I had just gotten from Bryson and going over and seeing who she talked to recently, and so I was just calling the numbers on her call log.
When was the last time that she had talked to this number that you called?
The night before the 22nd.
And do you recall, based on her phone records, for how long that conversation lasted?
Yes, it was 71 minutes.
So to be clear, when you called Jason here in this photo that we're looking at, you didn't know it was Jason Chen.
Not until he said his name.
Had you spoken to him before this moment? And you said before he said his name was Jason Chen, did he verify that it was Jason?
Yes.
Did you ask him when the last time was he saw Jasmine?
I did. I started off with letting him know that she's missing. If he wanted to know if he had any idea where she would be at, because they were dating, and asked when he last spoke to her, how did she seem? I don't remember what all I asked him, but those were the,
Did he seem concerned?
no, he didn't.
And he said that he hadn't spoken to her. When was the last time he said he spoke to her?
I don't remember what he said. I remember that it was a lie. I had him on speakerphone. But I don't recall what he said.
Did he admit to talking to her on the 22nd when you asked him when the last time was that he spoke to her?
From what I can remember, he changed his story. He said, oh, I did talk to her. And I asked for how long. And he had said just a few minutes, I believe. And, I muted the conversation and asked the officer, should I confront him? He hates his life about multiple things. I have the proof right here. And that's what sticks out to me.
Did you confront him?
I did.
And what did he say?
That he had to be off the phone. He was at the airport.
Did you ask him where he lived?
I did ask him where he lived.
And what did he say?
500 Tremont Street.
Did he ask you any questions
No,
about Jasmine?
no,
Did he ask you any questions about what you guys had done to find her?
no,
Did he offer his assistance?
no.
So, do you recall the name of the officer that came to Mountain Creek Road?
Pierre, I believe.
Okay, and describe to the jury how helpful, in your opinion, Officer Pierre was able to be.
He took a report, gave me a card, said that he would pass the information along to detectives that would be assigned. I would probably hear from them in 24 to 48 hours. And that's really all he could do.
He, do you recall if he was gonna go to 500 Tremont Street to see if Jason was there?
I asked him to follow me, and he said he could not do that.
Do you recall if at any point in time while he was there, he tried to contact another, potentially an investigator with Chattanooga Police Department?
I don't remember. I was on the phone with Jason Chen.
Did anybody else from the Chattanooga Police Department come to Mountain Creek Road?
I do not believe so.
At Mountain Creek Road or soon thereafter, did you receive a call from anybody from the Chattanooga Police Department?
No,
No investigator called you to follow up?
no.
So did Officer Pierre leave Mountain Creek Road?
Yes,
When he left, were you still there?
yes.
And what did you proceed to do?
We called a tow for our daughter's vehicle to get towed to our house. We continued knocking on doors, showing pictures of my daughter, asking if anyone had seen her. We talked to the security officer at the apartment to see if he could help us with this, since we knew the timing when her vehicle entered there, so we could see if Jasmine was driving the vehicle. We know where to start looking. We started calling friends and family, asking for help to look for her.
Let me pause right there. Did you speak with the security officer at Mountain Creek Road?
I did.
Do you recall his name?
I do not.
That's okay. Did Officer Pierre assist you in contacting that security officer? Do you recall?
I'm not sure.
Okay. But you did speak to the security officer on this night?
I did, and then he actually called me back, and we went back there to look at street footage when he was after he was supposed to get it.
Did you view that security?
I did.
Did it show your daughter's vehicle arriving at Mountain Creek Road?
It did.
Did you see who was inside? All right, so back to what you all did after that. Stayed at Mountain Creek Road, you talked to the security officer, at what point did you leave Mountain Creek Road?
Shortly after that, we went to 500 Fremont Street.
Why?
Jason Chen said that's where he lived.
What was it, 500 Fremont Street?
It was a abandoned house that was under construction. We spoke to some neighbors, asking, showing Jasmine's picture and asking if they had seen her.
Did you go other locations as well after you left Mountain Creek Road?
I did. By this time, there was multiple people sending in messages to Jasmine's best friend Bailey, and about where he possibly lived, people that had worked with him.
You say him, you mean Jason Chen?
I do.
Okay.
I remember we went to Mr. Burrito downtown because but there was an apartment that somebody called him and said that he lived there. He did prior to live there, but it wasn't there no more, so we just kept going and looking at any place that.
And who all was with you? Did anybody else join the search party? as well?
Yes, Travis Pace and his girlfriend Jackie, I'm not sure her last name.
Travis and Jasmine Pace.
Correct.
Anybody else?
And his girlfriend at the time, Jackie. And then later on in that evening, a friend of ours, Lane Tubbs, had joined us too.
Is there anywhere else throughout the night that you went looking for Jasmine before you arrived at 123?
I don't remember everywhere that we went. It was, I had slept a couple of days, and we were just, the security officer from the apartment had got back with us. We were, at one house, we just spoke to Chen's parents. Don't come back again. And we had the apartments to view the security footage. And while doing so, I looked back at mine and her messages.
You and whose messages?
Mine and Jasmine's messages,
Okay.
and seeing that she had sent me a pin drop her location. And that's why we went to the 110 Tremont.
What caused you to look back at your and Jasmine? So when you say conversation, do you mean your text thread?
Yes, our text thread.
What caused you to go back and look at that?
Don't remember, we were trying to get the footage working at the apartments with the help of the security officer. And I went on our thread and I seen it, and I didn't notice it before because I had sent her a pin drop on the 22nd because we normally had been taking my grandmother to the hospital downtown, and we didn't that day. And so I had sent her a pin drop showing her what hospital we were at. So, and I didn't notice that she had sent me a pin drop. Because I thought it was a pin drop I had sent to her.
Objection.
I was also muted. I'm a little confused. I'm confused about the 22nd. She went missing on the 22nd, but isn't that the same day she said she took her grandmother to the hospital?
I want to clear something up. Katrina,
I'm
when you
confused.
say that you located a pin drop, which is basically location sharing, you said from her being Jasmine, you don't actually know whether it was her or not, but it came from her phone. Is that correct? So you can't testify whether or not she actually sent the pin drop.
No,
But did you have her number saved in your phone?
I do.
And did it come from what was
Online.
her phone line? Okay. And do you recall approximately the day and time that that location was shared from that phone with you?
It's November 23rd at 2:18 in the morning.
2:18 a.m.?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recognize that?
Yes.
What is it?
It's a pin drop, coordinates from a message.
Does that accurately reflect what your phone showed when you clicked on that location that was shared with you?
Yes.
And was this photo taken by the Federal Police Department?
I'm not sure.
Is that a picture of your phone?
It is.
Your Honor, I'm asking this is state exhibit number 7.
Objection.
It can be one, I would say this could be one, judge, they go together, so 7.
It's okay.
All right, so just, how do you look at the screen again? Is this what was shared with you from your daughter's phone?
Yes.
And is that another photo, when you click on that location, is this another photo that comes up?
Yes.
What is, where this red is, what is this building?
Apartment complex, Jason Chen lives.
So, when you saw this location that had been shared with you, what did you do?
We leave if we go to that location.
Same people with you at this time?
At the moment, it was just Gabby, Travis, Jackie, and myself. Wayne met up with us later on in the evening after we arrived there.
What was your reaction when you saw this location drop?
I was scared because that was not normal. Jasmine had never sent me a pin drop location in the middle of the night.
At the time that you saw the location drop, did you know of anybody that lived or
No,
frequented this building?
no.
So you traveled to this location, do you recall what the address was?
I 110 Tremont Street.
Okay. And, it's an apartment building, is that correct?
Yes.
All right. And then have you turn around. Katrina, I've just pulled up Google Maps, okay? Anyone can access this. Do you recognize this location?
Yes.
And what is this?
That is the apartment building that I found my daughter's stuff in.
Okay, and do you recall when you got there, if you entered into a particular door that you can see in this photo?
I went into the door right there.
Okay. Let's see, the door, you're pointing to the only door you can see in this photo, is that correct?
Correct.
Double door?
Mhm.
And then, is this a parking lot?
It is.
Is there a parking lot on the other side of the building?
I'm not sure.
Where did you all park when you got there?
I actually parked right back in that my car.
On the street?
I did it right by the parking lot.
Okay. Everybody's together, and so how did you get into the apartment building?
Actually, a gentleman that lived there had let us in.
Did you tell them why you were there?
Yes.
And then what did you proceed to do in the building?
We knocked on every door. We were also trying to follow the coordinates with our phone to guide us to the coordinates that was sent to me.
What were you asking people when you knocked on their door?
If they had seen my daughter, showed them pictures.
And did something cause you to arrive at apartment 210?
Yes.
What was that?
Spoke to a neighbor that told me that
Objection, your side.
It's not going to from that or not.
From prior hearing, I believe this is going to explain why she did what she did, so for the non-hearsay purpose shall be admitted. Objection number. Ladies and gentlemen, you're about to hear the witness describe statements made by someone else other than her. They're not to be taken for the truth of matters, or only to be taken for the admissibility purpose of explaining why Ms. Bean did what she did.
So what led you to apartment 210?
the neighbor said that he heard a woman scream within several minutes of the pin drop that I had received from my daughter.
Was
And
he,
from that direction, and Jason's apartment door was the only one that someone didn't answer.
so the person told you that the scream had come from a certain apartment. Was that apartment 210?
It was,
And did you and your family knock on that door?
we did, no one answered it.
Okay. Explain to the jury what you and your family members then proceeded to do.
I got a credit card from my wallet out of my car, and we broke into the apartment. I knew something was too close to when my daughter sent me a pin of her coordinates. The coordinates were almost exact.
Was anybody there?
No,
What did you start doing when you got into the apartment?
we opened up the door and seen cleaning supplies and a notebook. I opened the notebook, seeing that it was Jason Chen's apartment. Opened up,
How did the notebook let you know that it was Jason's apartment?
it had his name on it.
Okay.
Opened up desk drawers, found my daughter's ID and credit cards that I had seen on the counter. A little travel bag of hers.
So you located some of Jasmine's belongings.
I did.
and you mentioned a desk. Where, when you walk in the door to Jason's apartment, can you describe the jury where the desk was at?
You walk in, it would be to your right.
Okay. And who was it that opened that drawer of his desk?
I don't remember if it was myself or Travis. They were all right together. I took pictures of us entering and took pictures of the credit cards and the ID and the desk.
Do you recognize this photo?
Yes.
What are they?
Jason Chen's apartment door, and right when you first walk into his apartment.
Does that photo depict the desk that you were just testifying to?
Yes.
Is that what you recall looking like on November 23rd, 2022?
Yes.
Your Honor, that's the mistakes next to it.
Good day. Sorry, just two exhibits.
There are two photos, too.
Let's make them 8 and 9. Let's finish marking.
8 and 9. I'm showing the jury what's been marked now as State's Exhibit 9. So, Ms. Pace, you testified to, what is this behind you?
Jason Chen's door.
Okay. And then State's Exhibit number 8. Explain to the jury where we're at in Jason's apartment in relation to the door.
What in the world?
To the left of this shoe rack.
And is that the desk here to the right that you were talking about?
Yes.
And do you recall what side of the desk the drawer was on?
It's usually the front.
And can you describe where in the drawer her driver's license and credit cards were?
Just open the door right there in the corner.
Were they stacked on top of one another? Were they spread out?
I don't remember, I think they were stacked together, not perfectly. I took a picture of it.
Do you recall whether you saw the driver's license first or the credit card?
I don't recall. I remember seeing my daughter's license and credit cards.
Do you recall seeing the license and the credit cards before or after you saw her other belongings, the bag?
I saw the bag when I first walked in.
And can you tell her again, I think you said the counter, where was her bag?
It was just a little bag, it's right there, back left, that counter right there, on the edge of the picture. It was right there on that.
What kind of bag was it?
It's just a little travel bag.
And did you contact law enforcement at 110 Tremont Street?
We did.
Okay. And did patrol come to the location?
They did.
Were they able to help you?
No,
Did a investigator come out?
no,
Did you talk to Zach Crawford with the homicide division?
no,
Did you talk to any detective in the missing persons division?
no.
Did patrol leave that apartment that night without doing anything?
Yes. I mean, they took another report
Told you,
and they talked to the neighbor.
but told you what?
And they passed along the information to the detective that it was assigned to.
Okay.
Yeah. Tell me about it.
When patrol left the apartment building that night, did you and your family members also leave?
We went down to our vehicles and we waited until police left.
And then what'd you do?
We went back in
For
to
what?
his apartment
For what?
to get whatever, anything that I thought I could use to help find my daughter.
Were you frustrated?
I was scared.
Did you take items?
I did.
What did you take?
I took electronics, phones and tablets and
How many phones? Do you recall how many phones you found?
there was multiple.
And what else?
Notebooks. I don't remember what all. There's a.
How many times do you think you went back into Jason's apartment?
Like 2 or 3 times after that. And I took whatever I thought I would hire a traffic investigator for. I don't know, I was panicking. I didn't know what I needed to be able to find her. So I took whatever that I thought possibly I could go through and help find clues about where my daughter would be.
How
And you
many
can talk to
times-
people.
I'll ask it this way. What period of time?
You can talk to people on a gaming console too. It has internet features just like a computer does. So I can understand why she would have taken a gaming console as well.
Time was it that you were entering and exiting?
That morning after the police had left,
Would that have been the morning of November 27th?
would have been,
Okay. So was it that day?
my timeline kind of, I hadn't slept still.
Do you know what day it was the last?
What, the pictures on the wall?
I did not go into just,
What, the pictures on the wall? I don't know, but that is creepy. Like, I want to know what the deal is with all the pictures on the wall. That's a creepy apartment. If I walked into an apartment like that, pictures of people on the wall like that, I would be like, bye.
Chen's apartment again after, we met with Officer Crawford and was getting some help.
You're gonna be asked questions, as we now know, about staging crime scene. Katrina, did you have any idea what had happened to your daughter?
No,
Did you have any desire to pin it on to Jason Chen at that point?
I was still looking for my daughter.
Did you ever bring anything into the apartment and leave it there?
No,
Did you take massive quantities of Jasmine's blood and pour it in the floor?
Ugh.
I didn't see any of Jasmine's blood.
You didn't take anything into the apartment, did you?
No,
Did you move things around so that police would see items in certain places?
no,
Were you concerned at that point about the police investigation?
I wasn't thinking about police investigation. I was just trying to find clues. Insanely scared. That's not bad. What's going on?
At some point, finally, did investigators with the Chattanooga Police Department get involved?
Yes,
What was the first contact you had with them?
well, Officer Tumlin, I had sent the pictures and the information I had myself and then her friends had collected. And he had informed me not to call him on weekends. He would get back to me in normal business hours.
You know, Officer Tomlin, you know what division of the CPD you work with?
I don't.
Okay, did you talk to him? And I'm sorry, continue.
And then after that, got, after that, Dr. Crawford and Emery got involved.
At some point, did investigators of the Chattanooga Police Department come to your home to take photos of some of the items you had taken from Jason's apartment?
Yes,
And to be clear, did you take Jasmine's driver's license and her credit cards from Jason's apartment
yes,
to your house?
yes.
Do you recognize these photos, Katrina?
Yes,
Were those photos taken at your home?
Yeah.
Are those photos taken of items that you took from Jason Chen's apartment? That you see that these 4 photos of the store judge, these things, next 4 exhibits. State's Exhibit 13. Katrina, is that your daughter?
it is.
Got her Bible,
Man,
driver's license.
she looks just like her mom.
Under and court phones, and then what is this item right here?
I don't even remember, but it looks like a camera.
Okay.
Or a camera.
And was there some type of iPad in this?
Correct.
These are to the right, some of the notebooks that you took.
Yes.
And lastly, State's Exhibit number 10. This is sort of a further back photo. Is that correct? And it shows again. Did you also allow investigators to view and potentially collect items from the pool house that Jasmine was staying in?
Yes.
Describe the pool house for the jury.
Right below our house. In front of a pool,
Their place to sleep.
there is.
Was Jasmine staying there temporarily, or was that her place of residence long term?
She was staying there temporarily.
Why?
Because we've had, been working on the house at the bottom of our driveway. It was almost finished. It was for her.
So she was living in a pool house while her house was being built. Showing the witness 4 photos. Do you recognize those photos?
I do.
What are
They're of the outside of my pool house and the inside of it.
they? Were those photos taken the week of November 23rd, 2022?
Yes,
Is that what the pool house looked like at that time?
yes,
Does to show some of Jasmine's belongings.
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd ask that these four photos be staked next to each other.
14 through 17.
What's been marked as State Exhibit 14. Is that your full house?
Yes.
State Exhibit 15. Is that the bathroom in the full house?
Yes.
That would have been the bathroom that Jasmine was using?
Yes.
Another photo of the bathroom
Yes.
to the left of the shower, is that correct?
Correct.
Sorry, this is exhibit 16, and then lastly, State Exhibit 17, this is a photo of the shower.
Yes.
Would you agree that the item there located at the base of the shower is a toothbrush?
It is.
A toothbrush?
It is.
Let's be clear about something for the jury, Ms. Bean. Police department came to your home on this night, correct? Did you ever go back to Jason's apartment after the police department came to your home on this night?
No.
Why?
Because I felt like they were gonna help me.
What? Dog?
Were you aware that a search warrant was executed at Jason's apartment on November 28, 2022?
Yes.
What was the next contact that you had with the Chattanooga Police Department?
I don't remember.
Were you informed that your daughter's blood had been found inside Jason Chen's apartment?
Yes.
I may have a moment, Judge. Katrina, you've been to all the court dates in this case, haven't you?
Almost all of them, except for a couple I had to listen to on live.
You've never heard the defendant admit that he murdered your daughter? Ever?
No.
First time you heard that story was today?
Yes.
Is that what affected you when you were first?
Yes. Yes, it was.
How comfortable is on? Check with the police department, helpful when you were down the street or at the single view apartments.
No.
You then went from there to Waffle House.
No.
At some point you went to Waffle House.
Yes.
That's where you discover the tin drop from Jasmine's phone.
To my recollection, no, it was after Waffle House. Waffle House, we called his parents.
But you saw that message, and that's what led you to Jason Chen's apartment.
No, I wasn't at Waffle House. I believe I was at the apartment complex when I seen the pin drop, and that is what led us to the apartments.
You were interviewed by police about what happened at Jason's apartment. What did you tell the police about how you got inside?
That we knocked hard and that it opened up.
That was a lie.
It was.
And then do you remember testifying previously in this case?
I do.
And just like today, then you took an oath, didn't you?
I did.
You swore to tell the truth,
Yes.
the whole truth,
Yes.
and nothing but the truth.
Yep.
What did you tell this court on how you got, or how you entered into the apartment?
That we opened up the credit card.
Did you say during that hearing who opened the door with the credit card?
I don't remember.
If you saw a copy of your transcript of the testimony of that day, would that refresh your memory?
What does that have to do with the fact that he killed her?
Just go ahead and read over your previous testimony and let me know when you have an opportunity or when you're done.
Okay. Did you mean to give me two separate pages that are
Keeping them
page
together.
28 and 45?
No, ma'am, I just, go ahead, I'll take those back. That refresh your recollection?
Yes, that we entered in.
Who did you tell the court to open the door at the hearing in which you testified?
Travis,
And did you say whether or not you had seen him open the door?
I was behind him. I didn't see him do it, but
Did you not just testify on direct that you opened the door with the credit card?
no, I did not. So that we went down and I got a credit card from my wallet.
And who opened the door?
Travis opened the door.
And did you see him do it?
I was behind him. I can't say that I seen him or watched him do it, but he was opening it and then we got in, so.
Here's page 45.
I know, but whether she knocked and the door opened or if she broke in, either way, it amounts to the same thing. She went in the apartment when she shouldn't have. It doesn't matter how she entered illegally. So why does it matter if she lied about using the credit card? And now he's saying that she lied about who opened the door.
Read that and let me know.
Refresh my recollection. I already said that we used a credit card and entered his apartment.
And what did you say on that?
It says right here. You asked, would you remember whether or not someone had to use the credit card to jimmy the door open for you to get in? I said, I don't remember, actually. And I believe that was because you were asking about the next time we got in, not the original time.
Why would you have to use a credit card to get in a second?
Isn't that both a legal entry though? I mean, I know it's two different things. Oh, yeah, okay. I guess I see what you're saying. Like, if you're looking for your daughter and you're worried about her and you go to knock on a door and it just pops open, you would, yeah, okay. Okay, I see what you're saying. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
Her first time after you bought it.
Because I'm assuming it was locked.
And so after the first time back in the apartment, you didn't unlock the door.
Pardon me?
After the first time back in the apartment, you didn't unlock the door.
Did I unlock the door?
You did not unlock the door.
I don't know. I don't remember the details of if a door was locked or if a drawer was opened or a cabinet or who did it. I don't remember those details. Those were not relevant details to me in the moment because you opened a cabinet or a door or
Why is your testimony different today than it was?
it isn't. And I'm recalling it to the best of my ability for something that happened 2.5 years ago that I hadn't slept and that I was scared to death.
So when I asked you back in February last year, so you went in there, how did you get into the apartment? You said, I don't remember.
Oh, well, that was for the second time. And I don't remember.
And you're saying that you went back into the apartment 2 or 3 times?
Yes.
After you had gone through Jason's apartment, well, let me ask this, how many people went into Jason's?
I don't know.
You don't know.
I can't count that I was there.
Who else?
Gabby and Travis. I don't know who else, if anyone else went in.
And after you found Jason's belongings in there, all the police,
Yes,
how many police officers responded?
2 or 3.
Did any of those officers go inside?
Yes,
Were you aware that they were wearing body cams?
I wasn't.
Would you remember what the apartment looked like when you went in on that day?
I can't say that exactly. I would.
If we could have the best time.
Oh, are we going to see body cam footage? I love body cam footage. Body cam footage is my favorite. Yeah. I can imagine getting snarky with the man that's defending the guy that killed. I got my ring hung around my notebook. Don't know how I did it. I can imagine getting snarky with the man that's defending the man that killed your daughter. I imagine you're going to do anything you can to figure out what's going on and find your kid. But you also have to weigh that against tampering with evidence. Because if you screw something up, then that's going to go against you at trial, go against your case at trial. But of course, when you're looking for your kid, you're not thinking that way. You're not thinking, if I screw up evidence, because you're just looking for her. You don't even know that she's gone. Right. That's my point. If you think your kid is in there alive and being held against her will or something, of course you're going to break in there to get her. Because you don't think that she's dead. You think you're going to save her from this, whoever's holding her against her will. Because if you've gotten text messages that don't sound like her and you call to where she said she's going to be and she's not there, hindsight's 2020. Like if they'd known that he had killed her, then yeah, you're not going to go in there and disturb evidence. But you don't know. It's like a catch-22. You're damned if you do, damned if you don't. They didn't break into a neighbor's apartment, did they? Just his. Just his, right? They talked to a neighbor who said they heard loud voices or a loud argument or something from there. So defense is saying the shackling, is that a word? Her being shackled happened afterwards in order for her to fit in the suitcase. But the ME is saying she was shackled before because she was found in the suitcase on her left side in a fetal position and all of the wounds were on her right side. No, he lived, I don't know where they lived, but they didn't live near each other. Apparently, these people have money. They own a construction business. She lived in their pool house, and they were building a house for her on their property. I don't know how much property they have, but they were building a house for her. And she was living in the pool house temporarily until her house could be built. Can you, yeah, I don't know what's going on, Judy. Because, like, you asked a question earlier and I answered it. And then, like, you were still talking about it, like you hadn't seen or hadn't heard my answer. And I was like, wait a minute, there's something's off. Can you, like, refresh or reload or whatever? I don't know what's going on. Yeah, basically. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. Like, I mean, I have my stepdaughters, but I don't have that, like, maternal instinct, I guess, with them. I don't know how I would feel if something happened to them. I mean, of course, I would be upset, but I don't know if I would have that, like, mama bulldog mentality. You know what I mean? Because, they're not my blood. That's not like the biological thing's not there. You know what I mean? Like, I love them like they're my own, but I don't know if I would be like, I'm going to break laws if I have to, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know if that's there or not unless something were to happen to them, Just a few days. But because she got text messages from her, she got a text message that she was going to spend Thanksgiving with her girlfriend, Emma, as if her mom didn't know who Emma was. And she said she would have never sent her a text saying, my girlfriend, Emma. She would have just said, I'm going to spend Thanksgiving with Emma. And she said in South Carolina, and Emma was not from South Carolina. She was from Kentucky. So that seemed suspicious. So when she hadn't heard from her in a couple days, then she got in touch with Emma's grandmother, who said, no, we haven't seen her. She's not here. So that's what started the suspicion. And the thing that I'm confused about in the timeline is that her mom said that her grandmother, who raised her, had cancer and was in remission, but she got really sick on the 22nd and she took her to the ER and she died that night. And she said the last time she saw Jasmine was the night of the 22nd. But I thought she was trying to get a hold of her to tell her grandmother had died. So if she was at the hospital that day with the grandmother, why wasn't Jasmine at the hospital with the rest of the family? Unless I've got my dates confused. I'm confused. Yeah, it's like the cops didn't even seem to care. And there was plenty of reasons for suspicion. It's suspicious. Oh, I need that clip. I don't have that clip. I got to download that clip. Perfect time to play it right now. Oh, it would have been perfect to play earlier during that doctor's voir dire. I got to find that clip. Okay. Wait, I thought they came back. Why is there no sound? Back up. Oh, there it is.
Sorry, Judge, the technology seems to quit.
We've been wrestling with it all morning to stay around.
What's happening? What's happening?
They're not here. Law enforcement.
And what are you talking about?
I don't know. I don't. I have no idea.
Your Honor, the state will call Officer Mackenzie Pierre.
Officer Mackenzie Cole Pierre.
And Officer Pierre, where are you currently employed?
I'm employed with the Chattanooga Police Department,
And what division of the police department do you currently work in?
neighborhood policing, so just basic patrol.
Okay, and in November of 2022, were you working in the same position?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
Is there a certain area of town in your role that you primarily work?
Yes, ma'am. The area is referred to as Adam North. That's more of like North Chattanooga. My specific area is Adam 5. That includes the Mountain Creek Road area, Moccasin Bend, Signal Mountain Road area, and part of North Shore as well.
Were you working the night shift in November 2022?
I was working the second shift, so the in-between, yes, ma'am.
What is second shift?
So the second shift runs from 3 p.m. to 1 a.m.
And you stated that you're on patrol. Can you define for the jury what the duties of a patrol officer are at the Chattanooga Police Department?
So our basic duties are one to answer calls to service, which vary greatly depending on whether it be civil matters, domestic disorders, more serious, heinous, aggravated assault crimes, vehicle thefts, like I said, a very great variety, as well as also do our best to deter any crime from occurring by being proactive, making traffic stops, and just watching out for suspicious activity to begin with.
On major cases, felony cases, are you called to investigate them?
Yes, ma'am. At least to take the initial report and do as much as we can at that time.
And if there needs to be, if it's a more serious case, what would then happen in your position on patrol? If it was something that was above your head, what would you then do?
That's when we go ahead and contact one of our investigation units to notify them, kind of give them the rundown of the details, what the report number is, and how much information that we have gathered so far, so that they can follow up with whoever they need to follow up with to continue the investigation.
So if, for example, it's a robbery, who would you call?
The robbery investigator, whoever is on call that evening.
If it's a homicide, who would you call?
Our major crimes division.
If it's a missing person, who would you call?
Our missing persons division. Yes, ma'am.
You are not equipped with the resources to investigate on those types of cases.
Not as equipped as the specific, specialized units. No, ma'am.
Okay. One second, Judge. I apologize. On November, I'm going to draw your attention to November 2022. Do you recall being working on shift on November 26, 2022?
Yes, ma'am, I believe so.
Do you recall on that day being called to 900 Mountain Creek Road?
Yes, ma'am.
What do you remember about that call?
I remember it came out as a missing persons call, and that, they were concerned about their adult daughter having not been in contact with her for quite some time, which was very much so unlike her. And so I responded on scene to meet with a complainant, Ms. Katrina.
And were you the only patrol officer that arrived on at Mountain Creek Road that night?
Yes, ma'am.
You were by yourself?
Yes, ma'am.
And you said you recall meeting Katrina.
I believe her husband was there, and then a friend or family member. I don't recall the exact relation, but there was someone else there with them.
Had you known anything about this missing person, except for what you learned when you arrived there at 900 Mountain Creek Road? Did you know anything else about it?
No, ma'am, no.
Okay. Do you recall the individuals there naming a person of interest?
I do recall them mentioning after, discussing more of the details, that she had been seeing someone fairly recently by the name of Jason Chen. And they questioned, if we should reach out to him and possibly try contacting him to see if he knows any more information about where Jasmine could possibly be.
Do you recall if Katrina on that night did call Jason?
Yes, ma'am, she did.
call on speakerphone?
Yes.
Could you hear Mr. Chen or Jason?
Yes, I could hear parts of the conversation. There were numerous people there I was also speaking to as well, so I did not catch the entire conversation, but I did hear where, Miss Katrina asked him, where he lived and when the last time he spoke to Jasmine was.
When he was asked where he lived, do you recall what he said?
I don't recall the exact address. I do recall finding out after the fact that it was the incorrect address.
Do you recall when he said the last time was that he saw Jasmine?
I do not recall the specific date, but I do recall when Miss Katrina asked him that question, she muted the phone and advised me that she had pulled phone records and that he was not telling the truth because she'd seen that they contacted each other the day after that he was claiming he had last spoken to her.
Do you recall when he said he last spoke to her?
Dude, did you look at your report before you came to testify?
Did you ever try to visit the location that he said he lived at?
I fully intended to, but that night with it being the call load after I had done what I was supposed to do on my end as far as having her interview Ms. Missing and contacting the investigators, I got caught up with, various other calls to servers coming out, so I did not have a chance to run by that address. No, ma'am.
Was Tremont Street within your area? Was that within Adam 5?
It's the district right next to mine, so Adam 4.
Okay, borders your district.
Yes.
Okay. While you were out there, did you consider calling a missing persons investigator?
Yes, ma'am, and I did so.
Yeah, and which missing persons investigator was that?
I requested dispatch put the on-call missing persons investigator phone number on the CAD dispatch card for me, and it was Investigator Blunt that I made contact with that evening.
What does on-call mean?
On-call means, if it's late at night or something like that for that weekend or that time period during the week, if it's after business hours, you're the person that gets contacted.
And that was Investigator Blunt?
Investigator Blunt was who I was referred to and who I spoke to that evening.
And she works in the missing persons division?
Yes, ma'am.
And how did you feel about calling Investigator Blunt that night?
I was not too excited, if I'm being frank.
Why?
Me and her do not get along too well.
Okay. And did you relay the information that you had been given by Jasmine Pace's family?
Yes, ma'am, I did. I gave her the complaint number, all the information that I knew. I even mentioned the possible boyfriend or person that Mr. Chen that she had been speaking to, and conveyed that her parents were quite concerned over the matter and that they would like to be contacted at some point.
What'd she say?
She said, okay, go ahead and forward me the information and, I'll reach out to them.
Did anyone else from the police department, I apologize. Did anyone else from the police department come out to Mountain Creek Road that night?
No, ma'am.
Were you able to give to Jasmine's family Investigator Blunt's phone number?
I don't believe I gave them her phone number specifically. Typically, we wait for the investigators to reach out to the family members and victims.
So, to your knowledge, that night, while you were there, Investigator Blunt did not speak with the Pace family.
To my knowledge, no.
Did she ask you, hey, will you hand the phone to them so I can talk to them?
No.
You didn't do that?
No.
So in your capacity as a patrol officer, what were you able to do for Jasmine's family that night?
So for that evening, I explained to them, which I also did, that I had Jasmine entered into the NCIC national database as a missing person, so that if anyone was ever to locate her and run her information, it would pop up bright red.
Oh, well, that's good.
And then I would contact a missing persons investigator, give them all the information that they just conveyed to me, give them my complaint number, But as of right now, in my position where I was at, like that is the most that I can do.
Sure. Do you recall communicating with them that you weren't able to name Jason Chen as a suspect at that time?
I don't recall specifically stating that.
Were you able to name Jason Chen as a suspect at that time?
No, absolutely not.
Do you recall contacting the security officer for the apartment building?
Absolutely, yes, ma'am.
Do you recall speaking with him?
Yes.
Did you ever meet him?
Oh, I've known him my entire career here.
What's his name?
Scott Miller.
Okay, so did he come out that night
Yes, ma'am, he did.
and you spoke with him?
Yes, and he spoke with family members as well.
Did you recall if he was able to search for any video from the apartment complex?
I know he explained to me that it would be hard to try to get it pulled up that evening, but that would be something that he'd be working on, that hopefully the following day he would be able to have access to.
Did he confirm that there were video cameras on the property?
Wait, which apartment complex? Are we talking about the one where the car was abandoned? Or are we talking about Jason Chen's apartment complex? Objection vague.
He advised that there were cameras. He was just unsure about the angles and if they were going to be able to capture anything.
Sure, okay. That night or any time thereafter, were you able to do anything else for Jasmine Pace's family?
No, ma'am. It's not. The only further thing I had was, I believe, a day or two after taking the initial report, I was contacted by another missing persons investigator Tumlin, who also asked me for all the details and the complaint number of the incident.
What day was that?
I don't recall if it was a day or two after, but it was sometime shortly after the initial report was taken.
And you relayed all of the information you had to him as well?
Yes, ma'am.
Nothing further, Judge. No questions, Your Honor.
Jury, have any questions for Officer Pierre?
I forgot they do that in Tennessee. I love jury questions too. I think all the courts need to do it. So far, I've only seen it done in Colorado and Tennessee that I remember. But then the attorneys and the judge get to decide which questions they answer.
I'm going to answer the first question. Says, can you ask a question after a witness leaves the stand? Fortunately, the witness happens to be recalled.
Oh, they did it for Maya in Florida? Well, that was a civil. That was civil, not criminal, though.
I'm going to ask it if you can face the jury when you answer this, okay?
Yes, sir.
For clarification, this location is where the vehicle was found.
Yes, the 900 Mount Creek Road was the location where the victim's vehicle was located.
Okay, well, that answered my question.
Your Honor, just one to help clarify for the jury based on that question.
Officer Pierre, I'm going to show you what's already been marked as the state's exhibit 3, 4, 5, and 6. Well, 4 is duplicative, so there's 2 there that'll look very similar, but if you could look at those real quick. Do you recognize those photos?
Absolutely, yes, ma'am.
What are those photos from?
That is from the parking lot at the apartment complex at 900 Mountain Creek Road.
And would these be screenshots of your body footage?
Absolutely, yes, ma'am.
Nothing further.
You recross.
Thank you.
You don't know the state would call Megan Dean?
Raise your right hand. You solemnly swear affirm the testimony about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Good Lord. I know. Suck Creek Road.
I'm Dean. Can you say your full name for the court's record for us?
Megan Ashley Dean.
And Ms. Bean, are you employed? Where do you work?
I work at Walmart.
Okay, which Walmart is that?
Single Mountain.
Is it called Single Mountain Road?
Yes.
Okay. How close in proximity to Mountain Creek Road is your Walmart?
I would say maybe 5 minutes, maybe 10.
Okay. How close is your Walmart to what we call the North Shore?
What is her name? Why do they not spell their names?
Okay. Do you know how close your Walmart is to Suck Creek Road? Okay.
I don't know if
And
this is right.
in November of 2022, were you also employed at the?
I work in asset protection, so I review video and basically investigate.
Do you recall in November of 2022 being contacted by investigators of the Chattanooga Police Department about possible video footage or evidence of receipts?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you recall who that was?
I don't remember the name exactly.
Female, male?
It was male.
Okay. And is that something typically in the normal course of your job that you would be asked?
Yes, ma'am.
What type of video system does the Walmart on Single Mountain Road have?
Accesses all of the registers, accesses the sales floor, back rooms, anything that you really need to look at in the store.
Who has access to that video equipment?
Only the people in my position.
Okay, and you know how to use that video equipment? Do you often pull security footage?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have any way to pull receipts from past purchases?
Yes, ma'am.
And how do you do that?
We have a certain system that we go through, so we can either use a credit card, or if we have a date or a specific time, and we know the register, we can also pull it that way.
Okay, and so do you recall what the investigator came to see you? Were they asking for a receipt, or were they asking for video, or were they asking for both? And did they specify a time frame for you?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you able to pull that up for them?
Yes,
Did you go through that with them, or did you let them go through it?
I would go with that.
And did they signify that they were gonna need to take some of that footage from you?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you in fact pull some of that footage and give it to the Chattanooga Police Department?
I gave it to them.
It was there with you, okay. And were you able to tell from that footage at what time, did the footage show a purchase?
Yes.
Were you able to connect footage to a specific receipt of purchase?
Yes, ma'am.
And were you able in the Walmart system to pull, again, for lack of a better term, that receipt?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you do that for investigators?
I did.
Did you give it to them?
I did.
I'm gonna, show the witness. Okay, we'll look at that. Have you seen this before? Have you seen it plugged into a computer before?
Yes, ma'am.
What's on there?
It is basically the video footage of Louis going throughout the store, proceeding.
The videos from?
I believe it was November 23rd.
And were you able to, based on reviewing that video, were you also able to pull the receipt that was connected to that purchase?
Yes, ma'am.
Are there multiple video angles on that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Is one of them from a register?
Yes.
Is it self-checkout? Okay. Do you recognize that document?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that the receipt that you were able to retrieve for the Chattanooga Police Department detective?
Yes.
And what date is on that receipt?
November 23rd, 2022.
You're right, ask that both the jump drive for the video and the receipt be entered as the state's next two exhibits.
Objection. So 18 will be the jump drive. 19 will be the receipt. Excuse me.
No, it's not.
Ms. Bean, I'll show you on the screen behind you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 19. I've lost my pointer. That's where it's at. Oh, there we go. All right, so this is the receipt for 2 days for the detectives. Again, can you, this date down here, 11/23/22, would that have been the date of the purchase?
Yes, ma'am.
And then if I can point you in the direction of, well, is that time correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Are dates and times on these receipts normally correct?
Yes.
Okay. You can see here, there's a bunch of stars followed by 4189. What is that?
That would be a card. It would be a debit card.
Would 4189 be the last 4 digits?
Yes, ma'am.
And then you can see here expiration date,
Yes, ma'am.
0526.
Yes, ma'am.
Would that be the expiration date of the card?
It would.
Were you able to view what was purchased that's related to this receipt and to the video?
Yes, ma'am.
Was asparagus purchased?
It was not.
Was something
What?
else scanned on the video as asparagus?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recall what that was?
I believe one was maybe some cereal bars, like some snack bars or something like that. I don't remember the other one.
What does that have to do with anything?
Up here, the state has no further questions for this witness.
What the fudge?
Jury, have any questions for Mrs. Dean?
Yeah. What the heck does that have to do with anything? Is my question.
Your name is Fred.
So he bought cereal bars that for some reason rang up as asparagus. Yeah, that proves he did it. That would make sense. It had
10 minutes
peroxide.
after 4, it's time to take an afternoon break. Have the jury step into the jury room. We'll have you back in 15 minutes. And everyone in the gallery will be back. And that clock says 4:25.
It had peroxide and a bath towel on it. I mean, that could be used to clean up a crime scene. But I don't see anything suspicious of cereal bars. And again, no cross. I wonder, Judy, you know more about this case than I do. Was he offered a plea deal at all? Because he's not saying that he's not guilty. He's saying, I don't know why he's not claiming self-defense. They're saying it was voluntary manslaughter. So why didn't he, why are we at trial? He's guilty. He's going to prison either way. I mean, so they didn't offer a plea deal. This just seems like a waste of taxpayer money. Because he's going to prison one way or the other. It's just a matter of how many years. Because he's not saying that he's not guilty. And they're also not arguing self-defense. Because he got up there in opening statement and basically laid out self-defense, but then said it was voluntary manslaughter. I guess you can't really say self-defense when it's 60 stab wounds. But the whole, he saw the knife and then blacked out, and when he came to, there was blood everywhere. That's soap opera BS. That doesn't happen in real life. I call BS on that. Let's read Memorandum of Decision and Order on Commonwealth's motion to exclude the testimony of Dr. Marie Russell. Before the court is the Commonwealth's motion to exclude the proposed expert testimony of Dr. Marie Russell. Dr. Russell intends to testify as to whether the abrasions on John O'Keefe's right arm were caused by a dog. The Commonwealth contends that the defendant has failed to show that her testimony meets the requirements set forth in Daubert v. Merrill Dow Pharmaceuticals, Inc. and Commonwealth v. Lanigan. The court conducted a Daubert-Lanigan hearing on December 12, 2024 and January 7, 2025. Although a close question, the court will deny the Commonwealth's motion. I cannot believe it. I can't believe it. Before a witness can provide expert testimony, the court, as the gatekeeper, must make a preliminary determination that the testimony has satisfied the requirements for admissibility. Expert testimony is admissible when the testimony concerns matters beyond the common knowledge of the jurors and will aid the jurors in reaching a decision. Expert testimony is inadmissible, however, when the witness testifies to matters beyond her area of expertise. The determination of admissibility is within the court's discretion. However, before the court may exercise its discretion to admit expert testimony, the party seeking to offer the testimony, here the defendant, must establish 5 foundational elements. 1, that the expert testimony will assist the trier of fact because the information is beyond the common knowledge of jurors. 2, that the witness is qualified as an expert in the relevant area of inquiry. 3, that the expert's opinion is based on facts or data of a type reasonably relied on by experts to form opinions in the relevant field. 4, that the theory underlying the opinion is reliable. And 5, that the theory is applied to the particular facts of the case in a reliable manner. Here, the recognition of dog bite wounds is not within the common knowledge of a layperson and requires expert testimony. And Dr. Russell is a qualified expert as to these topics. She is a board-certified emergency medical doctor with over 30 years of experience, is trained in forensic pathology, and has conducted over 500 autopsies. With respect to dog bites, specifically, Dr. Russell has treated hundreds of wounds resulting from dog attacks during her time as an emergency room doctor and co-authored peer-reviewed articles on the treatment of law enforcement canine bites in the emergency room. Lastly, informing her opinion in this case, Dr. Russell conducted a differential diagnosis based on the pattern of the victim's wounds and their characteristics, and supported her theory with references to peer-reviewed publications. Use of differential diagnosis is a standard scientific technique of identifying the cause of a medical problem. Accordingly, the court finds that Dr. Russell's testimony satisfies the 5 foundational elements and therefore will allow Dr. Russell to testify as to whether the abrasions on John O'Keefe's right arm were caused by a dog. In so ruling, the court recognizes that on cross-examination, the Commonwealth demonstrated, among other things, that Dr. Russell's expertise primarily concerns the treatment, not the identification of dog bites, that her evaluation of the abrasions failed to consider all available information, that she has not compared the abrasions with the dentition of the German Shepherd in question, and what? In so ruling, the court recognizes that on cross-examination, the Commonwealth demonstrated, among other things, that Dr. Russell's expertise primarily concerns the treatment, not the identification of dog bites, that her evaluation of the abrasions failed to consider all available information, that she has not compared the abrasions with the dentition of the German Shepherd in question, and that her opinion is inconsistent with findings that there was no canine DNA in the area of the victim's clothing near the abrasions. However, the court concludes that these issues go to the weight of Dr. Russell's testimony not its admissibility, and can be addressed during cross-examination at trial. In evaluating admissibility, a judge does not determine whether to credit the expert's ultimate opinion. Order. For the foregoing reasons, the Commonwealth's motion to exclude the testimony of Dr. Marie Russell is denied. Date, January 13th. Happy birthday to me. Woohoo! I don't know. Should I take back every bad thing I ever said about Bev? Woohoo! Yay! We got Dr. Russell. We got Dr. Russell. But no, people were scaring me on court TV. They were like, but she's never diagnosed a dog wound without the person self-reporting that they were bitten by a dog. Which is true. But like Bev said, yeah, there's problems with her testimony, but that's for the jury to decide. Not for the judge to decide if she's allowed to testify or not. And hopefully it'll be the same thing with Green and the ARCA dudes, the crash daddies, as Brandy Churchwell calls them, the crash daddies. To me, I still don't understand why there was a hung jury. To me, the guys from ARCA, like, they were the star witnesses. They said physically, as in physics, physically impossible that he was hit by a car. Not Trooper Paul's physics. It just did. That's how physics works. It just did. No. I failed physics in high school. I hated physics. I hated it. Hated it. But high school physics was like, well, I hate math for one. But high school physics was like, you have a train traveling, it's so many miles per hour going this way, and another train so many miles per hour going this way. How long will it take them to meet? You know, crap like that. And I was like, that is boring. I don't care how long it take them to meet. That's boring. I didn't care. So my first semester of physics, my science teacher, who I loved and adored, she was my biology teacher. I was in honors biology because you guys know I was a nurse, right? So I love science. So I took physics my senior year of high school, and when in biology we dissected fetal pigs, I skipped lunch to get my fetal pig brain out of the skull without damaging it. Like, I did like surgery on this brain to get it out perfectly without tearing it up or anything. So that was in 10th grade. 2 years later, I'm a senior. I'm in my physics class. I open up her cabinet to look for something, and I see my pig brain still in formaldehyde, perfectly with my name on it. I'm like, oh, she still has my pig brain. She loves me. But I flunked her physics class. She called me her little physics flunky for the rest of the year. I still talk to her sometimes. She's a very nice lady. But yeah, I used to, I was on the haiku team in high school. And yes, I am a geek. And so when I didn't want to do the physics work, I would get the her Trivial Pursuit game down and practice for our haiku meets. So then at the end of the semester, I switched and I took an extra,
We're gonna put the Pace family on this side of the room. And
an extra period of band. So I had 2 periods of band my senior year. I only needed 1 credit of English to graduate.
So the folks, the Pace family can say exactly where they are on the side of the room. The folks sitting behind it on the 3rd row, I gotta have you please.
Why are they rearranging everybody?
If I can have the Pace family take this half of the courtroom, please.
One row.
No, hey, take as many rows as you need on this half. Okay, just this half. Yes, sir.
But then I grew up and I started watching Eureka. Have you guys ever seen Eureka? Eureka made physics. Why didn't I try to learn physics? Physics is fun. And then I started watching Mythbusters. And I realized that physics would have been really fun to learn. But if I had paid attention and got through all the boring, this train's traveling at this speed and that train is traveling at that speed, and got through the boring stuff and got to the fun stuff. But no, Debbie had to be stubborn and be like, nope, I'm done. I'm not going to learn this. I don't have to because I don't need another science credit. That's exactly what I did. Too much math. I couldn't. Like, how is it science? There's too much math in it. Oh, yeah, he did. He did. I forgot about that. He did. And he deserves so much better than the Maytag man, though. I wonder if they're moving them so they can't see when the pictures and stuff come up. I don't know why else they'd move them. Yeah, that's true. That's like Dean Winters and Mayhem, the Allstate commercials. And he's gotten rich off those Allstate commercials. I mean, he was in 30 Rock and he was in Law and Order commercials, and he has off of his TV shows combined. Oh, and look at Flo from Progressive. Those kind of commercials, though, yeah. You make big bucks off of those kind of commercials.
Back in the courtroom, please be seated.
Oh, yeah. I wouldn't want to sit anywhere near him. Yeah. Really? She had a TV show for a while, but it was that weird dude that he had a YouTube channel, and then they gave him a show, and I didn't like him. He was weird. It was a good show. What is that noise? It's killing my ears with these earbuds in.
Ms. Campbell, can you state your name
can.
Red? Was that the name of the show?
The Walgreens on North Shore Market Street.
Oh, I missed her name.
And how long have you been at the,
At that store about 4 years.
what's your position at that Walgreens?
The store manager.
Were you the store manager at that Walgreens in November of 2022?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I'm gonna draw your attention back to 2022. Do you recall at some point being approached by investigators from the Chattanooga Police Department about potentially looking at video footage from your store?
Yes.
Do you recall who that was?
Detective Cantrell.
Control.
Cantrell.
Okay. And can you describe for the jury what kind of video system Walgreens at the corner of the Market and Frazier has?
Yes, we have 16 cameras that are all throughout the store for the entrance, the parking lot, just monitoring who comes in and out and transactions and things like that.
Is that video footage kept and stored in on servers that Walgreens has?
Yes.
How long is it stored for?
I believe it's 60 days.
Okay, and do you have access to that footage?
Yes.
And did you have access in November 2022?
Yes.
When police department investigators came to see you, did they tell you what they were looking for?
They just said that there was an ongoing investigation and needed to access the cameras to just review some of the footage.
And did you allow them to access that footage?
Yes.
Did you remain with them while they were accessing the footage?
I came in and out of the office while they had access to it, yes.
Do you recall what date range they were looking for specifically?
It was like the week of Thanksgiving. I think it's like the 22nd
Okay.
to the 28th or something like that.
And to your knowledge, did they locate video footage that they needed you to make a copy of for them?
Yes.
And do you recall how many videos or? I'm gonna say, I'm sorry. How many downloads, how many
Yeah.
videos? I don't know.
There was 2 before and after, for 2 different instances in that day.
What day?
The 22nd, is it the 22nd, I believe?
I'll show you some
Okay.
materials to see, but that day, they took 2 separate,
Sets of video.
sets of video with them.
Yes.
And you have access to be able to actually extract that video from the server and give it to law enforcement.
Yes.
Do you do that in the normal course of your job?
Yes.
Okay. Showing you 2 jump drives, you can touch them. Do you recognize those?
Yes.
Have you viewed the matters on those jump drives?
Yes. Both of them.
Both of them?
Yes.
Have you initialed on those jump drives to signify that you've seen the footage on those?
Yes.
And what's on those jump drives?
Video footage of the 2 incidences from that day.
Okay, that you had delivered to the Chattanooga Police Department?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd move to make these 2 jump drives stakes next to exhibits.
It was 2021.
Ms. Court Reporter, I've asked that the afternoon And Ms. Campbell, is there a way in the Walgreens system to connect a purchase with a video surveillance
Yes.
capture?
Typically, if we have a dollar amount or last 4 of a card number, we can search and find times when those purchases were made. And then we'd use that to look at the video to see what happened.
Do you recall if that was done for law enforcement as it relates to these 2 videos?
Yes.
Did you look up the receipts that were connected with those 2 videos?
Yes.
And how did you do that in this case? By card number, by the video, do you recall?
It was by the card numbers. They had left up the screen where they had looked at the transaction. And then I had looked up to see if there was any other purchases that day, and found another one, which was the second, I believe the second set of videos, that we found.
Okay, and you were able to extract those receipts for law enforcement?
Yes.
Were you also able to look at the receipts and verify that they coordinated with the 2 videos that you had given law enforcement?
Yes, you'll see the time that it happened and the register number. You can relate the 2 together.
Okay, Your Honor. Right. recognize those?
Yes, ma'am.
What are,
Receipts from my store on the 23rd of November.
are those the receipts that you gave to law enforcement related to the video footage? Your Honor, I'd ask that you mark the states next to it. Yes, Your Honor. All right, Ms. Campbell, I'll direct your attention to the screen behind you. We were unsure on the date earlier, but you told me that date was.
Yes, November 23rd of 2022.
Okay, and Your Honor, for the record, I'm referring to page 23. Is this a receipt from the Walgreens at North Market Street?
Yes.
Okay. And, payment details, what does this indicate to you right here?
That is the card, with the last 4 digits of the card that was used when they purchased the item.
Okay. And would 1:41 PM be the correct time of the purchase? State's exhibit number 22. Again, same thing, is a receipt that you report for law enforcement?
Yes.
And is it the date the same, 11/23/22?
Yes.
Would the time of 7:03 PM be accurate?
Yes.
Okay. And again, payment details, can you read the last 4 digits of that card?
4189.
Ms. Campbell, are you familiar with the North Shore area?
Fairly.
Do you know how far away from Tremont Street, the Tremont Apartments,
Hey, Melissa.
Walgreens, the general manager at is?
It's within a couple blocks.
How much peroxide?
Disconnect from here.
Any questions for Mrs. Campbell?
The thing that I don't understand about luminol is that it lights up cleaning supplies. Trying to think where you left. Had the trial started? Had opening statement started when you left, Melissa? Basically, okay, so her mom got on the stand and told that on the 22nd, they had been at the hospital all day because her grandmother died. And she was trying to get a hold of her daughter, Jasmine, and she couldn't get a hold of her. And she got a text from her that didn't sound like her, because she said she was going to spend Thanksgiving with her girlfriend, Emma. And she said that it was strange because she knew Emma. So she wouldn't have said it like that. She wouldn't have said my girlfriend, Emma, because she already knew Emma. And she said in South Carolina or North Carolina, one of the Carolinas. And her mom said that Emma was from Kentucky. So that didn't sound right. So then she went to Verizon because her phone is on the mom's account too, like her line is on the mom's account. So she went to Verizon and checked, and there's no activity on her phone. And I think she did something where if there was any activity on the phone, it would go to her number. And then she used the My Chevy app to find her car, and she found her car abandoned. So she called the police, who came out and took a report. And that cop testified that he got in touch with the missing persons detective, who did not call them back that night or do anything that night. Then the mom called Jason Chen put him on speaker while the cop was there, and he basically lied to her about the last time he'd spoken to her, how long he'd spoken to her, told them that he had to go because he was at the airport, and she had him on speakerphone with the cop, and then she muted it and was like, he's lying, because she saw on the phone records that they talked for over an hour on the 22nd. So at some point later, she saw that she had received a location ping from Jasmine in the middle of the night, and she said she'd never gotten a ping from her in the middle of the night before. So they went to his apartment complex. Jason Chen had given her a false address, gave her the right street but the wrong address. So they went to 500 Tremont Street, which was not the right address. There was like a house being constructed there. But then that ping gave the correct address. So they went to the apartment building, and they just knocked on doors and showed her picture around. And then one of the neighbors was like, oh, well, we heard loud noises coming from this apartment. And they told her which apartment was Jason's. And they broke into the apartment, and they found her credit cards, driver's license, and her bag and some of her belongings. And they took some stuff out of the apartment. But, well, they called the cops first. And so a cop went there and then like made a report, but didn't do anything else. And so they waited till the cops left. Like they went outside with the cop and then like got in the car and acted like they were going to leave. And they waited for the cops to leave, and then they got out and they went back to the apartment and they took stuff. They took like tablets and notebooks and phones, and I read they took a gaming console, but that's not been mentioned in the trial. But anything that they thought like maybe a private detective could use to help find her, because at this point they think she's just missing. And so now these witnesses are, the first one was Walmart, and this one's Walgreens, and they're just showing like the receipts of him going to different stores and buying cleaning supplies. So I think that's as far as we've gotten so far. Mom, cop, and then these two with the cleaning supplies. I'm taking notes. Why am I trying to do this off my memory? Is that everything, guys? Did I miss anybody? Nope. That's it.
The videos, and the second is how did you find out the car belonged to Jason and purchased the items? This information will be provided by another witness.
Your Honor, the state's next witness is Scott Miller.
Just
me to read this?
Yes.
You are welcome. That's why I take notes during trials. The only time I take notes is during trials.
Mr. Miller, can you say your full name for the record?
It'd be Thomas Scott Miller,
Okay, and, Mr. Miller, where are you employed?
at 909 Creek Road, which is Signal View Condominiums.
Okay, do you have other, jobs?
I do as well. I work at Baylor School, providers here in the afternoons.
Do you have a background in law enforcement?
Somewhat.
Okay. And so you said, let's go back to Mountain Creek Road. Well, what apartment building is at 900 Mountain Creek Road?
Signal View Condominiums,
Okay, condominiums. And, you know approximately how many condominiums are there?
484.
Okay, that's a large complex.
Yes.
And how long have you worked as security? at
29 or 30 years.
Let her finish the question.
Yes.
Jeez.
Do you, I wasn't.
Yeah.
I didn't even know they were there that long.
Yeah,
Do you also live there?
I do not.
Okay, all right. So as a security officer, if you're called, you have to come actually from your home to.
No, we work there during certain hours.
Okay, what hours do you work there?
At the point in time where this event occurred, we worked from 5 in the morning to 5 in the afternoon to 5 in the morning.
Okay. So in November of 2022, you were obviously working this position.
I was.
And you were working at night
That is
during
correct.
the night hours.
Yes,
And do you recall being contacted by the Chattanooga Police Department, specifically Officer Mackenzie Pierre,
Yes,
about the family that was in the?
that is correct. He requested me to come down and speak to him.
Did you recall what the circumstances were?
The found vehicle was the initial, and then obviously the missing person.
Okay, did you communicate with the family there on
I did.
the grounds? And, at some point, were you asked about video footage?
I was.
Does Signal View, apartment, the condo complex have video footage?
They do.
Okay, did they at the time in November two thousand
They
twenty-two?
did.
And when you were asked about if you could look at that, what was your initial response?
I could, the camera footage we used, I couldn't look at from the property because it's, the complex had it installed from the EPB, so the video footage is stored offsite at their server. So I had to go home to access it from my personal computer.
So you can access, a camera that was installed by EPD from your actual home?
Yes,
And do you often access that camera when the need arises?
yes, if I'm questioned about a certain time frame.
And does that happen every so often?
Yes, it does.
Okay, and on this night, did you let the parties or the police know that you were gonna have to go home to look for that?
I did.
Were you instructed by anyone as to what specific time frame you were supposed to look for?
I believe so from the evidence that her mother had provided me from the time frame of when the car had arrived there, that which narrowed down the time frame.
Do you recall at some point the family coming back, after their first visit, did they come back to Mountain Creek?
They
Road?
did, they did.
And what was that for?
We discussed, I believe, footage and then some phone data that they were discussing about our phone being to the different location.
Did you review the video footage there with them?
That footage, I did not, because I cannot.
Did you retrieve it at that time for the Pace family, Jasmine's family, or did you later give it to the Chattanooga Police Department?
I remember later to go to the Chattanooga Police Department.
Okay, and, do you recall what day that video footage was from?
Oh, I have no idea. You would have to tell me what day it was from.
Okay, so
I just know it was around Thanksgiving.
okay, and you pulled the footage at the request of the Chattanooga Police Department?
Yes,
And it was from the Signal View condos, which you
Yes.
had access to?
that is
All
correct.
right. Can you jump drive? You recognize that jump drive?
I do.
Have you seen what's on there?
I have.
What is on there?
This is footage from the camera that is mounted on the front of the office that aims toward the pond area at the complex.
In fact, did you review that, what was on that jump drive with me as well?
I did.
Okay, did you write your name on there and signify you had seen it?
I did.
Okay, and, does it accurately reflect what the property looked like in November of 2022?
It does.
Okay, and, this is the exact video that you gave to the Chattanooga Police Department?
It is.
I'd ask that this week introduce. I'm sorry, my colleague reminded me that our jury is not from Chattanooga, they don't know what EPB is. Do you know what EPB is, sir?
It is the electric power board for the city-owned electric power board.
Okay, so
They provide security cameras, footage, internet service, and everything.
okay. And at some point, on the video footage, can a vehicle, a white SUV vehicle be seen coming into the property?
That is correct.
In the direction that that vehicle is traveling on the video, is it towards the area that Jasmine Pace's vehicle was located?
It would be about 100 yards or so away from
Okay.
where it was left.
Okay. Nothing further, Joe. Oh, Mr. Miller has it.
Oh, you do. Mr. Miller, we will likely see that video later, but does the video show an individual getting out of the vehicle?
No, it does not.
And does it show any person riding the vehicle?
It does not from the angle too far away.
And how long did it take you to retrieve that video?
Probably a few hours.
And when did law enforcement come back to you though and request it?
Probably the next day.
You originally had spoken with Officer Pierre of the Chattanooga Police Department.
That is correct.
And you've known him for some time.
Yes, that is correct. We worked together on it.
And was he the officer that it was turned over to, or was it another officer?
No, it was I would term it as a homicide detective.
And you mentioned a few moments ago that you sort of had a background in law enforcement. What can you?
I was a reserve officer for the Redmond Police Department, which is a small municipality in here.
And what years were you a reserve officer?
I'm going to say from 2010 to 2023.
And reserve officer, can you explain what that means?
Yeah, it's the same. You just don't have a set schedule, but you have this full powers, just like a regular law enforcement officer. You just have to be accompanied by a full-time officer.
And are you still employed at these condominium?
That is correct.
Thank you, sir.
No, you're on.
Jury, have any questions for Mr. Miller? Mr. Miller, thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
All right.
You're on. I'll give you one moment. So it's just that the schedule, at this point, is up to the court, because we'll be able to begin, but certainly won't get through all of this direct examination.
We started a little late today, so I like to get as much done as we can today.
Sure. Your Honor, the state would call investigator Zachary Crawford to the stand.
You guys okay? I know I've been pausing it a lot and it is 5.
Investigator Crawford, can you say your full name for the court's record?
Zach Crawford.
Okay, let's talk about yourself for a few minutes. Where are you currently employed?
currently employed at the Chattanooga Police Department.
And how long have you been at the police department?
Started with Chattanooga Police Department in the year 2013. First, I was hired on as a police cadet, where I went through approximately 6 months of training before moving on to field training program. And then after at the city of Chattanooga.
And how long were you a patrol officer at the Chattanooga Police Department?
Just a little over 3 years.
And after your 3 years in patrol, what did you do next?
I applied for a position within the major crimes unit, specifically for a homicide position. Through the interview process, I was selected and began training with the homicide unit.
Division for how long?
Since 2010.
Talk a little bit about the way that the Chattanooga Police Department
Around 47.
would that be sworn?
Anytime a comment gets stuck, I know it's fixing to crash.
You also have special events. You have 2 different branches of the unit. You have organized crime and you have violent crime. I'm unit, homicide unit, fugitive, and organized crime has work from our gun team to traffic and some other things. Besides that, we have internal affairs, and we have multiple other avenues such as recruiting. There's different branches within the police department.
What about property? Where does property fall?
The property division.
Yes, sir.
The property division is located at the Chattanooga Police Department at one of our annex buildings. And all of our property technicians are sworn civilians. They do have a sworn supervisor, a sergeant, so a police officer that oversees the property division at the Chattanooga Police Department.
What you heard Officer Pierre testify, but what typically would patrol, at what point as a patrol officer are you instructed to call someone else?
We have different SOPs or
What's an SOP?
standard operating procedures for different things. One of those is investigations. So depending on what you respond to, what criteria it meets, you would notify the responsible investigator that would potentially respond to that. So any crime that or incident that potentially would require lengthy follow-up, obviously the patrol officer is kind of kept to a specific shift, where that shift is then rotated throughout the week. Obviously, they don't have the ability to follow up extensively based on their call load in terms of how many calls are coming out in their districts and their areas to follow up on those things. So that's why they would call an investigator out. And that investigator will then call them to conduct a follow-up, whether it's during normal business hours, during after hours. As an investigator, there's many times that we're on call. I know as a homicide unit, we're essentially on call 24/7.
So when a homicide happens, homicide investigators should be called, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, is there a missing persons division?
There is a missing person.
What does that fall under?
That falls under the investigations due. It falls under missing persons special victims unit, which works primarily children and domestic violence cases. Those teams work together out of the family justice.
And then what about crime scene?
Crime scene works under the Violent Crimes Bureau, which directly involved with the same unit as me, it's the homicide unit. And crime scene, their responsibilities are based on the needs of investigations. So crime scene will never actively go do something without the request of an investigative unit to respond. So certain incidents, whether it be a shooting, they would respond to collect, document evidence on scene and process that evidence, typically by direction of lead investigators.
How many, do you know how many missing persons investigators there are at the police department?
There's approximately 4.
Do you know how many, 4 missing persons? Do you know how many homicide investigators there are?
Currently, we have 10 homicide investigators.
Would that number have been similar in 2022, or do you recall how many?
Due to the nature of the job in the homicide unit, we have a high turnover rate. Throughout the years, it has changed. But for a while there, we would have some investigators that would last more than 2-3 years based on the type of incidents that we worked. At the time, I believe it was approximately around 9 to 10.
Okay. And do you know approximately how many investigators are in the crime scene unit?
Approximately 10. The crime scene is a little bit different makeup. Approximately 7.5 years ago, we brought civilian crime scene investigators to the Chattanooga Police Department. And we've slowly transitioned into filling those spots with civilian crime scene technicians. We do have, at this point, I believe, 5 sworn law enforcement crime scene investigators, and the rest are made up by civilian employees.
How many major homicides would you say you've worked? I won't say major, all homicides are major, I apologize. How many homicides would you say you've worked?
As a lead investigator, approximately 26, 27. In terms of how we work investigations, we work as a team within our homicide unit to try to conduct the best investigation we can. So we assist with pretty much any homicide that happens. So as collectively, with me being here 7.5 years, I've been the lead or assisted with approximately 200 homicide investigations.
How do you become the lead on a homicide investigation?
We have a homicide rotation. We have an on-call schedule that will fill in the gaps of outside of business hours. So I hate to say that we have business hours based on the nature of the job, but for scheduling purposes, we have an 8 to 4 schedule. From 4 p.m. until 8 a.m. the next day, we have on-call investigators that take the evening shift calls as they come in. And we also have investigators that fill the day shift because we're not sitting around the office doing nothing. So you know which days if something were to come out, you need the investigator to respond to. So we have a normal on-call schedule in terms of daily calls that come out because we don't just work homicides. We work life-threatening assaults where possibility of death could occur. We work DOAs, which death upon arrival, or death investigations, essentially that are unknown cause or suspicious in nature. So natural cases we typically don't come out to, such as a heart attack, someone who's 80-something years old, that has maybe extensive medical history. A lot of times we refer to call about those, we don't respond to those. But any type of shooting, we also respond to as well if it's our nexus. But any homicide we come out to. We also come out to we work kidnappings, and we also assist with other investigations that potentially have a nexus to the homicide unit. There may be suspicious circumstances around it, whether it be a kidnapping, a missing persons, or potentially be a robbery.
Were you and are you the lead investigator in the case of Jasmine Pace?
Yes, I was assigned as the investigator on the case.
From the time that you got involved, let's just say in days after Jasmine's body was located, how many different people in the Chattanooga Police Department would have been involved in an investigation of that scale?
This investigation, the disappearance and homicide of Jasmine Pace, our entire homicide unit, practically our entire crime scene unit, fugitive investigators were involved. We also had academy class that was active at the time. I was going through become police officers. They assisted with area searches. Requested for our drone team that worked out of the traffic unit at the time to assist in investigation for scoping further areas. We attempted to employ canines. We reached out to other jurisdictions. We had federal partners, such as the federal marshals, the FBI, also involved. Anything we could do potentially to get answers for the family, we reached out to.
Can you describe for the jury your initial involvement, including when you first heard the name Jasmine Pace?
Yes. On Sunday, November 27th, 2022, I was actually at home. I wasn't necessarily on call because that's a very loose term with our unit. I was at home with my kids. My wife was at work. Detective Siege texted me and asked if I had seen any of the Facebook posts that had been on the internet about the disappearance of Jasmine Pace. I said I had not. Referred me to Facebook, and I actively searched Facebook to look into what he was referring to at that time. I started then reading the Facebook posts by some family and friends of Jasmine Pace about what they had potentially discovered at that time and what they had actually posted on the internet. I had a discussion with Detective Siege that we'd be potentially looking into that case based on some suspicious circumstances around her disappearance. I was actually actively looking for childcare at that time to potentially come in and see if I can assist with the investigation. And at approximately 6 p.m. that evening, I was actually called by my supervisor. So approximately about 30 minutes after Detective Siege starts the conversation about it, I was called by my supervisor about the same case, which then I turned found childcare and came in.
So at the time that you first learned about it, you had not heard from any missing person investigator at the Chattanooga Police Department?
No, I have not.
Are you now aware that they knew about it, they just did not contact anybody from the CPD homicide division?
Correct. I didn't find out directly that missing persons was involved until I spoke with my supervisor, Sergeant Emery, who's Lieutenant Emery.
And when you began your involvement, did you initially meet with Jasmine's family?
My first involvement, I actually called Detective Siege and requested him come in. I was advised at the time of initial response, I was going to respond to the Police Service Center to speak with Investigator Tumlin about his findings in the investigation to see how we could assist and potentially lend our expertise in the matter, how we could potentially help them locate Jasmine Pace, and also potentially go over the details to see if there was anything that was suspicious at the time that potentially could link to something else. So I notified Detective Siege. Lieutenant Emery advised he would be responding as well. And I knew that I was going to talk to Investigator Tumlin. Once I responded that evening, just after 7 p.m. To our police station, I was then greeted by Investigator Tumlin, which I had a short conversation about what he had found at that time, because there wasn't much that had been done at that point. And he notified me that the victim's family would be at the police station at around 7:30 p.m., which then I decided to further wait on details till we spoke further with the victim's family.
Did you speak with the victim's family?
I did.
And based on that conversation, did you become aware of Jason Chen?
Yes, I did.
And what was your basis of knowledge of who Jason Chen was and how he was related to the investigation at that point?
At that point, at the beginning stages of speaking with Investigator Tumlin, reading the Facebook post, and also speaking with the victim's family, I realized that Jason Chen was a potential significant other, whether it was dating or some sort of other type of relationship where they would meet up. I didn't know the exact circumstances other than that they had been talking and seeing each other for a few months. At that point, I did learn that he had not reached out to investigator Tomlin and the potential, missing person of his significant other.
But investigator Tomlin was not able to give you very much information, is that correct?
No, he was not.
Did investigator Blunt ever give you any information?
I never talked to investigator Blunt due to her not responding and not assisting with the investigation.
Based on information that you received from Jasmine's family, did the homicide division seek a search warrant for Jason Chen's apartment?
Yes, we did.
And was that search warrant issued?
It was.
And were you present when the search warrant was executed at Jason Chen's apartment?
Yes, I was.
All right, I'm gonna start. Now, can you flip the backlights off for me, deputies? By having you turn onto this screen, and we're gonna switch screens in a second. But let me ask you this, at 110 Tremont, and the jury's now heard this address many times, are you familiar with North Chattanooga?
Yes, I am.
How long have you lived in Chattanooga?
Almost my entire life, other than a few years I spent in the military, and a year and a half I lived in Illinois.
Okay, so were you familiar also with Tremont Road, Tremont Street as well before this investigation began?
Yes, I was.
Okay.
Ready to go?
Let's see, you recognize this building?
Yes,
This is the Tremont Apartments at 110 Tremont Street, is that correct?
that's correct.
Okay, so I want you to describe your, sort of the layout of the building and the surroundings of the building based on your investigation into Mr. Chen's apartment. If you don't mind, just sort of walk the jury through what we're looking at, what's on the left side, what's on the right side.
Just for, I'll just describe, so this is going to be the actual front of the Tremont Apartments at 110 Tremont Street. The door you see here at the bottom is going to be the main entrance. There's actually a keypad right here, which is the main access into the building. There are 3 separate other exits, the way that they're designed. This would actually be looking on the left side over here where the cars are direction towards would be north. So the road runs north and south. So this would actually be the west side of the building. On the right side over here on the picture, it's mentioned the south side of the building. There's a parking lot. There's a parking lot area. As you can see, that buds up to the side of the apartment complex. And there's it's hard to tell from the picture. But there's a ramp here to an exit as well. On the north side of the apartment complex, very similar setup, just a little bit smaller parking space. Essentially, you have a few spots for this corner. There's another exit as well. On the back side of the apartments, there's also one more additional exit. But that parking is for an additional location, not those apartments itself. Specifically, this apartment complex we refer to as the North Shore area. If you're not familiar with Chattanooga, it's historically been called the North Shore area. Essentially, we have the Tennessee River that runs through downtown. And the main part of downtown Chattanooga is on the south side of the river. And this smaller community on the north side of it is essentially the North Shore area. This is actually fairly closely located to Coolidge Park, which is right across the road from it.
And Investigator Crawford, over here, I'm trying to look right now. What is this?
That's going to be a dumpster enclosure. At the time that we first served the search warrant, there was 2 blue, large-sized dumpsters that were located inside there.
Did the police department investigate those dumpsters?
We did.
And looking back at this building, can you help the jury understand where in the building
Mr. Chen's apartment was?
Correct. By looking at this, it would actually.
Correct.
He was
That was not appropriate answer.
into the apartment complex, about a third of the way up on the right side. He actually has he has an opening, or he'd say the balcony, so all it is a metal bars and the sliding glass door opens. So it's not where you can walk out to, but essentially you can open it to have window access or just past the walkway exit.
Which one is it?
That I showed before. His apartment, if you're looking at it, on the second floor, just to the right.
Is this location that you're looking at, is it in Hamilton County, Tennessee?
It is.
In the city of Chattanooga, is that correct?
Yes.
So you were present, well, let me ask you one more question about this front door. I think that we can see, but you agree that those are stairs going down that front door right there?
That's correct.
You testified that you were present when the search warrant was executed at Jason's apartment, is that correct?
Yes, I was.
Do you recall what time, what day, first of all, what day that search warrant was executed?
Yes, we obtained the search warrant. Detective Siege actually obtained the search warrant while at that time. He notified me that he had a signed search warrant for the apartment 210, Jason Chen's. He subsequently notified me. I subsequently then to respond after we have our crime scene investigators. They're not sworn employees, so they do not have the ability to carry protection, such as firearms. So the typical protocol would be that either investigators or patrol officers that have extra layers of protection, potentially on a search warrant, could be high level risk at any time, not knowing if it's occupied at that time or unoccupied. We had officers respond to the area for two reasons: to help with the execution of the search warrant, just for safety, and the second part is Officer Clemens is the courtesy officer at these apartments. He doesn't reside in these apartments. He lives at a separate apartment complex that he oversees several apartments, and a courtesy officer is essentially their responsibility to follow up on disturbances after hours, potentially help lock things up, do those types of things. He had a master key, which will allow us not to force entry into the apartment. So upon Officer Clemens' arrival, we were able to further execute that search warrant with a master key that allowed us in apartment 210. At approximately 23:45 hours, which is 11:45 p.m. on the 27th November 2022, the search warrant was executed upon entering the apartment.
And I'm assuming that you have been involved in the execution of dozens, if not hundreds of search warrants, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
In a situation such as this, would you knock first?
In this specific incident, we did.
Don't you have to have a no-knock warrant to not knock?
We don't do no-knock warrants in the homicide unit. And there's also safety skills that we have to abide by in terms of when I execute a warrant. If it reaches a certain level, then we have our SWAT unit serve those search warrants. We do knock, one, to make sure that they know that it's law enforcement coming into their residence, to try to alleviate any type of safety concerns for the owners of the residence and law enforcement themselves as well. So they did knock and announce.
No one's there.
No one was there.
Okay. So then you were able to gain access by the courtesy officer, so you didn't have to make forceful entry.
Correct.
Okay. When you make entry into a residence such as this with a valid search warrant, what are the order of events, if you could describe them to the jury?
Typical process is to make the apartment safe for the search warrant. So upon entry is to make sure that no other parties are inside the residence, which gives us the ability to, one, main reason is we're there is we're looking for Jasmine Pace. We're also potentially trying to locate Jason Chen to potentially interview him, see if he has any knowledge of where Jasmine Pace is at. The other part, not only is looking for them, is to make sure no one else is inside that apartment. Potentially remove them so we can do our job in terms of investigating that apartment, potentially trying to locate or collect evidence, and attempt to make observations. So first thing is to remove any parties outside of the apartment to then start processing or start documenting and processing that location. So at first, we would either send, it's a very tough question to ask based on circumstances, circumstantial or different circumstances on who goes inside the apartment to make it, or residence or whatever it may be to make it safe. If we have a visual inside the entire apartment, then it may just be one or two investigators that show up. But in this specific case, we had patrol officers and homicide investigators that were present. We entered there, made it secured. We requested that all patrol officers to not re-enter that apartment. At that point, we're waiting on our crimes unit to respond to document and collect evidence. After it's deemed safe, the lead investigator, potentially an assisting investigator with the investigation, will then conduct a walkthrough of that scene to potentially see items that stand out as potential evidence or things that seem suspicious for two different manners. One is to make sure that we don't attempt to further alter or change the scene to make sure that, as soon as you walk into a puddle of blood, or sometimes just by that door, we don't want any further contaminants or anything altered. And also, we're able to make observations that we can pass to the crime scene investigators about what we want collected and documented.
The jury is going to see in a moment and later see lots of pictures of Mr. Chen's apartment. Investigator Crawford. They're going to see some pictures where items, one photo of a certain area where it looks different than it does in another photo. Can you explain to them how the photographing and processing of a crime scene works?
Yes. The first stage is the photographing and crime scene location or the specific search warrant, whatever it may be. The first set of photographs for documentation purposes is to take general photos of the apartment, potential items of evidence, or things that stick out, or whatever part of the search warrant that we're executing. They will take photographs of those things. They will then follow those photographs up with a secondary set of photographs with evidence markers. Once they've documented it with photographs and video, they will go back through, place evidence markers on different pieces of evidence, and at that point, they will then take a second photograph of that, specifically focusing in on whatever that piece of evidence or something that sticks out. We're documenting those specific things with evidence markers, and potentially getting closer up shots. After that, there will be a collection phase. They will document it with evidence markers, close-ups, multi-different angles potentially of those with the camera. After those items of evidence are collected, or whatever the photograph is taken, those other items are then collected by the crime scene unit, where they're documented and placed into bags of evidence at that point. Then we conduct another set of photographs to show the condition of which, once we finish the search, what the residence, apartment, whatever it may be, is left in to document our entire process. There is a possibility that that process continues, where you potentially do a search at first, items of evidence are collected. Like I said, they'll do the first two phases of documentation of photographs based on potentially what items of evidence are seen or observed. We always attempt to do a second walkthrough search of the apartment to make sure we didn't miss anything else. So that process could start again with another set of photos of potentially different set of items that may be an evidence marker there before, but there's an evidence marker there now. So sometimes there's the same angle and it appears that something's been moved. If you were to observe all the photographs chronologically, obviously it would make the most sense. But obviously there's potential, depending on what angle of the photos, you may see a photograph of a notebook in a certain place, and then there's a different angle of the same one, and the notebook's not there, because it's potentially been removed as evidence.
Okay, all right, thank you. That was helpful. So if we're talking about a crime scene and you come in after a search warrant's executed and you see this lying on a table, for example, and you can see I've got a piece of paper over a pen. Crime scene may take a photo of this, is that correct?
That's correct.
But then crime scene might remove this and take a photo of this, is that correct?
Correct.
And then crime scene might remove both of these, let them as evidence and take a picture of that. Is that correct?
That's correct.
When you entered into Jason Chen's apartment, did you have any idea what happened to Jasmine Pace? You didn't know,
I
you didn't know where she was.
No, I didn't know who she was.
And other than the information that you used to obtain the search warrant, you didn't know what had happened.
Correct.
Um, and the witness. A lot of pictures. I'll try to tell what how many there are.
You know, if we do a batch of pictures, it's fine, scan it, pull in, let her mark them, and we can get into the.
What are you barking? You wanna go out? Go. Go.
Yes, Your Honor, if my math is correct.
325 through 81.
Investigator
If I'm
Crawford,
at-
we'll go back to mine, so you'll right there. I'll ask you to just take a second and look through these photographs.
Why did you bark to go out?
That dog is going to be the death of me. Your daddy is home now. Go bother him.
Investigator Crawford, do you recognize those photos?
I do.
What are they?
The photographs within inside apartment 210 at 110 Street.
Is that Jason Chen's apartment?
That's correct.
Do you recognize those photos as photos that were taken at the time the search warrant was executed on November 28th, 2022?
That's correct.
Do they accurately represent what Mr. Chen's apartment looked like in November of 2022?
That's correct.
And were you present when most, if not all, of those photos were taken?
I believe so.
Your Honor, I'd ask that these photos become state exhibits 25 through 80. I know this is going to take a court order a second. I apologize.
You can tell he's done this before. He's helping the court reporter mark the evidence.
National, this is Lynn, she's our court reporter. Mission 3. This is Lawan, she's the clerk. She's kind of Felix, the air traffic control. Every now and then we have students come visit. We got one here from TSU visiting with us, criminal justice major. Trying to walk. Something bad. By the way, extra chairs are guzzling in. Okay. I know your chair's a little close to the edge.
She reminds me of Carol Kane. Man, I figured we were way behind. We're almost caught up to the live. Maybe they are an hour behind us. Unless they're just going late.
All right. If you'll turn around the screen behind you. Third actually already seen this picture, but this is a Suitcase, which is exhibit 26. What is that?
It's a door.
Front door of apartment 210.
All right, Investigator Crawford. You begin a search like this with just a naked eye search, that fair to say?
Blood's in a flashlight.
And in a case such as this, is blood one of the things with your naked eye that you'd be looking for? Upon the initial entrance into Mr. Chen's apartment, did anyone with a naked eye locate any blood?
I did.
Just with no specificity around what areas?
The first observance that I observed was in the living room area of the apartment, specifically behind the futon style couch that was there on the floor. First area that I observed.
What is Blue Star?
Blue Star reagent is a chemical that is used in the detection of blood. Specifically, it's used to detect the presence of blood that's not negative, not visible to the naked eye. Essentially, it shows when it reacts. Blue Star reacts to blood. It shows the presence of blood if it's cleaned up, or cleaned or wiped or clean.
And can you explain to the jury how Blue Star actually works when an investigator uses it?
In simple terms, they mix the chemical solution and they spray it on surfaces where they spray bomb. At which point, if there is something associated with blood, you will see a chemical reaction that occurs. Through what's called luminescence. Essentially, you'll see a bright blue or potentially white coloration that comes up similar to neon coloration.
And if it illuminates in that bright blue or white, does that indicate the presence of blood?
Yes, it can.
In this case, was Blue Star employed soon after entry was made to the apartment?
Blue Star wasn't applied at first. We first had to document the scene Specifically, if there was large areas of blood, there would be no need to spray it with blue star. There would be potentially just swabs without our sample state. So first you have to essentially document the scene, multiple avenues, potentially look for areas of services that would be interested in to see if blood had been cleared.
But did you do that in this case?
We did.
When you do that, are the lights supposed to be off?
Correct.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, I'm going to introduce these photos. They are going to be on the big screen. However, the state has purchased this TV because it's hard to see on the screen, so the color's not correct. Within the court's comfortability and the jury's, I like the lights to be turned off in the courtroom. Yes, Your Honor.
See how dark that is. Like that, you know, that work for you?
What trial was it that you couldn't see the blue
Okay, all right.
the blue star at all? And the guy was like, "Well, if you change the adjustment on the lighting."
Absolutely. Any juror can't see the evidence almost, or you read, raise your hand if you stand up to your ground.
Investigator Crawford, do you recall who employed Blue Star as the department that day?
I do.
Who was?
Investigator Johnson with our crime scene.
And you were present for that?
I was.
On the large screen and on this screen is State Exhibit 25. Investigator Crawford, was that represent to you? Oh, it's on.
Moving the TV closer to the jury will help the jury do that. I can watch it on.
Of course. I just wanted you to see for a minute. Flash. All right, Investigator Crawford, did this indicate to investigators that there is a possible presence of blood in what are the blue areas?
Correct.
All I see is blue.
State's Exhibit 27. Photo that shows blue star reaction.
That's correct.
State's Exhibit 28. More blue star reaction. You can actually see it up there.
I see one tiny dot of blue at the top.
State's Exhibit 29.
Ooh.
I'm sorry, that's not all. This is State's Exhibit 29 on both views. The blue spots indicative of flood.
Shows a positive reaction.
I don't see footsteps at all in that.
Where in Mr. Chen's apartment are we standing at this point? Investigator Crawford?
Oh my
Under the photograph
goodness.
taken, from perspective inside of the single bedroom. It's actually pointing down through what appears to be a hallway. It's actually, what you see is that the lighter colored area at the bottom of the photograph is going to be a carpet
Is that the
area.
picture you were talking about, Judy?
Just past that is a tiled area. It's going to be a small bathroom. On the left-hand side, essentially you have a shower. On the right-hand side, you have a toilet, sink, and mirror. Directly through that goes into the living room and kitchen area back towards the front door of the residence.
And on the television screen, if General Moyle was, you'll have to look here because you can't see it up there. So the lighting's not good. There's a piece of carpet missing.
That's correct.
Who did that?
Crime scene.
Collected that piece of carpet as evidence.
Yes, it is.
State's Exhibit 31. Again, same view, just different lighting.
That's
In
correct.
Mr. Chen's bedroom.
That's correct.
What you can see in this right-hand side over here is that Mr. Chen's bed.
Yes.
State's Exhibit 32. What is this object?
That's going to be on the back side of the front door of the residence.
Right when you walk in.
I can't tell what I'm looking at in that one.
State's Exhibit 33. Another angle, same doorway.
That's correct.
This shows State's Exhibit 34. This shows a little bit of different angle. Again,
Oh, there's where they removed the carpet. I can see it better now on that one.
Of this carpet was done by the crime scene unit.
Yes, that's correct.
For what purposes would that have been?
During the initial walkthrough and documentation of the scene, we observed a dark reddish brown discoloration on the carpet that was consistent with blood. They collected that carpet sample at that time prior to Blue Star being administered. They wouldn't let Blue Star administer, potentially saturate that blood or potentially do anything to it.
Okay, and then lastly, State's Exhibit 35.
That's going to be a photograph of the bathroom sink inside of that small bathroom area. You can see.
Say that again? Oh, no, sure.
There's multiple areas of. Do you mind if I approach the screen?
No, go ahead. Sure, that's fine.
So then, be sure to speak up, investigators of the jury can hear you.
Sorry. Laser light wasn't activated with the TV. Inside this photograph, you will see a picture of what it says in the bathroom sink inside of the single bathroom inside of the apartment. On the photograph, you can hardly tell from where you're sitting, but there's multiple areas where you see a positive Blue Star reaction. You can see this bright colored area here. I see some dim. Back out on the sink itself, you can see the reaction on top of the sink. And here it appears to be shaded product right there. If you look down in the sink, you can actually see what appears to be a positive reaction inside the sink that down to the drain.
Thank you, Mr. Crawford. Your Honor, the lights when you turn back on is now on. Mr. Crawford, you mentioned, talking about that carpet, you mentioned discoloration. Were there multiple spots of discoloration on the carpet that you could see with the naked eye?
Yes.
And in your experience as a homicide prosecutor, what did the discoloration appear to be? What else?
Prosecutor.
No, I'm sorry. No, you're not a prosecutor. In your years of experience, what did that discoloration appear to be?
Blood.
So is that one way, the discoloration on the carpet, is that one way the crime scene would have known what areas of carpet to collect?
Correct. Obviously, the discoloration, the reddish brown color, depending on the different stages, how fresh it is, how old it is, the different things being cleaned up, any areas that is in presumable blood were collected at that time.
You saw in a lot of those photos, there was yellow markers and yellow tape. Who did that? Is that how they evidence what they have collected and what escaped out to them as possible evidence in the case?
Whether it was their observation or an investigator's observation, such as myself asking certain items to be documented and collected, they use the yellow evidence markers to document those.
When would you say that this investigation became a homicide investigation?
On first spray of the Blue Star reagent, standing in the kitchen area, upon the first administration of Blue Star reagent, upon first spray, it illuminated an extremely large area inside of the living room area. The most I've seen at that point in my homicide career. It's seen that intense and that wide of an area in terms of reaction. So.
All right, we're going to go through some other photos. I'll try to go as quickly as possible. They'll all be behind you in this one. All right, so again, just orient on State's Exhibit 36, just orient the jury.
Well, there's your hardwood floor,
This
Judy.
is going to be a photograph documenting the front doorway, and specifically the where the locking mechanism goes into the door. We document every time we enter in to document if there's signs of forced entry. Standard practice.
Upon entry into the apartment, did you smell any odors of marijuana?
No.
In your experience, both in patrol and as an investigator, have you had the chance to smell marijuana
Yes, I,
in raw form
yes,
and in smoked form?
yes.
And, did you smell it in this apartment in anything? State Exhibit 37 is just a photo of the door. Did you witness any forced entry, signs of forced entry on the door or the, photo number 36 or 37?
No, not your typical signs of forced entry. There's scratches on the door frame, but they're not truly indicative of forced entry.
Are we, this State Exhibit 38, are we looking in from the front door?
That's correct. This is the point of view as you enter through the front door of the apartment. Once again, it's described as a shotgun style apartment. It's not, it's more long than it is wide. Essentially, you can see the 3 or 4 separate rooms, however you want to describe it. A living room, the kitchen, the bathroom, and then the entry into the back bedroom. This is
You're supposed to eat it, not wear it.
approximately the same location, just a slightly different angle. That then starts to capture the right side of the apartment or the left side of the apartment.
And that's photo 39. This is State Exhibit 40. Again, now we're just panning over to the right. You'll see that desk chair. What's in front of that desk chair that you can't see in this photo?
A desk?
Just this side of it,
Yes, sir.
it would be the
Yes,
desk.
the desk.
That's correct.
State Exhibit 41, what are we looking at?
Paper
It's
towels.
going to be a photograph from over the top of the futon. Back, it's documenting what's on top of the futon, specifically a bottle of isopropyl alcohol, a pack of paper towels, and some minor.
And I'm gonna go back to, see, this would be State Exhibit 39. You can see in this picture, the couch looks different.
Correct.
What happened between 39 and Exhibit 41, which was this?
The first set of photographs are the documentation of the scene and how we found it, being the investigators upon the search warrant. The second picture is after we've documented the scene and documented the potential items of evidence that we first deemed potentially needed or we were going to need based on the search warrant we were executing. After that's conducted, we then conduct a search of the residence. Because first we document things in plain view without attempting to open or do anything to potentially open. Black duffel bag has been removed, and once we removed that black duffel bag, it showed us this bottle of isopropyl alcohol and the paper towels.
So going back to State Exhibit 40, you're saying the black bag is what I'm circling that says Nike on it?
That's correct.
And then 41 would show what was underneath that bag, which is what you can see depicted in this photo.
That's correct.
State Exhibit 42. In this photo from the door, you can now see the defendant's desk.
That's correct.
State Exhibit 43. Now, would we be standing nearer to the desk, looking back towards Mr. Chen's bedroom?
Yes, that's correct.
Photo of the kitchen in Mr. Chen's house. State Exhibit 44.
Yes, that's correct.
Standing in front of the bar, State Exhibit 45 in Mr. Chen's apartment.
Yes, that's correct.
What do you recall was in that high value box right there?
It's essentially industrial saran wrap, packaging wrap that you would find that potentially people would wrap like pallets or larger objects.
State Exhibit 46 is a photo of Mr. Chen's kitchen with cabinets open.
That's correct.
Another angle, State Exhibit 47.
That's correct.
State Exhibit 48 is a photo of the kitchen counter. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
State's Exhibit 49 is a zoomed in photo of that counter with a Band-Aid box.
Yes, that's correct.
State's Exhibit 50 is a closer photo of the Band-Aid box.
Yes.
State's Exhibit 51 would be from the other side of the kitchen looking back, is that correct?
That's correct.
State's Exhibit 52 is a photo of a small laundry room in Mr. Chen's apartment,
Yes, that's correct.
where there are clothes in that washing machine right there.
And there's a pair of gray sweatpants.
State's Exhibit 53, taken probably close to the laundry machine, looking back into Mr. Chen's bedroom.
Yes, that's correct.
This is a photo of Mr. Chen's bathroom sink.
Yes, that's correct.
That is State's Exhibit 54. Another photo of the bathroom sink. Again, why, one more time for the jury, why would this photo 55 have had nothing on the sink and 54, which you can see here, would have had things on the sink?
Once again, once the search was conducted, items have to be moved sometimes to see what's under them. Whether in this case, obviously, to see multiple items stacked upon each other to see every item under, or potentially see if other evidence, such as potentially blood or anything else, is potentially located. Obviously, those items have to be removed. At which point, that's why you see what appears to be men's boxer briefs on the floor.
In this photo, do you know what that item is?
It's a box of Band-Aids.
Close up of Mr. Chen's sink is Exhibit 56. A photo of the light switch in Mr. Chen's bathroom is 57. What's significant about this photo?
You can see just under the left light switch, you can see a dark discoloration. To my naked eye at the time, I observed that potential blood transfer.
This is Exhibit 58. Again, we've seen this from different angles. You can begin to see where the tile meets the carpet here, which brings us to State's Exhibit 59. What is significant about this photo, Investigator Crawford?
In this specific photo, there's at least two different things location-wise. In the specific grout line, directly in the middle here, you can see a dark discoloration that has a reddish-brown tint that leads into the edging of the carpet, specifically right here. To my naked eye, I believe that to be blood, to be the presence of blood stuck in the grout. The second part, you can start to see at the edge of the carpeted area and the tile area is another dark discoloration up here, which also, to my observations, is reddish brown and consistent with blood as well.
And Investigator Crawford, I'll pull your attention over here to the grout on the left. You can see on the bottom is darker than the top. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So when you say dark discoloration, do you mean that the difference potentially between this and that, or this and that?
Correct. If you were to see, just seeing these two pictures without seeing the rest of the grout lines, you can clearly tell that in this middle section between the bedroom and the kitchen/living room area, you could see a dark discoloration that was different than the other side, maybe closer to the actual toilet, which it all appeared that someone attempted to clean it up. It didn't appear that it was completely fresh, but I knew that my experience with home ownership, that grout is obviously extremely difficult to clean unless you know exactly what you're doing.
State's Exhibit 60 is just a photo of Mr. Chen's shower.
That's correct.
State's Exhibit 61, another photo looking into the shower.
Correct.
State's Exhibit 62, another view from the bathroom into the shower.
That's correct.
All right, now, State's Exhibit 63, this is a new picture for the jury. Can you describe where we're at?
This photograph would have been taken from essentially the bathroom area looking into the single bedroom. On the right side, you can see the cabinetry, you can see the TV. You can see the carpeted area. Directly up back is the, I'll call it the balcony, though it's not. You can see the sliding glass door that opens up. To the left, you can see what appears to be the ending of Jason Chen's bed. You can also see things that we observed in the carpeted area. Specifically, earlier, we observed the pictures that were taken from his room when the Blue Star reagent was applied. In those pictures, you can see a small carpeted section that had been cut out in the form of a square/rectangle. That specific location is right here in the picture. Tell from there, there's a dark red, brownish discoloration right here. We believe to be suspected blood as well.
Exhibit 64. So a closer up investigator, but I want to stop here for a second. At some point, the jury may see more similar photos, but in these cabinets, what types of belongings were in these sets of cabinets here?
It's essentially matching style cabinets. You have normal open cabinets with small shelving in the top ones. Two-part cabinet. The bottom ones are set up essentially like a closet. You've got a coat hanger that runs. They put their t-shirts, pants hanging from them. So you'll see clothes within those. You'll see other items, larger items that maybe not be clothes that are shoved in under bottom, as potential storage space. And you'll also see the pull-out drawers, which I would say typically based on the dynamics of the apartment, will be where people have other items of clothes as well.
This cabinet on the right, what was located in the bottom underneath what would have been hanging clothes? What was located in the bottom part of that cabinet?
There was a small travel size suitcase, which you would assume to be like a 1 to 2 day venture. They make, therepically there's 3 different normal sizes for suitcase. You have the extremely large one, 50, 52 inches. Then it goes down approximately 10 inches to around a 40-inch case. And then below that, you have your 30-inch, essentially the ones you could actually pack on an airline. At the bottom of that, there was a Samsonite small suitcase that was located there.
You're familiar with the suitcase that this case was found inside of?
Correct.
Was this suitcase smaller than that one?
This case was, yes.
And then in the other cabinet on the left-hand side, underneath what would be the hanging clothes, what was located in that space?
A void.
Nothing?
There was a gap where I believe something was possibly there based on the rest of the dynamics of the room, on how the clothes were hanging, how things were put there. I believed on how things were stored there that there was a void that at the time I believed to potentially be, they say not the initial walkthrough during the morning hours around 7:45 a.m. on the 28th. That's when I made the observation that it was potentially a suitcase. And it's for the fact of the square section that was missing was consistent with the suitcase size. Most people, when they have travel size suitcases, the smaller ones, they also have the larger ones. Sometimes they come in sets, sometimes they don't. But I know that most people have, especially if they fly, will have several different sizes of suitcases, more than just a small size. So I believe at that time it was potentially a suitcase or maybe another larger duffel bag of some sort that would require, a square section.
65, just another angle there where we can now see the end of Mr. Chen's bed. Again, those windows would point out to the parking lot on the right side of the building if you're looking in front of the building.
Correct.
66 is a photo of Mr. Chen's bed. You can see some type of drapery on the wall to the left or some type of art that's hanging. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And what can you, I'm not sure if there should be another photo. 67, this again just would depict some of that dark discoloration that you've already testified to.
Yes, that's correct.
68 is a closer up. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, we're back looking the other way in the apartment. Do you see something on the bed there at the top left corner?
Yes,
What is that?
it's a knife with a kitchen style knife with a sheath on top of it.
That states it's at 70, Judge. I apologize. Just a different angle of the bed.
That's correct.
Investigator Crawford. That states it's at 71. Another angle inside the room, looking at the tapestry on the wall, 72. Correct? Yet another angle of that tapestry on the wall, 73.
All right, Mike,
Now,
can you go out?
in
You need to get your coat back on, girl.
exhibit 74, we are looking at what?
This would be on the right side of the bed, which we're looking at. If you're coming into the room, you see the far left hand side of the room. This will be a little bedside drawer set. Essentially, you'll see shoes, socks, and
Were you able to
Oh,
determine what,
those are women's shoes.
what
it was, my knowledge was tested and didn't show presence.
it just looked like some kind of dirt?
It looked more like a substance such as a spill of some sort, potentially that would have fallen and not properly cleaned up.
Okay, we don't know. Six exhibit 75, again, just another angle, looking at those closets.
Correct.
Six exhibit 76, is this with one of the closets opened?
That's correct.
Do you recall which side this was?
So be on the right hand side, or the first one you come into the room would be directly right there.
And what is this item right here?
They are green hand towels, Better Home and Garden.
Exhibit 77. You said Better Homes and Garden, you mean the name brand?
Yes, sir. Walmart.
That goes up with that?
That's correct.
And can you actually see where it says distributed by Walmart?
That's correct.
Exhibit 78. Say, in the bedroom, is this in the bedroom?
Yes, that's correct. It's depicts more what I observed to be potentially blood transfer to the light switch area. You can see it on the field plate, the switch, and just directly beside it on that. The brownish red color discoloration.
These next four may be difficult to see on this picture. This is 79. Can you see what's depicted in this photo? And actually, you can see this version too. Investigator Crawford, if that helps at all.
You can in this photograph. There's once again there appears to be blood transfer to the bottom edge of the doorway. You see small speckled areas there, and in the on the floor you can see discoloration and red brown as well that are consistent with blood transfer from somebody's blood.
Is it fair to say, Investigator Crawford, that in this photo, the physical photo, that spot there, this spot appears to be more red in color?
Correct. The photograph depicts it better than the screen.
Six, exhibit number 80, again, here I can.
First is the documentation of hair on the ground. And then there's also further discolorations and blood transfer as well.
Exhibit 81, this is where this photo is going to be more helpful to you, Investigator Crawford.
That looks like holes in the floor.
There's another discoloration here as well. Just The
And
projector,
come on,
is
StreamYard.
red discoloration as you see it in the photographs.
And then lastly, states exhibit 82. What would that photo signify?
It's more blood transfer on the floor in the loading room.
And we're approaching again. And we are caught up with the live. And it is after 6 o'clock. Are they on Eastern? I ate too much. I'm so full.
You know, this is a good stopping spot for the state's crew to go let you go. Being sequestered, a lot of the jury instruction I have to give about not being exposed to media, hopefully won't be an issue, but I do have to tell you, you still can't communicate with anyone about this case at all, not even fellow jurors, it includes court officers, bailiff, it includes the lawyers, court, your own thoughts, opinions, or reactions. It's hopefully impossible for you to research this. You never know, you may get exposed by something you see in a TV in a bar. So you cannot let yourself be exposed to that concept. Do not form or express anything about the court until we submit it to you for deliberation for all of the proof. Were you taking dinner tonight? You know where we're going for dinner? Yes, sir. Where are you going? Okay. Enjoy dinner tonight. I would now try to start.
Let's wait and make sure the lawyers don't have any issues they need to bring up with the court. I am so glad that Beverly is allowing Dr. Russell to testify. Guess I'm going to have to do a video on that.
On the stand, there's no discussion testimony of anyone meantime. All right, thank you. Any matters to be discussed before we break for the evening? State or defense?
Your Honor, may we approach one more time?
Yes, ma'am.
Why do they have to approach when the jury's not there? I don't understand that. The sound was not as bad as I thought it was going to be, but of course that's with my earbuds in. I don't know without them if it would have been as good. What? You asked to go out a while ago and you turned around and came right back. Travis, go let him out. While you were in the shower, he wanted out. I let him out. He turned around and came right back inside. It's like having a toddler. Just like having a toddler. There haven't been a lot of objections it seems like these attorneys are pretty good at hashing out what they need to beforehand, which I like. Because I don't like it when lawyers play games by objecting about stuff right in front of the jury. Like, they know, like, they do it strategically to throw everybody off and to confuse the jury. I don't like that. That's not playing fair in my book.
As far as the actual trial matter, looking at research, Mr. Weiss and I'll instruct the state accordingly as far as any other matters to discuss on the record. Put some recess tonight.
9 a.m. Okay, we're gonna start at 10 again, and then we can zoom through the breaks, and maybe we'll get to take an actual lunch break tomorrow, since we won't have us in the morning like we did this morning. And any other suggestions how we can make tomorrow better than today? I don't know. I feel like today was a mess for some reason. I guess the voir dire threw me off this morning because I expected to go right into jury instructions and opening statements, and we were hours with this sus doctor that I don't know where that came from. That was just bizarre. So it makes me feel like everything was like a little off today. And then her mom, because that was the first time she heard the story about how Jazzy supposedly went after him with a wine bottle and a broken wine glass. She lost it, so whenever they called her to be a witness, she couldn't even compose herself, and then they had to take another break. So hopefully tomorrow will run a little more smoothly. So, but I didn't have to keep my camera off today, so on the plus side, we didn't have as many technical problems as normally. So, okay, so 10 o'clock tomorrow. Thank you guys for showing up. And replay crew, I love you. And thanks for watching. And remember, be kind to people, love your family, and Jesus loves you, and so do I. And I will see you tomorrow at 10 o'clock. Have a good evening. Bye, guys.